The first time I saw a ghost, I was 18. I was working at a care center, and one of my favorite residents was named Mort. She ate the same breakfast every day, toast with butter and grape jelly. So around 9 a.m. I got her toast ready. At 9:15 she came down, and she was a little late, but no worries. I said good morning and set the toast down in front of her. She nodded, I smiled, and went back to the kitchen. I came out later to an empty table, with untouched toast sitting there. That was weird, so I asked my CNA where Maud went. She looked at me sadly. "Honey, didn't you hear? Maud passed away about a half hour ago. She died peacefully. Her kids were in her room when she passed. It was really beautiful." I looked at the clock. It was 9:45, exactly a half hour since Maud came down for breakfast. Maud was as real to me as the table I set her toast on. If I had reached out, I swear I could have touched her, but it obviously wasn't the physical her. And I have believed in ghosts ever since. Of course it helps that my co-workers and I can still see them all the time.
These all happened at the same house, which was an old farmhouse that was also a part of the Underground Railroad. We no longer live there. The house isn't there anymore. It's a very expensive neighborhood. My parents said they were sitting on the couch watching TV. The fireplace shutter opened and closed several times of its own accord, which scared them. On another occasion, my mum was sitting in the same living room. Towards her front was a large wooden deck that had a fireplace in the center and two large windows on either side. To the right was a concrete porch that ran the length of the side of the house. It had a door off the side that had several large windows on it as well. To her back was a bedroom that us kids shared in the winter because it was easier to heat half the house. To her left was the blue room. The whole thing was blue, but it was just a central room where our computer happened to be and had access to the basement. On the wooden deck, my mum saw a black figure. It was tall as a bear, but too thin to be human. She said she looked at it and had a feeling that it was watching her. It wasn't completely dark outside, but it was on its way. The figure then started doing laps around the house. It would pass the windows in front of her every few seconds. This was a 2,500-ish square foot farmhouse. It was incredibly fast. We had a small family farm. Chickens, goats, pigs, quail, turkey, ducks, etc. Nothing big. We had about 30 chickens at the time. Living that far out in the country, we always set up traps by the coop to catch opossums and raccoons. Anything that ate chickens. Well, we go outside one day and see piles of feathers throughout the yard and around the coop. Every single pile had a head on top of it. 30-ish piles. And that many heads. No piles of blood. No insides anywhere. Just piles of feathers and heads. As you can imagine, that in particular we found quite disturbing. Shortly after this, my dad would go out at night with a shotgun to see if we could find anything. We had gotten more chickens and had nothing unusual in the traps, just cages. My dad was a manly man who wasn't afraid of anything. I've seen him move a tree by himself out the road that 4 grown men weren't able to together. He's tough to say the least. So he goes out like he usually does. Our chicken coop sits about 50-ish feet in front of our garage. It was really just an 1,000 square foot ranch outbuilding. We just called it the garage. So we hear 5 blasts from the shotgun very shortly after. My dad comes through the front door with tears running down his face. He is visibly shaking. After he calms down a bit, he explains that while in front of the garage he heard a real guttural growl coming from the tree line right behind him above the garage. He says it wasn't like anything he heard before in his life, as he was an avid hunter growing up. He's heard and probably eaten just about any animal that Indiana has to offer. He said it was low and demonic, and he could feel that it was evil. So he immediately unloaded the shotgun for good measure and ran to the house. At another point, I would hear voices in the house. One night I woke up my parents crying to let them know that the devil wanted my soul and wouldn't stop trying to get me to give it to him. I don't remember much about it because I was in 5th grade. I'm 31 now and have since been diagnosed with general anxiety disorder. I can see that this might have just been my anxiety, but I definitely remember sitting on the living room floor and sobbing at 3 a.m, just begging for the voices to stop. I haven't heard anything else since, and nothing like this has ever happened to me again. There's also the time my parents found a tunnel in our basement that we assumed was part of the Underground Railroad. My cousin was over at the time and asked if we could explore it. It was covered up, about shoulder height to an adult, and an adult could crawl through with not a whole lot of extra room. He had a flashlight and was gone for about a half hour. We started getting very worried when we would see the light again. He came back and said that there had not been an end in sight, but they were getting nervous having crawled so far. They were probably 16. We always had dogs, and we would find our dogs in front of the house just dead. No wounds, prior symptoms, just dead. Sometimes 3 at a time. My dad, on his way home from work, saw a pile of dead dogs in our field by our house, probably about 5 feet tall. No joke. Have you ever seen a ton of freaking dogs? Unless a local vet with loads of dead dogs decided to just launch them into our field. How the hell did they get there? My 2 brothers and I were in the house, and things started to fall off the walls. We ran outside into the field in front of our house, and looking across the street to the other cornfields. There were hundreds of deer just running. It filled the field for several minutes. Enough disruption caused by them made it look like we were experiencing a small earthquake. After we moved out, we found out that there was a practicing coven that met not far from our house, and we heard a lot of dead animal remains had been found. A decent amount of years later, I went with my sister to Chicago. Her fiancé had graduated boot camp and was going to A school. They do a ceremony thing for the family with their group flag and such. They hang out for a bit, and then they leave for A school. On the way home, I was asleep in the car, and my sister had gotten lost. I shot up out of sleeping and told my sister to pull over. She did, and I told her to turn. She asked me what's wrong, and I said that I woke up because we were by our old house. I could feel it. She made a turn, and we passed the front gates of a cemetery that was right by the house. Had she kept by that direction, she would have passed right by it. What was at the start of all of this was a dream that my sister had. I think we had some dogs die before this point, but we didn't find out about the coven until several years after we moved. I didn't find out about the dream until I was in high school. Surrounding the end of the property, there was a tree line that separated where the coven met and our house. My sister said that in her dream, there were monsters tearing down the tree line, and that she knew if they tore it down, they were coming for me. Like, me. Not my sister or any other of the 5 people in my family. Me specifically. But not long after, in preparation of turning the property into a subdivision, they tore down the tree line. All of the stuff happened. My parents decided one day that enough was enough. We were moving, and we had a house purchase on contract, and were completely moved out in 2 weeks' time. And now I bring you to the pièce de résistance. I was in Boy Scouts, and it was the time of year for popcorn. I sold enough popcorn to be the top in the state. That's what my parents told me, at least. I just knocked on doors and pushed the popcorn. My parents had just loaded up the van with all the popcorn we were going to deliver for the following morning. It was an old brown/tan Astro van, the ones with the weird curtain in the windows. This thing was completely stuffed with popcorn. We all go to sleep, and I remember being outside with my family, looking at our van on fire. The fire department came and everything. The thing burnt completely. While my dad had a Polaroid camera and took a picture. My dad takes the picture with him and shows people because it's crazy. My dad's showing a guy the picture and the dude asks him if he sees the face. My dad looks at the picture and sees a face. To summarize this, because I don't want to make up details I don't remember, things started appearing in the picture, like in the flames. It started with a face that turned into a demonic-looking Grim Reaper type of figure. Then people started to notice more things as my dad showed it to others. My dad would hand the picture around and ask people what they saw. Everyone saw it. Then people noticed that the figure was holding what appeared to be a chain attached to a torn-apart dog, and a burning cross behind it. As soon as people started seeing that, my dad stuffed the picture in a Bible. It was a Bible that had a built-in zipper, and he didn't tell any of us about him stuffing it in a Bible until after we moved. He pulls out the Bible while we're moving, and the picture is simply gone. He was really freaked out. I remember my dad always handling the picture with people, and then being creeped out, and I remember seeing the fire. I saw the picture once right after he'd taken it, and I remember playing on the burnt-up van because it was late in the 90s and we were kids. The rest of it is what my parents have talked about. My dad was a server at the same restaurant for about 25 years, so he showed it to a ton of people. This wasn't just a few buddies. He literally began handing it out to customers. Everyone saw the same thing. This is everything I can remember. I tried to be as detailed as I could, and I'm aware that some of it isn't very believable, but it's true. The address of the house was 18401 SR 238 Fortville, IN. I don't remember the zip code. The house is no longer there, and it's now a subdivision of houses that are 750k plus houses. They didn't end up tearing it down until after we'd been gone 4 to 5 years, but that's just a guess. My family moved to a different state right as I started high school. Our new house was only a few years old, on a beautiful lot with a golf course nearby, and it was the biggest house we'd ever lived on. I had my own bedroom and bathroom, and needless to say I was super excited to live there. And the first night in my new room, I was visited by the sleep paralysis demon. It was horrifying, because I'd never had sleep paralysis before, but after moving in, and throughout the entire time I lived there, I suffered from sleep paralysis episodes nearly every single night. Just in that room though. If I fell asleep on the couch, I would be fine. I would always see a partially vicious shadow figure pretty much every time I turned off the light in my room at night. I wish I could adequately describe the terror of this thing. You could just feel how it absolutely hated you and wished you harm, even when the lights were on. It was like it was always there, just hiding in the deepest shadows, waiting for its chance to come out. So, when there wasn't any lights, I could see the shadow figure clearly standing in the corner, or in front of the window, or in the doorway. I had a mirror in my room, and that was the most unnerving place to see it. I always kept a light on in my room, and that kept most of the nastiness away. My little brother, whose bedroom was next to mine, didn't have such luck. Unlike me, who really only got spooked at night, my brother's bedroom was legit haunted. It didn't matter to me what time of day it was, or that the lights were on or off. It was always frightening to go into that room. Even passing by the door was uncomfortable. Once you stepped inside, an unwelcoming chill enveloped you, and you felt like you were being watched by something evil, like honestly, truly evil. Something so wretched and malicious that you just somehow knew if you're caught by this thing you'd be hurt or killed or something worse. Like if your soul had instincts, then they'd be screaming at you to run. And that's just how it felt to drop off laundry in the middle of the day. It was so much worse at night. Unlike me, who had a measly shadow figure to contend with, my brother had something actually manifest at night. I'm not really sure how to describe this entity. Terrifying, vicious, mean, evil. It both had a form, but also didn't. It was like the embodiment of hatred and ill intention. Everyone in my family had encounters with this entity. My parents saw it right after we moved in, and they went into my brother's room to set up his bed. I would often catch glances of it when I passed his bedroom, and the door was ajar. My sister saw it, and she went inside to help with chores. It was suffocating being in that room. My brother spent only a few nights in his room before moving in with my youngest brother. He only kept some clothes in there, otherwise he never went inside. Like I mentioned before, I moved into that house just in time for my freshman year of high school, so 9th grade, and I found a wonderfully idealistic circle of friends. I just had the best time with these nerds, like Ali,
introduced us to the Japanese version of Sailor Moon, with violence. Anyway, as all young girls do, we decided to have a sleepover, and I happily volunteered my house for the occasion. I was super pumped. My mum helped me prepare snacks and everything, and on that fateful night, me, Ali, Christina, Whitney, and Tiffany all congregated in the basement living room, which we all called the den, with the intention of staying up all night. After fangirling about whatever for a few hours, we had the bright idea to play some night games, but since it was the fall, it was kind of a little too cold to comfortably play outside. Christina was always the de facto leader of our group, and she decided that we should play hide and seek, but we had to play with the lights off, otherwise it would be too easy. We weren't children after all. We set up some ground rules. The only off-limits place was my parents' room, or my older sister's room. But since my two younger brothers were going to join us, we would invade their rooms without the risk of bothering them. We played a few rounds, each of us taking it in turns being it, and it was so much fun. Dead silence, and then the happy squeal of someone being discovered. And then, it was my turn to be the seeker. I found Ali under a pile of blankets in the den. Whitney was under the kitchen table, Tiffany in the laundry room, and my brothers were in the downstairs storage room. But where was Christina? At first it was funny. Wow, she's good at hiding. Must have found a great spot. Okay, it's been like 10 minutes. Come out now. I enlisted the rest of the group to help look for Christina. We searched the house from top to bottom, except for my brother's super haunted room. I just poked my head in and called out Christina, and when no response was forthcoming, I quickly backed out and shut the door. After 30 minutes of searching, we really started to get concerned, like we were considering waking up my parents to help find her. It was no longer funny. But before I bothered them, I decided to steel my nerves and really search my bedroom, and if she wasn't in there, then perhaps my brother's room. I had to be sure she wasn't in there before getting the authorities, as in my parents, involved. Anyway, I marched in there and flipped on my lamps. There was a hush in there that didn't feel like the usual level of creepiness that I'd somehow gotten used to. It really felt like something was unsettlingly wrong. I suddenly somehow knew Christina was in my brother's room, even though we had checked it before. I didn't actually dare go inside that room, dread and fear clawing at me, so I asked all my friends to come in with me. We pulled the door open, flipped on the lights, and stepped in. It was dead silent and cold. There was almost a prickling sensation that washed over us when we walked in, as if we'd walked through some kind of sharp cobweb. Instantly, a terror enveloped us like a perverse nausea, as if there was something truly evil laughing silently at us. And it was scary. It was so scary standing in that room, even with the lights on, even surrounded by friends. I looked under the bed, and without direct light casting the shadow away, it was unnaturally pitch black under there. "Christina?" I called, but there was no answer. I didn't look closer. I was too frightened to stare into the dark for longer. Instead, I looked at my brother's desk. At first, I didn't see anything, but it was like there was an unnatural visual distortion, like a ripple in the shadows, and that's when I saw her. Christina. My headstrong, fearless friend was curled underneath the desk, shaking and sobbing uncontrollably. I hadn't seen her like that before. I hadn't even heard her like that before. None of us had. But as soon as we saw her, everyone rushed to comfort her. She was pale and very obviously not okay. I remember exactly what her words were and how she replied in a shaky, weak voice. "Christina, what happened? Are you all right?" I saw a ghost." We got her out of there, and I ended up waking up my mum because us teenage girls weren't equipped to help Christina calm down. In the end, Christina opted not to go home. Later I learnt her mother was very abusive to her, which may have contributed to why she was so highly affected by the dark entity in my brother's room, and we spent the rest of the evening subdued in the basement, as far away from the haunted room as possible with all the lights on. Christina was absolutely traumatized from the encounter, and it took several months before she could even talk about what happened. Basically, she went into my brother's room, hid under the desk, but then the dark, evil entity that haunts the room held her down and prevented her from leaving. It spoke to her in some sort of dark language, clearly using words to tear her down. It stood in front of the desk, preventing her from leaving. She was stuck in what felt like hell for half an hour until we found her. The entire time I knew her, she never could bring herself to actually describe what the thing looked like. It would just spook her out way too much. It's one thing to have something scary happen to you, but it feels so different when your best friend is traumatized like that. It was definitely scary as hell, and I don't wish it upon anyone. The days when I used to play with the man in the closet. They go back to a time where everything was unclear, yet out of all the things to remember, that man has always been in my memories. Always has, and always will be. My first encounter with this man I remember clear as day. My family had just moved into a house in the States. It was my first time being in the States, and I was 5 years old. And for some strange reason, I was excited more than anything. My little brother was running around the house. I called him, and he came over to me. I asked him if he wanted to play a game, and we decided to play hide and seek. And he went to hide while I counted to 20. When I got done counting, I went to look for him. I couldn't find him, so I started yelling, "Raymond, where are you?" I went to the very top of the house, the 3rd floor, and I thought to look in the closet. He wasn't there, but I did find something. A door. There was a door inside the closet. For some reason I thought to open it. I was only 5 and curiosity got the best of me. So I opened the door, and inside it was nothing more than an empty room. Except for a desk, a man, and his typewriter. I walked up to him and asked, "Why are you in my house?" He looked at me surprised as he couldn't believe I'd found this room. He just said, "Jose, you're not supposed to be in here." I asked him who he was, and his only response was, "Jose, shouldn't you be looking for your brother? I bet he's worried about you." I looked at him, and he looked back, and I remember that he seemed quite average. Nothing about him was strange other than the fact that he was wearing all white. He held my hand and told me that I should keep looking for my brother. He opened the door and closed it behind me. I didn't think much of it, as I was only 5, so I went looking for my brother and found him in the kitchen under the sink. I never told him about the man in the closet, mostly because I wanted the man in the closet to be my friend, not his. My little brother did not know about this man till I was about 12, and he 11. Anyway, that was the first time I met him, although it was not the last. I remember there were 2 other occasions. The second time I met him I remember quite clearly. I remember it because my mother was fighting with my stepdad. I couldn't leave the house, so I hid inside the closet. Just so I wouldn't have to hear them, you see. My little brother was at my aunt's house, and my only guess is that they forgot I was in the house at all. It had been weeks, and I had tried to visit the man in the closet, but time after time I would look and the door wouldn't be there. But this time was different. This time he opened the door and I saw the light from the floor. He told me to get inside quick and I did. I have no idea how long I was in there for, and for some strange reason I trusted him. I never questioned how he knew my name without telling him. I never asked him for his. Maybe I did. Perhaps it's one of the few things I don't remember of him. The only somewhat personal thing I know about this man is that he was from Germany. After talking for what felt like hours, he told me it was fine to leave. He held my hand and opened the door. "Everything's going to be fine, Jose. It might look like it's always going to be like this, but don't worry. Keep your chin up, okay?" As soon as he led me out, he closed the door behind me, and when I looked back, the door was gone. I walked out of my closet, and it turns out I was in the closet for almost 3 hours, and my mother had been looking for me. I told her I'd been in the closet the whole time, but she said she'd already looked in there, and I wasn't. To this day, she still thinks I lied about it to her. Days passed by, and I tried to see him again. I went to the closet to see if he was there almost every day from the day I saw him to the last. The door behind the closet just seemed to never show up anymore, until the very last day at the house when we were moving. My little brother was downstairs with my mother and I just wanted to check one last time. I told my mum that I'd be back. I'd left a toy in my room, and I went to my room and checked the closet. I saw the door behind the clothes in the closet, so I went to open it, and when I walked in, he was typing away on his typewriter. I asked him why he hadn't been around, and he just looked at me with a face that said, "It hurts inside." I looked at him and said, "I thought you were going to be here for me." He kept looking right back at me with a face and just said, "I'm sorry." He didn't have to say anything, but he did stand up and uttered a few words. It wasn't in English. In fact, if I really think about it, it probably was German. Then he held out his hand and walked me out the room. When I finally got out the closet, my mum had gone crazy looking for me. Turns out I was in that closet for a long time, at least 2 hours, and my mum was on the verge of calling the cops. I remember it clearly, like the other times, except this time was different. This time was the last time I saw him. The man in the closet, the man in all white. The man, for whatever reason, I could only see. I wish I could find out who he was. I still think about him every now and then, mostly because deep down in my heart, no matter how hard I try to deny it, I know this man was real. Even now, I just get goosebumps, because maybe he's still watching me. I think he knows I'm still here. That's what really gets to me.
This is my story. All of it is true. My roommate and I had just moved to Denver. His name was Tyler. He was gay, and for the first time in his life, he was surrounded by other gay people. For the first few weeks, I didn't see much of him. He was getting as much ass as he could, and I was content in our apartment alone. Nothing about it freaked me out. A photo on my wall had fallen off, and that was strange, but I figured it was just gravity. Tyler finally stayed the night in the apartment. We were sharing a bed because he hadn't gotten one yet. We were both drunk, and that night, as soon as I turned off the lamp, the blinds started moving. Tyler was freaked out, but I was drunk and tired and brushed it off as just a breeze. He went and slept in the living room. I stayed in the bedroom and told him to chill out and that it was nothing. Nothing else happened that night, but we did bring it back up the next day. We both laughed. I said, "What should we name our ghost?" Tyler replied, "Bill." For the rest of the day, we continued to crack little jokes about Bill. That night, while getting ready into bed and about to turn off the lamp, Tyler whispered, "Bill doesn't like the dark." The blinds immediately started lashing all around. I turned the lamp back on, and we both sat up and just watched. I still wasn't convinced. He made me get out of bed to check where it was coming from because I wasn't scared. I looked for any kind of vent or open window, but nothing made sense. I had a little radio in the windowsill and it had fallen out. I put it back up, climbed back into bed and tried to calm Tyler. Again, I turned the lamp off. Then they started going again. But this time, with far more intensity. We stared, and this time I did get scared. I did what anyone who thinks they may be encountering something did. I tried to talk to it. "Do you want us to leave?" The blinds were still going crazy. At that point I was terrified. I jumped out of bed and packed a quick bag and headed to my childhood friend's house. I didn't sleep that night. I just shuddered in fear. Our next journey would be to try and figure out a way to get rid of Bill. We headed back to the apartment because we needed the internet to find an exorcist. I went into the house, shaking in fear, sitting on the floor in the corner. Tyler called a few churches. We didn't actually get any help. We got really confused responses. Tyler stands up and looks in the kitchen. He covers his mouth and slowly walks backwards. The burners were all on, all of them, on different settings. I ran out the house. Tyler followed suit after turning the burners off. We sat in the car panicking. "We have to call the leasing office and get the hell out of this lease," I said. That was an awkward phone call. The manager didn't believe us and thought we were idiots, but I told her everything stated above. She said that she would look into it and call us back. I left my cigarettes in the house, Tyler cried. But screw that, I wasn't about to go back in there. He talked me into standing by the front door while he grabbed them. All of the water sources were on, every sink and shower in the apartment. I'm hysterical at this point and run to the car. We have to turn the water off, dude. I collected myself and walked to the door again with him. Perfect timing. 2 leasing ladies came down because we were the talk of the office. I asked her to please turn off the water because we were too scared. We all stood inside by the front door and told them the whole story. One of them put her hand over the burner. They're still warm. They didn't make that up. They kind of believed us, but not really. Well, that's not until the maintenance guy encountered Bill. Todd. Apparently after we left, Todd and his co-worker were walking past my apartment. He said he was laughing with them about our story. Right as he walked by, the deadbolt locked. He looked at the other guy, and then he grabbed his keys. No one's supposed to be in there. Bit weird? He knocked on the door for a while, but no one came, so he stuck his set of keys into the door, and it felt like someone was holding the deadbolt shut. He couldn't open it. He tried the balcony door as we were on the first floor, and that wouldn't unlock either. He tried again with the front door, and then it unlocked with ease. After that point, they actually believed us, and allowed us to live in a different apartment. The next day sucked. I had to repack again, but I couldn't stay in the house because I was just terrified to death. I had some guy who wanted to sleep with me move everything for me. We spent the entire day moving, and I laid on the dining room floor with a boy who liked me. It honestly just felt good to be held. I played in his arms, and I watched the blinds slowly close by themselves. I cried. Moving didn't help. We did all of that stuff for nothing, and now I'm in a layout I hate. We continued to try and find a way to get rid of Bill ourselves. That included blacking out every night and mocking it. Ugh, we were so stupid. We bought some more sticker decal to decorate our rooms. He bought a big Paris sticker which he stuck and put on our wall. It ripped off. We put it back up. It peeled right off. I thought it could just be the wall paint because I was trying to think logically like a normal person, and nothing else happened on the first day. But then it escalated. Bill would pound on our bedroom wall from the minute we laid down to about 10 a.m. every night. We'd hardly sleep. I even laid by the wall to make sure it wasn't Tyler messing with me. One night, my upstairs neighbor came down very upset. It was super fun to try and explain to my neighbor that it wasn't us banging on the walls. It was some sort of demon asshole thing. I even brought him into my room. He saw it with his own eyes and said, "Must be a raccoon in your wall or something." Yeah, a raccoon. People really don't want to believe in ghosts, do they? It messed with us to the point where we were scared and we couldn't sleep. It would change the shower water to scalding hot, throw lit candles off counters and just do lots of annoying stuff. But things started to get worse when Tyler finally saw it. I couldn't find him. It was almost bedtime, so he was going around the house turning off the lights. I didn't see him again. "Tyler?" No response. "Tyler, where are you? Why are the lights off?" I turned the bedroom light on. He was in bed, bundled up, completely covered. "What are you doing?" He wouldn't look at me. "Tyler, I'm getting scared." I saw him. I was so scared. I couldn't explain what kind of fear I felt. "Where?" I tried comforting him. He was crying. "In the bathroom." I went to turn off the light. He was right there. He had no eyes. We both sat up in the corner of the bedroom all night. We did act like total idiots and let our friends stay the night, and they didn't believe us. We would mock it and watch it thrash around mirrors and bang the walls, and they would stare in awe. God, we were really stupid. We couldn't do this anymore. We needed help. I ended up writing to a ghost hunter show, and she wanted to fly out to film if things escalated, but we couldn't wait. In the meantime, she did refer me to some guy who I'll call Zach. We met Zach at a local diner and explained everything. He came over to the house but couldn't sense a thing. He told us it was unlikely it was a ghost, that he'd been doing it for 20 years and only once encountered one, and it was because a family member was trapped there with some voodoo stuff. He said it was likely an entity.
I still don't really understand what that means, but I knew it was real, and he gave us some directions on how to get rid of whatever it is. He told us to get salt and some other things, put them in bowls in the corner of the rooms of the house, to burn some sage, to open all the windows around us and to yell, "Get out," but to not do it lightly, no laughing, that we had to mean it. He said if anything new happened, to document it and report back to him. He told us to never acknowledge or talk about it in the house, and to never give it a name. Oops. That night, my childhood friend and boyfriend and Tyler all began the process. No one laughed. The energy around us was tense and silent. We did what we had to do and went out for pizza. These things only awoke the beast even more. We got home late and I went to the bathroom. The ball of salt had been flipped over. I was confused and went to check the others. They were all flipped over. When we left, we put the sage in a kitchen drawer. When we got home, it was shredded all over the floor, like you could do it with your bare hands or whatever. The drawer was still open. Later that night, Tyler and I were on the couch watching TV when he starts crying and pointing to the kitchen. "Look!" I didn't see anything. "He's right there, can't you see him?" No, thank God, because I don't know if my heart could handle that. As soon as Tyler would look away, he said, "Bill disappeared." He was so scared and asked me to get him a soda. I didn't want to, but I understood his fear. I walked into the kitchen and grabbed it. One of the salt bins was ripped open. Again. I don't even know how that happened. It was lying on its side. Obviously, neither of us had done it. We had both reached maximum creep out at this point. It didn't take long for everything to escalate to a point where we could no longer deal with it. So Tyler and I tried to spend as little time as possible in the apartment. Sometimes we even ended up sleeping in the car. The activity was getting insane, things being thrown, and it was simply too challenging to deal with life at this point. I'll cut a long story short here. Tyler and I got into a huge falling out. I don't want to say what it was about, but he showed his true colors, and after that, I didn't want to have anything to do with him. Tyler ended up moving out, and once he did, everything ceased. I can't make this up. It was like a weight had been lifted over me and the apartment. The ambience of it felt completely different. I had a final conversation with Zach, who told me that he was pretty sure that would happen, as he was relatively certain that the entity, whatever it was attached to Tyler. I don't know what happened to Tyler now, but I do have severe PTSD, even just remembering this. It's a bit anticlimactic, really, him leaving and everything stopping, but I am truly so grateful that it did end once he left. I could move on with my life, but I do have quite severe PTSD. I can't even watch scary stories anymore, and can't sleep without a nightlight. Who knows what Tyler did to attach that entity to him? Maybe it was always in the apartment waiting for someone to latch onto, but in any case, I'm glad that I'm free of it. Ghosts, spirits, and other bodiless entities have been an interest of mine since childhood. Among the books I often checked out from the library in my hometown back in the day, ghost stories were a sure thing to be found in my stacks. The subject has always intrigued me, though I can honestly say I never really expected to encounter any disembodied spirits myself. But boy was I wrong. Of all the unbelievable encounters that I've experienced over the years, ghosts, spirits, and shapeless entities have been a recurring thing. The first experience happened in 2012. That particular winter took a toll on my soul, it really did. Jess and I were renting an apartment located in a small town in East Tennessee. It wasn't the greatest of neighborhoods, to say the least. There were lots of drugs in and out, for sure. The entire town was pretty bad as far as I was concerned, so there wasn't much to do for it. Anywhere you rented, an apartment was just as affiliated as the next. I was deep into my studies at the time, and struggled to find work due to an injury I had sustained the year before. I basically had way too much time on my hands for thinking, and everywhere I looked, I saw drugs. The little town of Tazewell was a cesspool of needles and melted down high-grade opiates. Out of the 20-something apartments in a one-block radius from mine, well over a dozen of them were heavy drug users, thieves, liars, cheats, conmen, or low to mid-level dealers. In the year that I lived in that apartment, there were 3 deaths by overdose. Needles were involved each time. It was a thick and sickly atmosphere to live in, one that I do not miss at all and hope to never be subjected to again. And now that the background has been put out the way, let's get on to the story. It was early spring. My other half and I had both been managing a little pizza place down the road. I had just left the job a few weeks before I had this dream. Sometimes things in life happen that you can't accurately describe the importance of to others who didn't experience what was involved. This was one of those times. In my dream, I woke up in my apartment, and it looked exactly as it did in real life. I was in my bed, and so I sat up and looked around. There was a man nearby, and he looked directly at me. I could also tell that he was in a great deal of pain from the look in his eyes and the grim facial expression he wore. I should have gone to the hospital, he wailed at me without breaking eye contact. I didn't understand what he meant by this, other than obviously he felt like he should have gone to the hospital. The statement and the desperation in his voice made me take a better look at him. He was very thin, much too thin to be remotely healthy. He was tall, lanky and bony, with long dark greasy hair that looked like it hadn't been washed in ages that fell past his shoulders, with sunken eyes with dark rings round them. It was a very sad sight. I was reminded of the friends around the way, constantly strung out, constantly depressed, losing weight and looking like and feeling like crap. Bless them. He repeated his catchphrase, "I should have gone to the hospital," and then with palms up he stretched his arm out to me. Almost immediately I began to understand. A large black abscess on each arm, where the arm bends on the opposite side of the elbow. It is a preferred place people stick themselves with the needles full of drugs. This was a phantom that had overdosed. He had shot up some drugs into his veins, probably missed a few times being so messed up, which caused abscesses on each arm. He'd most likely perished from the untreated wounds. That's why he kept repeating the bit about having gone to the hospital. When I woke up from the dream, I felt sort of sick. I felt sad, very sad. It felt so real, as if he'd been sitting there in the room chatting with me. I could not shake the dream from my mind. The look of the man, the sound of his voice, the sadness and the regret. I couldn't erase the image of his pleading eyes, arms stretched out towards me, gigantic sores larger than 50-cent pieces on each arm and black as night. The experience left me with a very ghostly feeling. I was so affected by the dream of the dead man that later that day, when I was visiting one of the residents who had been living in the area for 2 decades, I couldn't help but mention it. Barb and I were good friends. She had become something like a mother to me. If I ever needed anything, she had it. It was mine without question, and that went both ways. Lovingly, I came to call her Ma, as many of those who she cared for did. We developed an unbreakable bond during those times and still share it to this day. I was sitting on her couch telling her about the dream, when halfway through it her demeanor changed slightly, and I saw her go sort of stiff. By the end of me explaining the dream, her face had gone white, and a few beads of sweat had popped up on her forehead. I told her that it had felt so real that I couldn't get past the feeling of it actually being real, as if it had happened, as if I had actually held a conversation with this man. Taking a long draw on her cigarette, eyes larger than normal behind her glasses, she looked me straight in the face and went to tell me it was more than likely to be real. A man named Marty had lived in one or more of the apartments on the block before he had passed away, not before I moved into the area. She told me that I had described the way he looked during his final months perfectly, minus the gigantic black sores on the crooks of his arms. I could barely believe what she told me. Marty had laid in the apartment for 3 days before his body was found. He had indeed overdosed and was found with a needle beside him. I was simply stunned at the news. She also let me know that he had not been a bad man, but that he had merely lost his way to drugs. A story that practically the entirety of eastern Tennessee is familiar with, due to the high volume of drug use in the region ever since the collapse of the coal industry and the good old American farm culture drying up. She went on to tell me that his daughter Katie and most of his friends had abandoned him due to his drug-fueled downward spiral months before he perished. That is when I realized that I actually knew Katie, a chipper 18-year-old girl I had worked with only a few weeks ago at the pizza place in town, where I had been the manager. She had even mentioned being distanced from her drug-using father shortly before his death, and I recalled making the connection. I was sort of shocked at the coincidence, and then began to think that it was perhaps no coincidence after all. I think Marty may have somehow felt his daughter's energy through me, or for some other unknown reason believed I may have helped him move on perhaps. Ma and I discussed this, and I decided to try something I had only dabbed with a few times. I would perform some recording attempting to contact Marty, and play back the footage in the hopes of discovering some EVP. I returned to my apartment, and using my cell phone for a recording device, I walked around, lighting candles in each room and burning incense. I turned on several electronics including lights, space heaters and a TV, and did this in the hopes of providing a bit of energy that a ghost may be able to use in order to charge. I remember hearing that spirits could possibly manifest with the help of excess electricity. I stood in the center of the largest room in the house, which was the living room, and began to question thin air. Is there anyone here? Do any spirits want to show themselves? Walking from room to room, stopping near some electronics or under lights, I repeated the questions and phrases. I finished up my attempts to capture some sort of EVP with a heavy heart. I hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary the entire time, and haven't heard anything that sounded like a reply. No bumps, kicks or anything. To my not-so-great surprise, as I listened back over the recording of my inquiry, my ears picked up nothing but the soft white noise of static. After about 15 or 16 minutes into it, I heard a voice that was clear as a bell utter a single word. Marty. As I played the EVP for several people who had no idea about my dream or my interest in Marty, each one of them heard the same voice say the same thing. Marty. After playing the recording for several people, all of which confirmed what I believed I heard, I was left with absolutely zero doubt that he was indeed trapped in my apartment. So shortly after capturing the EVP and discussing the situation further with Ma, who had personally known him, I decided to perform a ritual of sorts to help him move on. Whether or not my attempts to help him accept his fate and forgive himself in order to move on were a success or not, I can't say for sure. But I never heard from him or dreamed of him again. And I also noticed, soon after, that part of the overwhelming depression I associated with the neighborhood was gone too. My next story. In the summer of 2008, several years before encountering the ghost of Marty, I had found myself and several companions in East Tennessee, renting an apartment on the 3rd floor of a building on the town's old main street. The building we were in had been the original general store of the town in the 1800s. It was an interesting area of the town, if you're into history. Within 2 or 3 blocks from the apartment there must have been more than half a dozen antique shops in buildings that had long since become antiques themselves. I was working as a manager at a local restaurant, and was gone a lot of the time. My best friend Sean worked with me, and was gone a lot of the time as well. Our other 2 roommates at the time were in between jobs, and so spent a great deal more time alone in the apartment. They would tell Sean and I strange stories about the apartment that I didn't know if either one of us believed at first. They would say things like how they had heard the front door open and close by itself when it had been locked with a key and deadbolt. They said they would hear footsteps from the front door leading to the bathroom, or from the bathroom to one of the bedrooms. Supposedly they would even hear voices as well. Twice they told us that they had been in the bathroom and heard the front door unlock and open and then close, footsteps approaching the bathroom, and then actually had a conversation with one of us through the door, thinking that we had come back home early. And then supposedly, when they came out of the bathroom, no one would be there, and the door to the apartment would still be locked. I believed something was happening, but didn't quite believe the stories about them talking to someone or something through the bathroom door or bedroom door after hearing it unlock the front door lock and deadbolt and just waltz right into our apartment like it lived there. Well, like it was me. Sean was a skeptic too. At this point he did not particularly care for either of our or other two roommates, past the basic level of mutual respect, but put up with it for my sake. Needless to say, he was not putting much stock into what they were saying. One day, I was off work with Jess while Sean and the other roommates were at work and had walked across town for one reason or another. We had locked the door when we left, and it was locked when we returned, but the living room was completely discombobulated. Books and papers on the floor, other items knocked on their sides or laying at odd angles, and yet other things had definitely been rearranged with what appeared to be great care. The oddest thing to me was that the couch cushions were all standing/leaning together in a strange manner, stacked in the shape of a W. The coffee table and another piece of furniture were also moved but showed no signs of damage. No one else had a key to the apartment at the time, including Sean and the other roommate. I was the only one who had the key, and I had locked the door for sure. Shortly after the couch cushion incident, I was at the local library on a day off, again with Jess. After browsing around a bit and picking up a few books, we headed to the front desk to check them out. I don't recall exactly how the conversation came up, but Jess and the somewhat elderly librarian began discussing our apartment. She said she knew where it was because her niece had lived there but had moved out because she believed it to be haunted. That she would hear voices, footsteps, and had even come home to discover the couch cushions standing at weird angles and things in the living room rearranged. I couldn't believe it. She had just validated the experiences my roommates, as well as myself, had had. A month or two passed from the time of the library trip, and I was coming home from work late one night, around midnight, and was dead tired. I had walked from the store to get some fresh air and wake up a bit after my long shift. It was only a mile or so, but I was exhausted. I pulled open the front door of the building and started up the old steps to the 3rd floor, after fantasizing about sitting down and taking my shoes off and just relaxing. About halfway up the stairs, though, a sinister feeling began creeping up my spine. Now, I am not afraid of the dark, but at that moment I wished the hallway had better light, as the only illumination in the staircase was cast from a single light bulb at the opposite end of the hallway. I reached the 3rd floor landing, and as soon as I did, something jumped out at me from the shadow. A black shadow, in the shape of a full-grown man. In hindsight, if you placed a black silhouette, like people used for landscaping, in the corner, there atop the stairs, it would have been of a comparable size and colour to what I actually saw, I'm sure. The shadow thing wasted no time rushing towards me from within a dark little nook in front of the apartment number 3, the first one at the top of the odd stairs. But by the time it should have ran into me though, it simply vanished right back into thin air. Jess had mentioned seeing a shadow man in that long dark hallway multiple times. I assumed, in about a second, that I had just encountered him. That said, I never saw it again, and we ended up moving not very long after that too, so who knows what else I may have experienced given the time to do so. I have many other encounters with ghosts and spirits and such entities. Marty and the haunted apartment in the old general store in Tennessee are more than adequate examples of why I believe in ghosts. Let's see what you make of this next encounter, though. The monster in Alice's bedroom. I spent the first part of 2016 at my parents' house in Kentucky, going to school. I was a student in South New Hampshire University. It was during this time that I had a couple of very strange experiences. One, including a possible poltergeist, or even some sort of alien presence. The other, involving the infamous Black Triangle. These two events happened within days of each other, and I have reason to believe that the two incidences are directly related, which is an interesting story in itself. The first of the two bizarre encounters occurred one day when my family and I agreed to switch up the sleeping arrangements in the house. I would be taking the first bedroom atop the stairs, which was my old bedroom. For the past 4 or 5 years, the bedroom had been occupied by Alice. There was nothing strange about the arrangement or any particular reason to expect the situation that would soon unfold. After unpacking a few things and setting up my computer, I piddled around the room for a few hours before deciding to call it a night. A few minutes later, as I relaxed in bed, I was violently rocked from my thoughts of school, of loved ones, and of the future, as one corner post after the other of the old wooden bed lifted up and slammed back down with enormous speed and force. For a moment I couldn't understand what was happening. I thought maybe it was an earthquake, even though they are unheard of in Kentucky, and nothing else seemed to be shaking or moving but me in the bed. The bed continued to buck up and down, throwing me in the air several times, and scaring the hell out of me, until it stopped a few seconds after it began. Although if you ever experience something of that manner, you will more than likely agree that the seconds seems like minutes, as your brain races to connect some sane conclusion about what is actually happening. The entire experience was probably anywhere from 3 to 5 seconds. However, in that seemingly short amount of time, each of the bed's corner posts had come up and down at least a couple of dozen times each. You can imagine how fast and bumpy the ride was. To add to the strangeness of it all, the moment the bed stopped bouncing and tossing me around, the eyes landed on the closest door, which just had a crack in it. The closet door. The hair on my arms immediately raised, my skin pricked up, and I got goosebumps. I had closed that door just a few hours earlier, when I had finished unpacking my stuff. I distinctly remember pulling the door shut after placing a half-empty box on the shelf inside and turning the light off. How it had opened, and what that may indicate, I will never know. That said, I do know how unnerving the closet door being open was to me, considering the bed had just done the impossible. Who knows what else could be possible? The bogeyman in the closet? The monsters under the bed? To be fair, it had felt as if a giant hand gripped the bed and jolted it around as a toddler may do, with the bed in a dollhouse. Perhaps monsters were real. At any rate, the experience did not end there. The next night, an equally odd and unnerving circumstance befell me, the whole again preparing for bed. This night, my second night in my old bedroom, I had been listening to something on YouTube, and eyeballing the closet from time to time, which makes what happens even freakier. Eventually, as I felt as if I may be able to drift to sleep, which is not the easiest thing to do as I suffer from chronic pain, and removed my earbuds, wrapped them around my phone and set it to the side. After making sure the charger was connected properly, and I wouldn't wake up to a dead phone, I laid back in the bed, pulled the covers up to my chest, flexed my toes and prepared for a good night's sleep. No sooner did I finish stretching, did my body tense back up in shock and disbelief, as the bed once again launched me into the air and back down. This time it wasn't the entire bed bouncing and shaking front to back and side to side though, but 3 extremely hard and forceful thumps against the wooden footboard just inches from my feet. The knocking was so powerful that it rattled the wooden bed frame, and I again came several inches up and off the mattress, like I had the night before, as the foot of the bed lifted a foot or more so from the floor and slammed down 3 times. I imagined an invisible giant standing at the end of my bed, and a field goal kicking the footboard with every ounce of his strength that he could muster, because that's genuinely how it felt. I also again felt the presence of some unseen force, be it entity, creature, or otherwise. I am sure that I was not alone. Something had damn sure knocked the hell out of my bed 2 nights in a row. I'm positive there was something there. What it was, on the other hand, I will never know. Or want to know, for that matter. It wasn't until the next morning, after both occurrences had taken place, that I remembered Alice's regular complaints of scary monsters visiting her room at night and terrifying her. Her stories went mostly ignored though, as I believed my mum more than likely knew deep down that there may have been some truth to it all, with something visiting her room in the dead of night, which happens to be one of my earliest memories, and is an eyebrow-raising encounter on its own, one that left my mum with a deep fear of alien-like beings to this very day. As far as Alice's monsters, I believe they were real. Whether it was her monsters or not, something definitely wanted my attention when I took over her bedroom, and they got it. The experience I shared with Alice, whether it be monsters or otherwise, I can't really say. But what I can say is that it could have been caused by an angry spirit, maybe even a poltergeist. Who knows?
One night, my grandmother was driving, and she came up upon an intersection. She had the right of way, so was just going to keep driving, but suddenly, a bright white figure darted in front of her, causing her to slam on the brakes. She was shocked, and took a moment to look around for whatever did that, but nothing was there. Not a moment later, an 18-wheeler came barreling through the intersection. If whatever figure did not dart in front of my grandmother's car, she would have likely been killed instantly by this 18-wheeler. My own story is on the scarier side of the paranormal. I was about 10 years old and had just moved into a new room in the house. I was super happy to have a bigger room, but I had always avoided sleeping in it when it was a playroom for some reason. The first night I found out why. As I lay in bed that first night unable to sleep, I began to see some sort of figure standing in the corner of the room right near the light switch. It was a very vague humanoid shape, but that's all I could make out. I stared at it all night until I was finally exhausted enough to fall asleep. Over time I kept seeing the figure standing in the same spot unmoving. As time would go on, the figure became more defined. After about 3 years of seeing this figure almost nightly in my room, I was able to see it clearly. She had a very feminine figure, but was very tall. She had shoulder-length hair that was straight and fell over her face, and abnormally long arms that reached down to her knees. Her fingers were long and sharp, almost as if they were blades, and reached down to the floor. She had no color to her, just a mass of pure darkness. Most nights she would be staring into the corner, and these nights I felt fine. I felt no bad emotions coming from her at all. Some nights she would be looking at me, but I couldn't see her eyes. These nights I would feel uneasy and struggle to sleep, but nothing scary ever really happened. When I was about 16 was when things got scary and borderline violent. One night when she was facing me, I caught a glimpse of her eyes. I froze up completely. Her eyes were piercing and pure blood red. What I felt that night was pure hatred and malice towards me. This was the first time since she started appearing where I couldn't sleep, until I passed out from exhaustion. She didn't move at me at all, thankfully. After that night, things changed. The shelf in her corner would always have things moved around. Sometimes she would wake me up by throwing things from the shelf on the ground. Eventually, she even tried throwing things directly at me, but she never left her corner. One night when I was 17, I saw her move for the first time. It was one of the bad nights where she would throw things at me, and I woke up to a book hitting the wall dangerously close to me. I immediately looked up to where she would be standing, and saw her slowly but surely lifting her spindly arm to point at me with her blade-like finger. The emotions I felt in that moment were all over the place: fear, anger, sadness, malice, and all sorts of negativity. It overwhelmed me to the point of passing out. When I woke up after that, it was dark, and the negativity was just as intense. That's when I noticed she had moved from the corner entirely.
She was standing above me by the side of my bed. I even tried to scream and run away, to punch her, but I couldn't move. All I could do was cry. I don't remember how I got out of the situation. The next week I slept on the couch in the living room. I tried to go back to sleep in my room after a week, but she was still there. She never got that intense again after that night. Eventually, I went to college, but when I came back for home breaks, she was no longer there, and I haven't seen her since I turned 18. Let's keep it that way. About a week and a half ago, I was stopping by my house with a friend to pick up something I had forgotten. It was pretty late on a Saturday night, maybe 11 p.m. And while we were driving away, my friend looked towards my bedroom window and then turned to me to ask, "When did you get a white cat?" I don't own a white cat. The only cat that he could have seen was my cat who lives in my bedroom, but he's completely black. As soon as I told my friend that we don't have a white cat, he began to get freaked out and told me he saw a white cat in my window. Later, when we were in my room again, I wanted some clarification on this. White cat? Because I was having trouble believing him, and I asked my friend, could it have been a cat outline, maybe the curtain? And he replied, no, because I made eye contact and it was watching us drive away. My friend's hesitancy to even go back to my house provided for some convincing, along with the fact that he seemed to have made eye contact with the thing. I later spoke to my mom about the incident, and she appeared to have a decently thorough explanation. My black cat used to have a brother who died about a year ago from kidney failure. While this cat was still alive, he took care of my black cat, treated him as how a brother should treat a younger, weird runt of a sibling. Also, this cat was primarily white. He had a white coat with some black splotches on his back, solid black paws, and a spotch of black on his face. As my mum's explanation went, my cat was probably visiting his older brother, and that's the cat my friend saw. However, my friend said that the cat he saw didn't have black spots on its face, so he either just didn't see it, or the cat didn't have it. Another experience related to this is one night when my girlfriend was over, she exclaimed to have felt something at the foot of the bed. She explained this to me the following morning so that I wouldn't freak out, because she knew this whole ghost cat thing was sketching me out. But anyway, she described that it felt like a cat was curled up at the foot of the bed, at the corner, which wouldn't normally be weird because that's where my cat normally sleeps, except that my cat was next to us, not at the foot of the bed. She said that her foot bumped into a spot that felt like there was pressure, as if something was sitting there. She tested it again by lifting the blanket with her foot to see if she could move it from where this thing happened to be sitting, but something was holding the blanket down. At that point she got freaked out. So yeah, there's my long story about our ghost cat visitations. It's not necessarily scary, but nevertheless, it's an experience that takes a lot of courage to believe. I think a cat was haunting our old place. I never owned the cat that's haunting us. My mailman has seen it as well as other neighbors, and he commented on what a gorgeous big marmalade cat we had that he saw at the window when he dropped off the mail, and wanted to know if said kitty was a boy, because he had a girl getting fixed soon and was considering having a litter before the procedure. We told him we have a tuxedo kitty and a tortoiseshell kitty, no large marmalade. I think we hurt his feelings and he thought we were lying. He wasn't the same to us after that. My neighbors have complimented the big bright orange cat in the window. We know the previous owners never had cats, only dogs. My brother lives in another town, and when visiting him I actually saw the damn thing and thought it was real. I saw it and my first logical thought was, hey, where the hell is the litter box? If he has a cat, he'd have one, and food. I was convinced his carpets were going to go to crap and mentioned that when he came out the shower. He looked at me like I had 3 heads. I found out later from a girl who stayed that she saw it once as well. So did it follow me from my home to my brother's? We have no info on the people who lived there previously. No one in my family has ever owned a cat like that, and I only saw it the once, but people still see it on occasion. Oh, and having crazy tortoise shells We have no clue if the live kitties interact with the dead kitties, because they are notoriously nuts. My mum used to take in strays and try to find homes for them, but it got pretty out of hand at one point. The neighbour's dog, who was always outside and no one took care of, spread fleas to my mum's dog, which infected all the cats she was caring for. It was so bad and overwhelmed the cats that they never wanted to be on the floor, despite the fact that she had been trying desperately to get the problem under control. One night, one of the cats must have been sitting on the top of the kitchen cabinets and jumped down, somehow turning on the stove and causing the kitchen to catch fire. My mum almost died, and none of the cats survived. So last night, after I put the kids to bed, I went downstairs to smoke a cig in the kitchen. I swear I could hear a cat grooming itself and walking on the hardwood floor. I called to my cat and shook the chain on the laser pointer as he loves that thing, but nothing. I brushed it off until I kept hearing it. Finally, before I went back to bed, I called my cat one more time and could hear his bell jingling as he ran down the stairs. It freaked me out a little bit, and certainly was weird. According to my girlfriend, who has a really hard time believing in anything supernatural, her sister has been haunted since she was a child. Everything from seeing a small child run in front of the TV, multiple people seeing the same tall man lurking in the dark, to a light bulb exploding in her bedroom and the door slamming and locking itself. The light in that room stopped working, and every electrician they hired couldn't figure out what was wrong. At the time of this story, they were in the process of moving out of the house and had no furniture left in it. Fortunately for my curiosity and the relevance of this story, she was also in the room. At this point, only me and one other person who I thoroughly trusted were in this room, holding a Ouija board, specifically the planchette, and I trusted him enough not to move it. So I asked if there was anything following her that might want to speak. My girlfriend's sister freaked out for a second and made it very clear that she did not want to be a part of this at all, but then the planchette moved to yes. We asked it a few more questions. Will you speak to us? Will you stay with us if she leaves the room? No. How old are you? 9. The question was very confusing because according to every person in the family, they'd all seen a very tall man. Does that mean she was 9 when you started following her? Yes, it replied. At this point, she noped out the room. The moment she stepped out, the planchette straight moved to goodbye, and we couldn't speak to it anymore. But then I had a great idea. Let's take the Ouija board to her house and try it there. We convinced that poor girl to come with us on the condition that she would be able to put in her headphones and drown out whatever we were saying. She didn't want to have anything to do with it. We arrived at the house and set up the board on a small island counter in the kitchen. We waited to turn the lights off, so she retreated to the kitchen pantry with another person and turned the lights on in there. Can we speak to the entity we spoke with at the last house? Yes. Are you the same entity following her around? Yes. At this point I wanted proof. I wanted something solid that I could take away from this experience and say without a doubt that there is something beyond our understanding and point to this as proof, at least to myself. Will you move something in this room? No. Will you move something if I am the only one in this room? No. Will you move something if she was the only one here? Yes. Then I had an idea. It was crucial that nobody in the pantry hear what I was about to say, so I say it very quietly. Could you shut the pantry light off? There was a very uncomfortable silence as the other people around me waited to see what would happen. The planchette began to move to yes, but it dragged off the board and towards the pantry. There was a loud slam in the pantry. The lights went out, and everyone inside screamed and fell out. The next moment was one of panic, confusion, and, at least for me, achievement. Whatever the hell had just happened in that pantry was exactly what I had been looking for. Something real that I could point to and say, this is how I know. After the two had caught their breath, they both told me that there was a wooden board on the top shelf leaning against the wall. According to them, the board flipped out of the wall and slammed the shelf, flipping onto the floor. If I remember correctly, it hit one of them and left a bruise. They weren't sure how the lights went out. One possibility is that in a panic to leave the room, one of them bumped against the light switch, but the moment had been too chaotic to really tell beyond a doubt why the lights switched off. 70% of the group was ready to no pound, but there were a few of us, including myself, that wanted to bring the board into the room that had the most activity. It was the same room with that light bulb that had exploded, the same room that the dogs would never go near, and the same room that children would avoid looking at when they passed. Me and two others decided to use the board there. Upon walking into the room, it felt like a heavy blanket had been laid upon me. It felt like the sinking feeling when the love of your life tells you to piss off. It was almost hard to breathe, like when your bathroom fills up with steam, except it was very cold. Me and the other two sat down and started asking questions, except there was something very different. Before, the planchette had been moving slowly and deliberately across the board, but now it was moving so fast that it would almost fly off the board. In fact, at one point, it slipped out from under my fingers and kept going. The last question we asked is what its name was. It began to spell out G-O-D. And at this point, two other people noped out and left the board immediately. I told it we had to go and moved it to goodbye. When we left the room, we found out that the other girl that had been in the pantry had to leave the house and was throwing up outside. When I asked her why, she said that the air had felt so heavy that she began getting nauseous. This experience was, without a doubt, the most terrifying and exhilarating of my life. It was exactly what I was looking for and more. However, one thing stuck with me that is more terrifying than anything else, even the slamming board in the pantry, the implications of which still send a wave of terror down my back at every thought. Just before I left the room, I asked if it would be willing to stay with me if she went home. It said yes.
When I was 10, I was in bed with my back to the door and suddenly felt something standing in my bedroom staring at my back. I'd never felt scared in that room before, but in that moment there was no doubt something was in there with me. I was frozen in sheer terror and couldn't move. Dead silence. Just me and whatever it was, and after a few minutes I screamed bloody murder for my dad, who came running into the room. As soon as he opened the door, he asked me, "What was that?" Every once in a while, one of us would bring it up. It never happened after that. This one is a little banal, but it is just as real. A few years ago, I moved into a 4-bedroom home. One of the bedrooms always had a vibe to it, nothing bad, just definitely a sad place. The rest of the house was fine, but me and one of the kids stayed out of that room whenever possible. When she was about 8, out of the blue she asked me who died in the room. I told her it felt like a dog, and she said, "I was thinking that. Somebody loved him." I also want to add that my dad had the house blessed by a priest around then. I can't recall if he did it before or after, but the point is, the blessing didn't take. My parents split up when I was a kid, and I went to my father's new home when I was something like 15. I'm 30 now. This house had quite a story, and my father as well. I don't really know if there's an equivalent in English, but there was a magnesteur, a healer. To be honest, I grew up with a lot of doubts about his gift, but he actually helped a lot of people, so I went along with it. He claimed several times he had the capacity to sense the souls around him. He would also talk about his guides. He was a believer. A lot more than I. I generally think most stories are interesting, but probably nonsense. Anyway, he brought the house. That was almost in ruins. He brought it from a friend of the village he was in, as we grew up in the countryside of France in the Berry.
It was a particularly renowned village because many artists and potters lived there. It was a big business. Well, apparently the previous owner was a potter too, but an eccentric one. He made an entire wall on the house with clay pots mounted on it. I heard he was buried in this village, and he eventually killed himself in this very house. His spouse didn't want to sell it to any other potters because she thought that they were responsible for his death, so she sold it to my father. When I came in the first time, I just felt like being in an old country house without anything special. The stone floor was cold, there was a big wood stove, and my father made a mezzanine in front of his bedroom. It was a house for one person, with a living room mixed with the kitchen, a bathroom on the east, and his waiting room, or consultation room for his healing sessions on the west, and just the bedroom upstairs with the mezzanine that I would sleep in. We spent a few hours in the living room first. I was walking a bit, and at some point I thought I saw something by the window. It was just in the corner of my eye, but I was sure I saw something. I went to see what it was, and my father just said, "Oh, you saw him too?" Then he told me about the guy and his story. He told me several other experiences. One especially stuck with me. When he was taking the measures to install the new windows, he heard something telling him, "Tu t'es trompé," as in, you made a mistake. He quickly dismissed it, and thought that it had just been in his head. Then he went to order his windows, and indeed there was a mistake. He had other experiences like things falling, voices, or generally the feeling that he wasn't alone, but I guess it's not exactly the most authentic proof. A few weeks later, I went to sleep on his mezzanine. Actually, I couldn't sleep because my father, in his bedroom, snores like a bear. It was like 2 a.m., and not being able to sleep at all when I heard something downstairs. The front door opened, while I knew it was locked. At first I felt scared, but mostly because I thought someone was housebreaking. But then, when I heard something, I became even more frightened. There were footsteps. It sounded like they were barefoot. I could tell someone was walking downstairs, dragging their feet. So at some point I had to verify, and I slowly walked to the stairs and stuck my head out to see if there was anyone there. And I saw a foot out of the shadow, a pale, naked foot in front of the first step. I was completely petrified. I don't know how long I saw it for, but at some point it turned back, and I quickly went to bed. I heard the steps again, but I didn't hear the door this time. A few hours later, I managed to have the courage to dress and go downstairs. The door was closed, the wood stove was off, and the living room was extremely cold. And just when I went to verify if the door was locked, I heard more steps, so I ran upstairs again. The next morning I told my father about it, and he just laughed. "Yeah, he comes visiting sometimes, he's probably just testing you." My father thinks I also have gifts like him, but I honestly don't believe it. At least I don't want to. I know I was completely sober when I experienced that night. It just made me think a lot about it. Anyway, my father still lives in the house, but apparently he doesn't have much more paranormal activity than that. He says the previous owner probably got bored and moved on. Occasionally when he tells the story, I think the guy was probably really bored that time I saw him. In any case, let's not meet again, spooky ghost. My granddad used to live in a cottage which had something in it. Cliché things would happen. The piano would play random keys at night, the decorative plates would move, the cat would hiss randomly at the same spot in the house. The strangest thing was a door between the master bedroom and the small box room, my room whenever I stayed there. For some reason, the door in between the two rooms would always be open in the morning. Now, my granddad and grandma were quite private people and liked to have that door shut when I would stay. My granddad would always tell me off for opening it in the night, even though I swear I hadn't. So one night we talked about it, and I suggested putting something in front of the door so it couldn't open easily. Great, good idea. So my granddad took some books and stacked them in front of the door so they wouldn't open that easy, or not without making a lot of noise anyway. We said goodnight, and off to bed we went. The next morning the books are still standing up, but the door's open. We were obviously freaked out. The next night he did the same, books in front of the doors and off to bed. In the morning all of the books were knocked over. Some had even been put in different rooms of the house, and some were in the shed, some 50 meters away. After my grandparents had moved out, they found some records in a local church about the house. Apparently, a girl had been pushed down the stairs by her mother and died. They believed this was what was causing things to happen. The husband of the couple that moved in after them had had a heart attack 3 weeks after moving in, after being supposedly happy and healthy. When I was 7, my great-grandpa died of natural causes. Now keep in mind, I was a total slob as a child, never cleaning up after myself. I wake up one day in a half-asleep daze a few weeks after the funeral, and I see my great-grandpa putting away all my clean clothes that were on the floor the night before. He says, "Hey, sweetie, go back to bed. I'm just cleaning." I wake up for the second time a few hours later. I walk over to where he was standing and see all my clothes that were on the floor had been neatly put away in my dresser. I asked my mum if she had done that, and she said no, and her jaw dropped when I told her what I saw. My next spooky experience was when I was 8. My cousin died from a collision with a semi, as her car lost control on black ice. About a month or so passed, and I put in grief counseling because my young brain couldn't process such an early violent death. One morning at my grandma's again, I wake up in a half-asleep daze, and she's on her knees on the floor smiling at me. She said, "When you're ready, I have the kids' table set up for some tea, okay?" I don't remember if or how I reacted, but I blinked and she was gone. I didn't go back to sleep this time. The kids' table was set up with cups and pretend drinks and teapots. I asked my grandma if she did this, and she said no. This third story is more tame, but it still freaked me out. My dad died when I was 19, and his ashes were separated between me, my sister, and my brother. Maybe a week into having his ashes, the lights in my apartment began to flicker non-stop. We tried changing the bulbs, calling maintenance to fix it, but nothing worked. I texted my sister and asked her if she had anything weird happen since receiving his ashes. She had the same problem with her lights, and she'd never experienced it in her house. But I knew it's frowned upon to contact the dead, but the flickering lights were annoyingly no end. I said out loud, "If you're here, Dad, could you please give me any other sign that doesn't involve messing with my stuff?" I then got a knock on my bedroom door at 2 a.m. I was home alone, and the security footage showed no sign of a break-in. My final story was at my mum's house. It's haunted too. We've had ghosts since we moved in when I was a kid. There are very clear footsteps coming from the upstairs all the time, and this arse of a ghost likes to slam open and shut kitchen cupboards, Paranormal Activity 2 style. Some ghosts, I guess, are just inconsiderate. This only happened to me once, but left an impression on me. My father and his brother Gary were lifelong dairy farmers in central Wisconsin. We lived close by, and labor was traded during harvest. As I got older, he would send me saying, "You have to go help at Gary's today." I grew up and took over the farm, and Cousin Mike took over for his father Gary. Gary died about 15 years ago. Mike sold the dairy herd and found other employment, and I rented his land. My father passed away in 2013. In 2014, I sold the dairy herd. It was an October night in Wisconsin. My cousin Mike started a fire in the wood-fired furnace in the basement and went to bed. His sister had just gotten out of a bad relationship and was living there too. She arrived home from her job at midnight, added some wood to the furnace and went to bed too. Transitioning over to all crops. In the fall of 2015, I was driving around the state, looking at used equipment. What I told everyone is this: passing through the nearest large town, about 25 miles away, I decided to stop and get a meal. Seeing a movie playing that I wanted to see, I stopped to see it, then stopped at a local bar and had a few soft drinks before returning home. Passing by his place on the way home at 3 a.m., I saw flames coming out of the chimney and smoke coming from outside the basement door. I dialed 911 and ran in yelling for them to get up, but there was very little smoke in the stairs of the house. Mike and I went downstairs and found an area about 3 square feet above the furnace on fire. We put it out with a fire extinguisher and mortar. The fire department arrived to put out the chimney fire. There was very little smoke damage to the house and minimal repairs, but a few more minutes and the fire would have burnt up into the kitchen. The truth is, I got home about 10:30 p.m. and went to bed. Sometime a little before 3 a.m., my father, wearing his bib overalls, something he never wore after retirement, opened my room door, turned on the light and said, "Get up. You have to go and help out at Gary's." I remember saying, "In the morning." He then put on his most authoritative voice and said, "No, right now." I sat up bolt upright in bed. My room door was open, the light was on, and the hallway light was on. I tried to brush it off as my imagination, but I knew I had closed the door and turned off the lights. Knowing with the adrenaline rush and doubts that I would not get back to sleep, I decided to dress and check on Mike's place, and that is when I saw the fire and smoke. Like I said, I've never told anyone the truth, from the fear that no one would have believed me. Just a little thing to add, my father actually died in this very house. My husband does not believe in the paranormal. Me, on the other hand, does, to the point of knocking on walls to get the ghosts to come out and play. One evening I went out quickly to pick up some dinner for me and my husband before a friend came over. While I was at the place and ordering, they didn't have what he wanted, so I called him. He answered the phone and sounded off. He asked me to come home quick because something happened. I go into panic mode and I could hear the distress in his voice. After some badgering, I made him tell me what happened. I have a little shadow box with a small porcelain bisque doll mounted in it called Frozen Charlotte. There is a creepy story behind the dolls, and I bought it for the creep factor. I firmly believe the doll and shadow box are not haunted. Apparently, as my husband was chilling in the living room waiting for me, the shadow box launched at him from the small hallway and the way where it was hung into the living room where he was sitting. It was a very far distance for it to travel. He got really spooked and went outside to have a cigarette when I called. I was a little creeped out but more curious and envious that he got to have the ghost throw something at his head and I didn't. I got our food and headed home. While I was on my way home, he was outside and our friend showed up. They both go into the house to see the kitchen was an absolute disaster. Every drawer was open, cabinets, and the trash that sits in front of one drawer was tipped over. The drawer in question is where I keep kitchen linens. It was open with all the towels, tablecloths, and placement mats strewn over the place. My husband said to our friend, "It wasn't like this earlier." So I come home and my friend is standing on our back stoop and is like, "Come inside and see." I was pretty shocked. The place was pretty messy, as my husband was freaked out. I put the food down and started cleaning, put the towels back into the bottom drawer and shoved the drawer closed. The drawer is super old and isn't on runners or anything, it won't close. I sigh and heave the thing out because I thought a towel or something got trapped behind it. I was right, but it wasn't a towel. It was a small plastic baggie, and inside it had a bit of paper and a string tied around it. I'd never seen this thing before, and was no idea what it was. So I open the baggie and untie the teeny tiny package and find some herbs. My friend almost gleefully says, "That is weed," and true enough I took a whiff and it was. The paper looked like a tea bag, as the string the whole thing package was wrapped up in, and it looked like a tea bag string. The amount of weed could have covered a nickel, so it wasn't much. We don't usually keep weed in the house, and if we do, it's usually in a joint. The conclusion I have is that this ghost was looking for the weed, because there's no other explanation for me. I don't believe my husband would stage this, as you can't fake his reaction. He was pale as a ghost and shaking terribly.
Plus, as he was hanging up on the phone, my friend was coming up the driveway and saw him. I doubt there would have been enough time to stage the scene, as it were. We haven't had any other things happen like that, with the exception of the ghost that lives in the bathroom. But that is a story for another day. In order to tell you this story, I have to go back many years before it. My grandma bought a house in Salt Lake City in a suburb in the 1960s, after her and my grandpa had their first child together, and she believes the home had been haunted since day one. She says that even though it was clear early on that something was in the house, she never felt that she needed to leave. She said it was her home now, and that whoever was there was welcome to stay as long as they understood and appreciated the rules. Other than one story, it appears that all ghostly residents at Grandma's house followed the rules and never gave her a reason to evict them. Over the years, Grandma welcomed more children to the home, and it became a safe haven for my entire family. The home is a one-story home with a downstairs living area. The upstairs has a living room, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. The kitchen leads to a set of stairs leading to the basement with 3 or 4 rooms. We use the home for most family gatherings, and many of us have used it as a temporary residence once or twice. Much of the family has experienced something unusual in the home, and it's commonly blamed on the ghosts. 2 of my grandma's stories are the reason that I have one of my own. My grandpa died in 1999. Several months after his death, my grandma was in her kitchen doing the dishes. She felt a strange feeling come over her, like she needed to leave the house. She later attributed the feeling to my grandpa warning her of danger. Before she could even finish her thought, she had a sensation that something very strong was grabbing her from behind and trying to force her downstairs. She couldn't see anyone, but she felt something powerful try to force her. She states she fought the power very hard and managed to make it to her kitchen table. She sat at the table and held onto it, while this violent entity pulled and groped her, but she would not let go. Finally it stopped and no one was there. The house was again silent and peaceful. She said she'd never been so scared in all her life. My grandma is a tough old lady, but you could tell this really shook her deeply. While telling me this story at the same kitchen table, she told me of a little ghost girl that lives in her basement, or she may not. She said the little girl likes to play pranks on people, like pulling the blankets off while people are sleeping, or hiding things in the house. Grandma says she knew it was the girl because of the laughter. She would giggle mischievously, so she knew it was her. She seemed peaceful, and like she just wanted someone to play with. One day my mom was doing laundry downstairs while she was living there during her separation from my dad, and she says that she saw what appeared to be the hazy outline of a tiny person. She says that she said hello with a nervous laugh, and then the haze disappeared. To this point, I had never experienced anything scary or ghostly in the home. After hearing the stories, I was creeped out, being in any room alone, but still nothing more than a spooky feeling and an embarrassing sprint up the stairs every time it happened. Again to that point now. Flash forward a few years to the exact same kitchen table, only subtract my grandma and add my mother and 2 of my friends, Brad and Ashley. We're all sitting around talking and planning out our evening. My friends and I had no money, so we settled into an evening at Grandma's house with my mum. Not exactly my idea of fun. At one point we began telling ghost stories, and my mum and I decided to tell my friends about the house of horrors that we were currently sitting in. My mum told me about the little girl. She too had an experience with her, so it made sense for my mum to tell it. The girl's story was met with enjoying but disbelieving eyes, so when it was my turn to tell about Grandma's dishes incident with the little girl, I was not surprised to see the same reaction on my friends' faces. The "I call BS" look. Next, as if almost on cue, the cheap yet expensive-looking chandelier that hung above my grandma's table exploded. I'm not talking about a blown bowl. I'm talking about 4 light bulbs actually exploding. Glass went everywhere. After a few moments of looking around at each other, we all decided we needed to leave. After tripping all over each other in an attempt to save ourselves, we managed to make it outside safely. We all left the house within minutes. My mum went home, and my friends and I got intoxicated. The ghostly pyrotechnics were of course the talk of the evening. Even now I recall this as being the most spooked out I've ever been, as we discussed what happened with some other friends we met up with that night. I began to notice that familiar BS look on their faces, but needless to say, Brad and Ashley believed.
In preschool, I would always hang out with a girl named Alex. She was my best friend at the time, and I would always go home and tell my mum what Alex and I did that day. But my mum got worried because I told her Alex would always wear the same clothes to school every day. At a parent-teacher conference, my mum brought in clothes for Alex, but my teacher said that they didn't have an Alex at the class, but they had noticed that I was talking to someone who wasn't there. One of the teachers told us about how there was an Alex in class last year, but she had died of cancer, if I remember correctly. A brain-related disease, and she brought out a picture of Alex, and I confirmed that was my friend that I'd been talking to. We got paranormal experts involved in everything, and they suggested that I told Alex that I couldn't play with her anymore to prevent her from getting too attached to me. So I did, and I never saw Alex again after that. Most of what I know of the story is what my parents told me, but I vividly remember Alex. It's nothing that scares me. It's pretty cool really that I was the one she decided to hang out with at her old preschool. I grew up with a strange mum. We don't really talk anymore. She was a paranormal investigator while I was growing up. There are loads of stories there. When I was about 3, there is video footage of me coming downstairs as angry as I could be. Not a temper tantrum, pissed. In the video I kept yelling at my mum that they won't let me play with my toys. She tried to ask me who, and I just kept angrily yelling, telling her that they wouldn't let me play with my toys. We didn't get a cat until I was 4 before that, and there was some kind of cat creature in the house. I had seen it in my mother's closet once. Another time I remember being awoken in the middle of the night by a cat yowling in my playroom, which is the next room over, and I could see a shadow under the door before I opened it and heard a hiss. Upon opening the door there was nothing there. As I got older things got stranger. After my mother got back from the catfish plantation, strange things started happening. We could hear someone running up and down the stairs at night. Shoes would be thrown down the stairs, and my most vivid memory of the time was me sitting on my mum's bed. We had no pets at the time, and it was just me and her. Her bathroom was attached to their bedroom, and she was the kind of woman that had 20 almost empty bottles on the side of the tub. While watching Barney one day, it sounded as if someone had struck their arm out and just swiped all the bottles into the tub at once. My mother came around the corner yelling, "Jeremy!" It turns out Jeremy was the name of a young man who was the slave at the plantation she had visited. He had fallen off the back of a hay wagon and died. After that day, she got back in her car, drove back to the plantation, and all the strange things stopped. Also, she now believes she's an alien. So there's a whole other story there. Also, we don't speak anymore. She tried to tell my son could heal himself of hepatitis C, that his birth mum gave him. And I hung up on the crazy lady and haven't talked to her since. She also believes that the alien encryption sun god Ra isn't sending her messages and that we're about to move into the 4th form of being. She thinks it's her job to let people know. By now, she might be running a cult. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. My mom worked day shift at a hospital for a while, and she would leave before 7 a.m, so my sister and I would take turns lying with the dog when she'd leave, because he couldn't be shut in her room alone. Anyway, my mum and I would often feel a small animal, specifically a cat, walking on the mattress near our legs and curl up next to us. We didn't have cats at that point. Nothing was ever on the bed when we'd check. One day my sister and I were talking with Mum in her room when she started banging on the side of her recliner. where she was sitting, and yelling at the dog to go away. She crawled out from the other side of the bed. When she went to extend the leg rest of the recliner, a shadow darted out from underneath and zipped across the room. We all saw it. We think it was one of our late cats who died around Halloween 2005, because he was very close to her before my younger sister and I were born. My mother was involved in union affairs, so I often had to accompany her on business trips. One time, we stayed in an old tuberculosis hospital that had been converted into cheap motel/hotel suites, and, as I learned, was awash in horrifying ghost stories. Let me paint the picture. This hotel spittle was extremely conservative in its interior design. Everything seemed to be utilitarian, from the rooms having exactly 2 beds, a table, chair, and a desk and nothing else, to the bleachable plastic lino coverings on the floor, to the exposed white pipes that came through the ceiling that still had its original plaster crown molding. Along both sides of the very wide hall that composed the main building were rooms besides each other that were clearly once patient rooms. But running down the very center of this hall were its own rooms, with windowed walls and doors, leading onto this little courtyard, usually with some couches and a TV and other stuff like that. These doors could be slid open, so you could easily pass through them to the other side. You could see through the large window walls to the other rooms lining the other side of the hall, so this center boulevard of lounge areas barely felt like a room at all. The various tales surrounding this infamous long building of rooms were so. The flute-playing girl. A girl with long hair would be seen in windows on the top of roofs and in mirrors, or too far away for people to properly make out. She would play a flute in a strange, disjointed manner. Throughout the night, I realized the pipes would often make a whistling noise as water rushed through them above our heads, and wondered if that was the origin of the tale. Then there's the story of the suicide nurse, a woman who worked at the hospital and couldn't handle seeing so many deaths and hung herself. Apparently no one had any idea that she had been so badly traumatized and didn't see it coming, so it was a shock. People reported leaving at night for some reason, the bathroom, getting a snack, etc., and returning to see their beds made up. One woman I spoke to had this happen literally every night, and had assumed that it was some sort of janitor or hospitality worker that just popped in to do it quickly at 3 a.m. for some reason, and didn't think of it after that. There were no overnight staff that would do that, though. Then there was the story of the yelling group. People reported hearing loud, heated-sounding arguments between several men coming from down the hall, too far to make out the words, but definitely obvious, angry and violent sounding. People would call the front desk about and get, "Oh yeah, that's just... ignore that, it's no one," because they'd grown so used to getting the reports of the fighting noises, and the odd things would be that one room would hear it, but no other rooms on that floor ever would. And the most famous one is the "Where are you?" ghost. The hospital used to be located near a river that was frequently used by First Nation communities before it was settled by immigrants. A man was returning home by canoe, and he heard someone screaming in fear, begging for help. He began shouting, "Where are you? Who's calling?" trying to find them and help them. But it just ended slowly in screams until it was gone. Unnerved, he hurried back to his village, only to find it entirely razed to the ground. Those who were standing on the banks of the river will hear the sound of the people crying or begging for help, maybe even their name. And it has the name Ku Appel River. For those who don't speak French, it translates as the river of who is calling. What I'm about to tell you took place when I was 11 years old. I'm currently 48, but the memory never faded. At the time, my 2 older brothers shared a room together, and I shared not only a bedroom with my older sister, but the bed as well. I was the baby. One night I awoke suddenly to the street lamp, red alarm clock, digits glaring at me in the eye. 2:58 a.m. As my eyes began to adjust to the darkened room, I noticed the pale blue moonlight streaming through the windows, landing across the foot of the bed. As I continued to survey the room, my eyes fully adjusted. Movement caught my attention. I quickly pulled my feet up to my legs, as I felt someone sitting down towards the bottom of my side of the bed. I have a hard time believing what I saw that night, even to this day, but here it goes. At the foot of my bed was this thing, with legs, arms, and a body that was oddly shaped, distorted-like, as if they were trying to transform into something else. The figure was dark, but not so dark that I couldn't make out its facial features. Eyes, or should I say where the eyes should be. There were two round, even darker holes. It felt as if I were looking into the depths of two deep wells. The nose was elongated and wide, with a pronounced hump at the center of it. The mouth appeared to be nothing more than a slit. Even though I was focused on the basic nothingness of the face, I could tell the body was still shifting, still moving, as if trying to find a form. I tightly closed my eyes, hoping that what I was seeing was a mere trick of the light. But no, it was still there. I began gently kicking at my sister and quietly saying her name, scared that this thing at the end of my bed would hear me or see what I was doing. Then I heard it. A low, guttural laugh. I could feel my body tense even more, fear rushing through my veins. I closed my eyes as tightly as I could again, but this time when I opened them, the thing had moved closer to me. It felt like my heart dropped deep within my stomach, and I immediately became nauseous. I could hear something coming from its direction, but I couldn't make out what it was. Again I heard this thing begin to laugh, or more so giggling this time, as I shut my eyes out of pure terror from the sound, not realizing I had done so. I really wish I hadn't done that. I began kicking my sister much harder now and saying her name aloud. My eyes still shut tight. I could hear that sound again. It was closer now and resembled something of a low rumble, or a hum. Terrified to open my eyes, and terrified not to, I decided to open them. What I saw will forever be imprinted in my brain. It was so close to me that I could reach out and touch it. The slit for a mouth was now trembling like an earthworm wiggling through the ground. I watched in horror as its hollow eyes grew rounder and began to take over its face. The trembling mouth, as well as beginning to grow larger. It was at this point that I finally realized what the sound was. The distorted body wasn't distorted at all. It was a horde of rats scurrying on top of each other, on top of that thing. The holes in its face were growing larger because the rats were running out of them. I can't tell you for how long I was frozen with sheer fright staring at it. I began to scream at some point, which finally woke up my sister as bright lights flooded the room. She stood in the doorway with her eyes wide, hand over heart, asking me what was wrong. It was gone. I began frantically looking, my eyes bouncing in all directions, but it had left. At this point, my sister was comforting me, soothing me with, "Shh, it'll be all right, sis." And I recall falling back asleep, holding on with a death grip to my sister's arm. I'm not sure why, but my sister chose not to ask me what had frightened me so badly that night. The next morning brought sunshine and a Saturday morning, a favorite of every 11-year-old. I immediately thought of the thing that had terrorized me the night before, and after giving it some thought, I decided that it must have been a very realistic nightmare. I walked out my bedroom and started down the hall towards the TV room, when I overheard my mum speaking to someone from her bedroom. As I drew closer, I realized she was on the telephone. What I heard sent a long, cold shiver down my spine. I think it was a demon. It stood in the corner of my bedroom whispering that it was going to take my children one by one, and it had rats running all over it. My parents' house has a ghost. When my sister, who's now 42, was 5, she started talking about the Green Lady. Of course, us older three sisters made fun of her a lot. She continued for several years talking about the Green Lady. Then one day when I was 48 in middle school, I went upstairs and heard a swooshing sound. I turned to see what it was, and there was this lady with a long green dress from like the 1800s and dark hair tied up very pretty. Then, just like that, she was gone. I never saw her again after that. But my mum took in a little boy for a while for a family that needed us when I was in high school, and he always talked to a lady upstairs when he was alone. He was only 3 when he stayed with us. Also, lots of weird things happened in my parents' house. Cupboards would open and shut on their own, and the water faucets would turn on and off by themselves. I don't know the history of our house before it was built, but it would have been newly claimed land in the 1800s. Not to mention the fact that my sister, when she was 5 or 6, shared a bedroom with me. She would wake up screaming, saying there was a dark man in our closet. My parents would have to come in to calm her down. I never saw that, but she saw the dark figure. She was petrified of the dark figure, but perfectly fine with the Green Lady. I don't tell this story often, because at 48 it still sends chills down my spine. I often wonder if the dark figure in the closet isn't responsible for the death of the Green Lady. My facility is fairly new, but has plenty of quirks. 95% of the paranormal or creepy things are just normal part of the building's function. The other 5%, though, have no explanation that I've been able to find in our 4 years of employment, and no one in maintenance or exhibits can give a good answer for either, and they've tried. It was built in a formerly economically depressed part of the city before the area was gentrified, and some of that shows through in the weirdest ways. So occasionally we get this weird cloud of odor that just pops up and sticks around for a bit and then leaves. It could be anywhere in the building at any time and lasts for any length of time, and it smells like weed. Strong weed. I thought someone had dumped their stash next to an intake vent at first, but the first time I knew something was up, I was working second shift with a co-worker at about 10:30 at night. He's on a catwalk about 80 feet above the ground and reports a smell like someone smoking had just walked past him. We followed the smell for 2 hours before it vanished. What we determined was this: a sphere odor about 2.5 to 3 feet in diameter, hovering about 5 feet in the air, was moving back and forth across the catwalk at a leisurely walking pace. Not like air currents. It was like a dude was pacing casually on a smoke break for 2 hours. We chalked it up to a ghost and left and went about our night. 14 months later, I was working alone in our command center at 4 a.m. It was the dead of night, raining outside, and there had been no one around the building since midnight. In the span of about 6 to 7 seconds, the air went from normal office smell to hotboxing with a hippie for 3 days smell. It was so strong that it made me gag, and I was legit worried about catching a high contact of it. After 2 minutes of me checking cameras and videos around any intake vents, it just disappeared. Not like the air ducts were cleaned out, or like a filter started working again, just like it showed up 3 or 4 seconds between me noticing it and was letting up, and it was totally gone, like it had never been there. It happened a few times since then, but these are the most memorable events. I had to take care of my mentally handicapped cousin a few years back. She could get around well enough, but due to severe arthritis in her knees and ankles, she had to be watched and helped into the bath and stuff like that. I would go into her room in the morning, help her to a walker so that she could wee, and then make her breakfast. One morning I heard the water running in the bathroom, and I went in to check on her. I had to pass her room on the way to the bathroom, and when I did, I saw that she was in her rocking chair in the corner, her blanket over her head, and she was rocking back and forth. "Don't leave the water on, you're going to flood the place." I went into the bathroom to shut the faucet off, and my cousin was in there washing her face. I immediately ran back into the room, but it was just her blanket crumpled up on the rocking chair. My cousin wanted to know why I undid her bed. I didn't stay long after that. When I was little, maybe 5, I would walk into my parents' bedroom to crawl into bed with them. Many times when walking into their room, I would see a young girl in a white dress standing at the foot of the bed. I would be paralyzed with fear, but being young, I didn't think I understood what I was seeing. I would take agonizing steps forward until I would crawl into bed and then cover myself completely in their blankets. She never moved, spoke, or acknowledged my presence. She was just there. I annoyed a ghost at my old job. I was told the carousel was haunted and didn't believe them. One night, the maintenance door was open and I emptied the ride of guests, and my second insisted they hadn't opened it. I closed it, loaded guests, and it was open again. It has a turn latch that you put a padlock on, so it could only have been opened intentionally. I went inside the center of the carousel, mostly just the breaker and all the mechanical parts are in there, and switched on the light to check for a maintenance guy that hadn't talked to me. It was empty. I'm a little spooked, so I say loudly, "I'm not dealing with this crap tonight. I got an hour left to go, so get your act together," in my mum's voice. I do the safety check, start the ride, and the phone rings. When I answer, there's no one on the other end. A few minutes later, it happens again, and after I hang up, I call base to tell them something's wrong with the phone. The supervisor calls back and says sometimes the phone rings randomly and to not worry about it. I recant the tale to a co-worker and she looks at me funny. "Did you turn the lights off before the music?" "No, I need the lights on to get the switch." "Oh, well, make sure you never do that, and if the phone rings after, don't answer, just leave." I figure it's some kind of electrical shortage that causes it, and I go home. In the following days, I keep thinking I see it move out the corner of my eye, or hear it running after I've closed for the night, but shake it off. I was working 15-hour days continuously. The next time I opened the carousel, as we took turns, I go take a potty break and come back to the security guard standing next to my ride. "I saw him while you were gone. Just be careful," he says to me. "What are you talking about?" "The ride op, the one that tries to grab operators." I try and think which of my co-workers is that rude. He then goes on to explain that one of the 3 park ghosts is attached to the carousel, and he is the only mean one and tries to grab operators and causes bad luck and rides to malfunction. Apparently I made him mad by yelling at him, and he decided to haunt the hell out of me.
There's one event that has always messed with me, and probably will until the day I die. I rented a room in a house that my friend had recently purchased after my mum moved in with a boyfriend, and I didn't want to live with him because he's a jackass. It was a decent little 2-bedroom, one on each side of the house. I had only been living there for a month or 2 and everything had been pretty chill. My father had died around January of that year, and my mum didn't want to keep his urn in her house or put it in storage. A little backstory. My dad was a bastard. I never really had a relationship with him and hadn't seen or heard from him during the last 6 years of his life until the cops knocked on the door in the middle of the night and told me he had overdosed. I was not surprised, and neither was anyone else. We all saw it coming. So we got him cremated and debated back and forth what to do with him, and nothing ever came of it. So anyway, I'm moving in, and I felt kind of guilty putting the urn in storage, so I just stuck it in the closet. Now onto the spooky stuff. I wake up in the middle of the night, which happens frequently, and have never really been a great sleeper, so this is nothing unusual. I'm sweating balls for no reason and I check the clock. It's about 3:58 or so and I'm thinking, damn, I'm never going to get back to sleep, and I'm a little pissed. So I'm just sitting there thinking what I should do for a minute when I hear a noise. It sounds like someone was trying the doorknob, but I know the door isn't locked. I trust my roommate completely,
and I've never had any reason to lock my door besides. It's his house. So I call out, "Nick, you awake, dude?" and get no response. I notice the noise has stopped. I'm a little weirded out, but I do not leave the bed, just lay back down and try to sleep. As I'm laying there, I notice my closet door is open, and I was looking directly at my father's urn. I felt like I was being stared at or something, but I try not to think about it. I eventually fall asleep and get up at around 10 a.m. As I come out of the room and into the kitchen, I see my roommate sitting on the couch, holding a gigantic kitchen knife, and he looks absolutely terrified. He looks at me like the devil himself just walked out of my room. He literally jumps off the couch and screams, "What's wrong with you? Are you trying to kill me? That was not funny." I'm all sorts of confused and trying to figure out what the hell he's talking about. Then he lays it on me. This is his account of what he heard the previous night. He wakes up at 4 a.m. to a blood-curdling scream, obviously craps himself and jumps out of bed terrified. Then silence. He creeps into the kitchen, down the hall from my room, and calls my name. "You right?" Nothing for a few seconds. Then another scream. He said it sounded like I was being murdered, grabs the kitchen knife and rungs at my door and bangs on it a few times. There is no response, so he tries the door. It's locked. Bangs on it again. Then there's a weird shuffling noise as if someone is dragging their feet across the hardwood floor. Sounds like someone straight up walked up to the door but didn't open it. He freaks out and doesn't know what to do. He just stands away from the door for a while, ready to stab. After a few minutes of this, he just backs away, staring at the door, and stays awake until daylight. So we collectively crap ourselves, as I turn white as we look at each other, when it dawns on us. We had both been awake at the same time, 4 a.m. Both of us called out each other's names and got no response. I didn't hear him, he didn't hear me. We couldn't hear each other through a crappy hollow wooden door. If someone was banging on my door, I would have been up in half a second. It was impossible for me to sleep through something like that. I heard no screams. It was possible that I was having a nightmare or something and screamed when I awoke, but there wasn't just one, there was two. I didn't hear either. The door was apparently locked, but it wasn't when I awoke. Why didn't he call the police? I'll never know. His family is Greek and very superstitious, so he had the local priest or whatever they call them bless the house. I'm not much of a believer in ghosts and stuff, but after a while I put the old man's ashes into storage, and nothing weird has happened before or since. We never found an explanation for this, other than maybe my dad's ghost came back to scare me. Throughout my life, I've had a number of spooky experiences. The first was when I was 12. I saw an old lady in 1800s attire, blue dress, blue bonnet, knitting something while crying. I stuck my head under the covers and looked again, and suddenly she was gone. Fast forward 12 years, and I was staying at my friend's house that he had inherited from his grandparents who died inside it the year prior. This was about 5 months of sobriety for me. The first encounter in that house about the second day I was there, I was awoken by what sounded like a loud, open-handed smack on the closet door, which jolted me awake, then focused on controlling my heart rate. As cliché as it sounds, it seemed I would occasionally hear whispers, but I could never make out the words precisely. Just like in scary movies, but I always brushed it off. The second encounter inside my friend's house was when I was taking a shower with music on loud. I rinsed, turned the water off, opened the curtain, and right as I was grabbing my towel, the fire alarm went off for 10 seconds, stopped, went off again for a whole minute before stopping, and I figured it was the spirit messing with me, so I turned the music down and went about my day. The third encounter was when I was sleeping in my room. I had a pretty big pile of pocket change on my dresser at the time, and woke up to what sounded like someone running their hand through the change, making the loud pitch that US currency does. Again, I immediately started focusing on controlling my heart rate. 20 seconds later, I felt what seemed like 2 fingers run down my thigh. I tripped out so hard but eventually fell back asleep. The third encounter was when I started dating this girl that I knew I shouldn't have been, but for some reason I liked to torture myself. I was already thinking about breaking it off with her at this point. While we were laying in bed, literally, as I was thinking of breaking it off with her, I heard a whisper that I could make out the word break in it, about 6 other words long. As I was trying to form sentences around the whisper, I just heard there was a tapping at my bedroom window, 2 sets of 5 taps. After the second set, I asked her if she heard the tapping, and she said yes. Then it stopped. I broke up with her the next day. My 4th encounter. I had broken up with her the day before, while I was in my room, and I was listening to music and writing my thoughts down on a piece of paper, when I heard what sounded like an old man yell my name from out loud from the hallway. So I shouted back, "Yo!" thinking perhaps it was my friend, and got no response. My friend was smoking his bong inside his bathroom in his room, and told him what I had just heard. After I told him, I could feel what felt like electricity spiking through my brain. It just felt tingly, but it was tingling for the most part in the back, or the cerebellum. I started to trip a little, so went to sit on the front porch with my friend and came with. As we were chilling there, a 3-legged cat that would sometimes come around came directly to me, which it never did, and sat underneath a chair. It stayed under my chair until it left, which then I realized my brain was feeling normal. I moved out shortly after into an apartment by myself. I ended up getting back with the girl I was with during this, and she ended up dying in my apartment on Christmas morning. And to those of you wondering, the thing that my ex regrettably died from was an overdose. I'm still convinced it was a positive ghost that wanted to help in some way. He ended up selling the house to his cousin and cousin's wife. About a year ago, I asked if anything weird had been happening in the house, and his wife said that she had heard sounds like children's laughter, and sometimes tapping. We both agreed that it didn't feel like a negative energy. I'm convinced it's one of his grandparents, which are also my distant relatives. I want to learn more and get involved with others dealing with spiritual entities, for I feel I'm more sensitive than perhaps your average person. My grandmother died when I was around 6 years old, fell down a straight flight of stairs backwards. Now this was in a nice beach home, and everyone went to visit there for the summer, and everybody always noticed the top step was strange. You would miss the top step, and either stomp your foot down on the flat of the floor thinking there was one more step, or you would think you reached the top when you didn't. The flub and dismount, and ended up stumbling backwards. It was really strange, as the steps were correctly shaped and sized, but something about the trim work nearby would mislead you into improperly judging the top of the staircase unless you were paying close attention. This is what effectively killed my grandmother. She was heading up to bed, missed the step, fell backwards down the stairs, tried to grab the handrail, missed, and there were marks in the drywall from her rings digging against the wall as she went down and everything. She apparently did a full backward roll when she reached the bottom, and had done an entire backflip and cracked the back of her skull against the banister at the bottom rail. She made it to the hospital but was effectively brain dead with severe trauma to the back of the skull and brain. They pulled the plug once the family was able to come and say goodbye, but they didn't let us kids in. Fast forward 4 years later, I'm 9 or 10 and I'm visiting for summer with the family. The cousins are there, sister, mom, dad, the works. We've all been on the beach, swimming and snorkeling. In true dumb kid fashion, I have mild sunburn, and we're heading in for the day because we have some place to go, so everyone needs to get changed, and all the bedrooms are upstairs. I'm heading up the stairs first, talking to my mum, thinking she is right behind me, and sure enough, I hit the trick step and miss it. My foot stumbles and I start staggering backwards, and my hand misses the railing just like my grandmother did. My hand even scuffed the same marks my grandmother's ring made. I had drywall dust on my knuckles after this. Nobody bothered to fix the rim marks. I don't know why. Thankfully, someone planted their hand right in the middle of my back before I tripped too far over backwards and just pushed me upright until I was able to grab the hand railing. Startled, because I had nearly fallen backwards, I snatched the railing and yanked myself upright again and said, "Whoa, thanks, Mum," and looked back at her. But she was at the bottom of the stairs looking up at me, as was my sister and my 2 cousins. They were all 15 feet away at the bottom of the stairs, about to start their way up. As they were all staring at me, white as a sheet, because they'd all just seen what happened. They also told me right afterwards they saw a handprint pressed into my back and leave an indent in the skin until I grabbed the handrail. And I had a handprint shape in my sunburn, which had marks on it where my grandmother's rings would have been on her hand. After the initial shock of everyone sharing what they saw, it quickly sank in that they all saw the same thing, and they promptly didn't want to speak of it anymore. When my grandfather finally died nearly 20 years later, we found out she was buried in the wrong grave. They couldn't find the grave, they buried someone else in her plot. They buried yet someone else next to that plot, which was supposed to be for my grandfather, and the company that now owned the graveyard was giving the family complete run-around corporate hush trying to appease the problem without fixing it. I ended up threatening the corporate rep, the undertaker, and the manager of the graveyard in a private meeting, and remind them that they were 2 weeks behind the gigantic funeral home fiasco in Chicago, and the media would love to hear this story of them burying people in the wrong places and not knowing who's buried where, and then trying to weasel their way out of it instead of correcting it. It took 3 months, a state investigation, and exhuming 4 different graves, 2 of which were Jane Doe's. They had to be identified, and then shipping my grandparents to another state to finally bury them together.
This happened about 2 years ago, but it still sends chills down my spine whenever I think of it. There's a local factory that was made in 1890, and it opened in 1891 as a sewing factory where people handcrafted detachable collars and cuffs. In 1999, it was repurposed as a bunch of little consignment shops throughout the whole building in each room. Today, there is still the original huge elevator shaft with rickety gated doors. One night, me and my friend decided to go and check out one of the bookshops that just opened up there. We headed downstairs, went and left the store, and eventually took a break on one of the benches before leaving. To our knowledge, no one else was in the building, or at least in the basement with us. So we're sitting there, and the way the bench is positioned is flat up against the wall, where you can see all the way up the hallway, with the flight of stairs to our right, and one of the shops to our left. While we're sitting there and talking, I started feeling this uncomfortable feeling, and tried telling my friend I wanted to leave to hurry up, because I just didn't like this feeling. He told me to calm down, and that we'd leave in a minute, and the uncomfortable feeling went away. As we were about to get up and go, we saw someone come around the corner and start approaching us. We figured it was the maintenance worker, but that feeling of uncomfortableness came over me again. Yet, worse this time. Now the way he turned the corner was completely unnatural. He walked to the end of the hallway, stared at the wall in front of him for a solid 5 seconds, and then turned towards us and took a brief pause before coming our way. The way he turned the corner though, it seemed as if he knew we were there, and was completely unfazed when he saw us. I would say that's plausible, but we were being fairly quiet, and the hallway was a solid 30 to 40 feet long, so we'd have to be talking decently loud for him to hear us. I went into panic mode, but my friend kept their cool. The place was still open. We weren't breaking any rules, just sitting on this bench. My friend calmly looked at him and said, "Hi, how you doing?" And the man didn't say anything. He just kept walking towards us at a somewhat rapid pace. I remember looking at him in the eyes. He had zero expression, not anger, not happiness, nor confusion, just nothing. It was severely unsettling. Even after my friend said something to him completely unfazed, he was just on a mission to get us. You'd assume if this was a maintenance worker, he'd either tell us it's time to leave, or say hi back or something, anything. But nope, just this blank, expressionless face making his way towards us. After he didn't respond to my friend and started getting close to us, we just gave each other this "we need to go" look and sprinted out of there. When we got out of the building and down the road, the uncomfortable feeling left me, and I started calming down. We didn't really talk about what just happened. We just went on our way back to my house. Ever since that night, I haven't been back to the factory or any of the shops there. Something about the man wasn't right, and it sent a chill down my spine seeing him. and it sends chills down my spine just typing this out. I'm a firm believer of the paranormal, and I can just about guarantee that what we saw that night wasn't human. I was probably about 20 years old, in Vancouver, British Columbia. It was a Sunday, and I'd just met this girl I had a super crush on at a coffee shop. We had a nice visit, and I wanted to ask her out, but I chickened out. Vancouver is a pretty busy city if you've not been there, but this day it was oddly quiet. I was walking down the street. I was at the light, waiting to cross the road. The light changed, and the little red hand turned into the "you're safe to cross" guy. At that point, I had some severe mental confusion that I'd never had before. It stopped me dead in my tracks. I had this weird little debate with myself. So in my mind I said, should I walk? I think so. The little man is walking, which means I'm safe, right? I mean, it was the hand, which means stop, and then it was not the walking guy, so does that mean I can go? I was dumbfounded. Then I debated to myself the red and green aspect and said to myself, the light was red but is now green. Green means go and the little man is going, so I should be able to go, right? Now, I am not a rule follower type, and there was almost no traffic, so I would have never had this insane debate with myself. I would have simply looked both ways and crossed the street, but instead I had this weird internal confusion. I took one step into the intersection, and a Suburban ran the red light and sped through the intersection. It was like they were being chased by cops, but there was no one. I would have been right in front of that car. Had it not been for the confusion by the lights, I'd have been 100% dead. The last story is something I swear is true. Maybe there's some other explanations. I'll let you decide. I used to deliver candy to vending machines as a job. I was on Vancouver Island, and basically, there is only one road that connects most of it. I was coming from Victoria and going up island. I was coming up the summit of the road and just short of cresting the hill when I heard this massive bang. It was the loudest bang I'd ever heard in my life, and then there was this massive cloud of dust in front of me. I naturally slowed down to a crawl. Then the dust was moving in this weird pattern, and the cloud directly in front of my vehicle was being blown across the road. It's hard to explain, but imagine a 50-foot wall of thick dust in front of you, and then the bottom 10 feet of the wall being blown across the road in front of you, while the other 40 was just kind of hanging across the air. Anyway, I was just coasting slowly, and kind of driving up to where the clouds were blowing, and another voice in my head that wasn't mine said, pretty damn loudly as well, "Shut off your engine and roll through the cloud." I almost pissed my pants. I was so shocked, but I did what the voice said. I shut it off and put it in neutral and rolled through the cloud on the other side. So what happened was a propane delivery tank had plowed into the mountainside. We found later the driver was drunk. The top of the tank, the safety valve, had been blown off, and it was propane that was blowing the dust across the road. I think the voice in my head was getting me to shut off my engine, to stop anything from igniting the propane, which obviously would have ended super badly. I didn't smell any of that propane stank, but someone later told me the sulfur scent is added later so that people can tell there's a gas leak. The whole road was shut down for a day or two after that. Anyway, to me, this was 100% real in each instance. I do not normally hear voices in my head. I have no doubt, in each of these situations I could have died. So on one hand, I feel like my life has been saved repeatedly for some reason. But on the other hand, I'm just some jerk who's not really doing anything useful with my life to warrant such intervention. But who knows? Maybe one day I'll save the world. Here's to hoping, and thanks for listening. I have a story that happened around 15 years ago. I'm 40 now, a native from Beaver Lake, Cree Nation, number 131, Northern Alberta. During the winter months, the reserve has round dances. Once summer has gone, and all the powwows are done, fall comes in, followed by Old Man Winter. It's about late October now. There was a round dance going on. Pretty much everyone goes from different reserves around the province. Drummers, singers, dancers, 50-50s, and prizes and giveaways at the end of the night. Usually by 4 AM it's all over. I had decided not to go. I always go, but I was on a 4:20 mission this night. It was getting dark. I had borrowed my cousin's bike to do this mission, since I was living with them, after I had a falling out with my estranged family. I don't have anything to do with them to this day, still, some 15 years later. I also need to say that it is true. Natives have medicine that can summon or bring creatures from another realm. The natives have a word for this. I don't know what it is, nor how it's spelled. But from my understanding, this little man or creature is called an up-chi-nis, meaning little man or being. So I was sitting on the deck of my uncle's home. You see, I was making my way home, and I just happened to look to my right, where my other uncle's house was. I can't explain the reason why I looked, but I did, which I instantly regretted doing, since I had seen an up-chi-nes years before. They only come around when you're doing bad things apparently, such as drinking, smoking, or drugs, or just being an overall complete arse and making life hard. Needless to say, I pedaled harder and faster. It was hard though. My cousin's bike was one of those Harley bikes with the big wheels built like a Harley but with pedals. If you have strong legs, it's not a problem. And I got scared because of my own experience with this little man creature. Some stories depict it as a 3-foot tall, sometimes solid black mass, other times describing it with little horns on its forehead, like a satyr. I made it home, but did not tell even my uncle or the family that I lived with. We call him Napiyu. In Cree, it means the man. My uncle is a medicine man. He taught me how to do it as well. The next day I asked around with my cousins to see if they were home, and I got a response that made me feel pale and weak at the knees. No one was home, telling me that all of them went to the round dance the night before. After this I explained what I saw, mistaking an up-chi-nes for my little cousin. I don't know what became of it, but to watch him jump off the rail to the deck and into the house with no lights or nothing was enough to make me go home so fast. What went on in that house I still don't know, but I'm guessing something bad. I know this since my other uncle was not a medicine man, but very mischievous, and would leave you with his kids while he and his wife would go off gallivanting, basically having a great time at my expense. I'm married now. It's been 14 years, and I'm happy. I haven't seen the creature again. When I was around 12, I lost my older cousin to cancer. He was only 27. About a year into his diagnosis, colon cancer, he was doing pretty badly. His prognosis was grim, and he knew he was going to die. But he was still able to live alone, visit with us, etc. He'd mow his own yard, swim, and do other basic things. He wasn't bedridden at this point. He was washing dishes when he heard a noise coming from his bedroom, which was at the end of the hallway across the living room. He walked to the edge of the kitchen and could see across the living room and down the hall. There was a person standing there. He said he felt no fear but mostly curiosity because no one should have been in his house. He also said it felt off. His subconscious knew something. It was something different, but that he shouldn't be afraid. He walked down the hall, and the woman was his great-grandma, not my side of the family, who had died when she was pretty young. She smiled at him and gestured into the bedroom, where 2 more women stood. He didn't recognize either of them. One smiled at him, the other had more of a stern look. They talked briefly. He asked if they were there because he was dying. They were, but she assured him that he still had a bit of time left. She said the other women were family, but didn't name them. She basically told him that she loved him and knew he was scared, but that she would be here for him when it was his time. Then they were gone. No fading or anything, just instantly no longer there. His fiancée came home shortly after, and he was just sitting outside in the sun looking happy and calm. She thought he had good medical news.
He said that after this experience, he just had so much less fear, and it was like he had taken a pill that covered him in good feelings. He wasn't religious at all. He was very sure it wasn't a dream and wasn't under any treatment. He died about 8 months later. As a kid, this scared me a lot. I was always afraid that if I dreamt about a deceased family member, it meant that I was going to die. I find that the thing with paranormal experiences is that you've got to live it to believe it. That's what happened to me. I had this experience in 2016 when I visited Mel, my cousin's home. I was dropping off her mum at home. Since it was a long drive and it started getting dark, they asked me to stay over. The next morning I wake up late and Mel served us breakfast and told me her mum and she were going to the local market and her husband has gone to attend an emergency work. She told me to lock the doors, so I locked the doors and turned on the heater and went to grab some towels in the guest room. When I came back, the switch was turned off. I thought it was faulty switches, which is the only logical explanation when you have no belief in the paranormal. So I switched it on again and entered the shower and locked the door. Halfway through the shower, I heard something, and it was like someone knocking on the bathroom doors from the outside, and it freaked me out good and proper. I tried to open the doors, and it was locked from the outside. So I started banging and shouting that I have a phone and that I will call the cops if they don't leave. A few seconds later, the door just opened itself with no lock sound, and I rushed out to check the house for intruders. All the doors and windows were closed, except the front main window, which had crossbars, so there's no way someone could have entered through that except for a cat. I came to the conclusion that the door could have been stuck, so I let it pass despite the fact I heard someone locking it from the outside. 20 minutes later, Mel and her mum returned and told me to stay over because it's the weekend and she was planning to cook ribs, so I stayed over. In the evening around 3:30, Jeff came home. Later, we were sitting in the patio and discussing about random stuff. Mel went to check on the ribs, and I heard her voice calling, "Mum," so I turned right to her mum and saw Mel sitting beside her mum, and I was still hearing Mel's voice clearly from inside the house. For a moment, I was completely frozen. I panicked and said, "Did you hear that?" Jeff just replied, "Don't acknowledge it. It'll stop on its own." I was totally freaked out. What the hell was going on? Mel said they sometimes hear voices or paranormal activity happening around the house, but it didn't occur frequently. I was like, the hell are you for real? You're telling me something unexplainable is happening around you and you're okay with that? Jeff told me there was around 12 to 15 bodies found in the lake during the late 90s before they moved in. The lake is right behind the house, about 30 meters away. And the previous owner of the house was a priest who was involved in exorcism activities, which they came to know later. Mel's in-laws bought the property in 2003 without any knowledge of it. Mel and Jeff moved in around 2009 after refurbishment. Jeff said they'd sometimes see a small girl in a white frock giggling and running in the house, and he assured me nothing harmful has ever happened to them in all these years. The moment you find something beyond your understanding is happening around you, it will completely mess you up. I was around 21 at the time, and ever since that incident, I had a feeling of someone following me in the dark, or someone constantly watching me. I had to take medication and do mental exercise for 3 years, and tried to keep myself around friends and family at all times. I was finishing packing up the downstairs rooms. A little backstory. My mother-in-law can no longer live by herself, and she came to live with us in February. Since then, I have been going to her house to clear it and pack stuff up. First thing to know is that she's a hoarder. We have previously cleaned the house no less than 4 times. It's huge. We can fit 4.5 of our houses in hers. It needs major repairs and remodeling. Then, we are all moving in. So, it's been stressful. I'm the one usually taking care of her house. However, in the garage, it's under the house, there's a little room, and it gives me the biggest creeps. I had a previous experience where an entity picked up a cord and dangled it in front of me, sort of saying like, "Hey, I'm here, you know, and I know." In the upstairs we hear bangs and knocks, and you can feel someone watching you.
This time I was finishing the last 2 rooms in the basement. They're furnished rooms, and there's 3 of them. I finished putting things in boxes to donate and bagging garbage. These rooms lead to the garage. I had gone to put the donation boxes in the garage and got the biggest chill up the back of my neck. Now I have been in and out of there most of the day and nothing like this has ever happened, so I nope the hell out of there in the garage and close and lock the door. As I get out to the game room I hear the doorbell, which doesn't work, and I ignore it because I want to get stuff done. Finally I go to the room closest to the front door and look up to see who's there. There's no one except Donna the cat looking down at me. It's a stray because the windows are high up. I can see the door and the doorbell is still ringing. I walk to the last room that leads upstairs and I'm standing next to the doorway deciding my next move, when all of a sudden a white figure walks past me in the game room. It was a male. Just everything a filmy white. It scared the pee-poo out of me. It took me by surprise. It didn't feel evil. It just strolled on past. I don't think it was the garage thing. It had a different feel. I didn't leave, but I wonder what other spirit will show itself now. I did finish my work and left the boxes and baggie for the husband to deal with though. This happened around 4 years ago, in a house where I lived with my mum and brother. My mum and brother still live there. An old couple died in this house before we moved in. There was a small basement which me and my dad decorated so it's my extra room. The basement has a separate door from the outside. One day, I was chilling in the basement with my friend watching some movies. We were home alone. My mum was at work until 8 p.m. We told her to bring us some snacks, and when she returned it was 8:15. When we heard the main door of the house opening and steps going from the living room to the kitchen, and chairs moving, the normal noises you'll hear when someone is upstairs. We both heard it and I was like, "My mum came home." And he said, "Yeah, I hear it, snacks are here." A few minutes later my phone rings. It's my mum and I was like, "Okay, probably she's calling so that we can come and get the snacks." I answer and she says, "I'm stuck at work, probably be home at 10, problems with security." I was speechless. I looked at my friend and he was shaking. He heard my mum through the phone. I had one key to the house, my mum had the other. My brother was at my grandparents' place, no one else had a key and there were only 2. So we went upstairs to the main door. It was locked. The lights were out. I opened and we searched the house. Nothing. That's weird. We just left it as it was. There were no chairs moved even though we both heard them moving, and it still gives me chills even thinking about it. I heard a lot of steps and movement upstairs when I was alone in the basement, but didn't think much of it since only I heard it. But as my friend heard it too, I'm starting to think that everything else I heard was also true, and not just a figment of my imagination. One night in 2005, I was laying in my bed reading a book or playing on my laptop. I can't remember. My younger sister was asleep a few feet away and my mum was downstairs drinking and playing tapes on the stereo in the living room. I heard what sounded like a girl say, "Mum? Mum?" My mum turned the stereo off and went to the bottom of the stairs and shouted, "What is it, Sandy?" My little sister. I stepped onto the landing and said, "Mum, she's asleep." "What was that? Sounded like a little girl." My mum said, "Yeah, I heard it too." To this day I don't know what it was, but there is a story about our property that a little girl was autistic and was kept in a shack with her grandmother on the back part of the property. I don't know how true the story was, but it fit. Was it the ghost girl calling for her mother? The only thing I can say is that it absolutely happened. When I was 15, my dad was driving to a friend's house to practice some roller hockey. My buddy lived in a 2-story log cabin with a long, winding driveway. It was the first time I had been to his house, and I had been told by his parents that he wouldn't be home until later in the evening. As we drove up, my dad said he thought my friend's parents weren't home, so I told him they weren't. He then points to a 2nd-story window and says, "Well, someone's here." I look up and see an older male dressed in Western clothing wearing a big cowboy hat
This is Texas, so it's not that unusual. I say I guess they got home early and shrugged it all off. A while later I mentioned something about asking his parents something, and he says they won't be home till later. I point out both my dad and I saw someone in his house, and he freaks out because no one was supposed to be there. When we go into his house to check, we don't find anyone. After his parents got home, we were in a back room of the house and I see a picture of the guy who had been upstairs. I point to it, and my buddy turns white and says that was his granddad who died 6 years earlier. Turns out my buddy's parents believe their house to be haunted by multiple spirits. I've worked at a vet clinic for 4 years now. There was a clinical cat called Jingles who ended up passing overnight. It was really sad for all of us. Jingles was a real character, serious mischievous little thing. She passed December 24th, 2018. And ever since that day we've all had an experience with Jingles. I was the one working Christmas, so sadly I found her. I called my co-workers to come and say goodbye, and started filling out the cremation paperwork. I walked away from the computer for just a moment to just breathe. Came back and there was a bunch of random letters where I was typing. Jingle was notorious for walking and laying on any keyboard that she saw in use. Always was messing up our notes. I was speechless. I didn't even want to delete the letters. A few weeks later, I'm alone taking care of the boarders for the weekend. I had these 4 small dogs who were always very good and pretty quiet. So they would bark when I came in, but quieted down when they realized it's me. So I come in, they bark for a few minutes, then they calm down, and I was finishing mopping the floor around their kennels when 2 of them just go insane. They were both looking at the same area of the room, howling and barking like I've never heard them bark before. Jingles would stand right where they were, look and tease dogs. She was so unafraid of everything, it worried me sometimes. I said, "Jingles, you troublemaker, go to bed." And like 30 seconds later they stopped barking and were all totally fine. Had to be Jingles. I know these dogs well, and they are very calm for the most part. This other one is pretty funny. I smelled her ghost poop. Her poops were some of the nastiest smelling poops I've ever encountered, and I've smelled a lot of poops in my days. All I can say is her poops were foul enough to recognize. I walked into her old room where no cat had been in months to clean it for the new cat. And I was hit with her nasty poop stench. I've gone in there many times before to store things, so I know it wasn't always smelling like her poop. Even when she was alive, it didn't always smell like her poop. I had my co-workers come into the room and they agreed it was her foul poop. Jingles took a little ghost dookie. I'll end this with our new client, cat, Ramen. We constantly see him playing like there's another cat with him. He stands on his hind legs, swatting at nothing, and acts like he's pouncing on something that isn't there, stalks something that isn't there, and pretty much everything 2 cats would do together is what we see Ramen do with nothing. It's pretty interesting to watch, and we all agree Jingles is definitely still around. She knocks over alcohol bottles, squats Q-tips off the counter. Sometimes dogs on the table will have a reaction like a cat just jumped up next to them. Love you, Jingles. You're one hell of a cat. When I was 13, I was at a church youth group sleepover that was held at our youth group's leader's house. We were going on a ski trip the next morning, but I wasn't feeling well after dinner, so decided to go to sleep early upstairs while everyone else was watching Big Mama's house downstairs. I was in a sleeping bag on the floor of one of the empty upstairs bedrooms, but it was hard for me to fall asleep because my throat was really bothering me. There was no one upstairs besides me and a baby sleeping on his own. At one point, the baby started crying. The mum/youth group leader's wife came upstairs to check on him. He stopped crying and then she went back downstairs. I remember hearing all of that happening, and also hearing laughter and sounds from the movie downstairs as well. After the youth group leader's wife went back downstairs, I was still having trouble falling asleep. I was looking around the dark, empty room when all of a sudden I see movement from the corner of my right eye, like something was moving towards me very slowly. I looked to my right, and see a headless figure in dark Victorian-style dress floating towards me in the dark. I remember this figure had no head, and the dress had a white collar with some sort of brooch in the middle. It had long sleeves and it was puffy from the waist down. I can still see it in my mind almost 20 years later. I was completely frozen in fear as it slowly floated towards me, and I finally got the courage to pull the sleeping bag over my head. I used to be really religious, so I just kept saying the Lord's Prayer over and over. I was like suffocating inside the sleeping bag and didn't have the courage to run downstairs. Eventually I was so tired I fell asleep with the sleeping bag still over my head, and I woke up the next morning still scared from what happened, but I never told anyone at church about this or asked the youth group leader about his house. I still can't look at dark-coloured Victorian-style dresses without remembering this traumatic experience. In my childhood home, there were always weird things that happened. Bumps in the night, pots and pans clanking, floors moaning. Around the age of 10 or so, things started to get worse. Our living room and dining room were connected. They were basically one giant room. The dining room had a push-button dimmer light. It had to be physically pushed in for the light to come on, and it made a distinct click when it was pushed. My stepmother was out on a business trip, so it was me, my sister, and my father all watching TV in the living room, with our backs to the dining room, when all of a sudden, the button makes the click noise, and the light turns on. We all look at each other in disbelief, more specifically my sister and I. My father seemed more curious than anything. I specifically remember feeling sick to my stomach after it happening. Something just didn't feel right. I could see in my sister's eyes that it didn't feel right with her either. My father investigated it and chalked it up to some electrical malfunction, but my sister and I both heard the click of the button. Things began to get weirder after that. There would be a good bit of time in between things, but they continued to happen for a few years. Sometimes before I fell asleep, a shadowy figure would come into my room. Sometimes I would see it in the corner, sometimes at the foot of my bed, and other times it would be next to me. I never feared it, and I never told anyone because who would believe it? Eventually it progressed. I would wake up and see it in the corner of the room, on the ceiling, and it started to become more distinct. It was missing a chunk of its head, and its eyes were black. Its nose looked like what you'd see for someone whose face was decayed, and its mouth was black. Now I became more intrigued as to who and why, but I didn't pay it any attention. It started to wake me up in the middle of the night. It would never hurt me or anything, but I still don't sleep with my feet out from under the covers, and it's been 15 years. It would show up next to me, and just be there for a minute. I would look up and back at it, and eventually, it would go away. Eventually it started getting on the bed. It would wake me up, and be right in front of my face, and I mean directly in front, looking at me with its mouth, or lack thereof, and its black holes for eyes staring into me. I'd close my eyes for a second, and open them, and it would still be there. For some reason I refused to move at all when it all happened. I'd remain very still, and would just let it pass. It wasn't like I was paralyzed or anything, but my curiosity wanted to see what it would do, and every time it would wake me up and be at my face, and it would eventually just disappear into the dark. As time went on, I began waking up with scratches on my stomach, my back and my legs. I knew it couldn't have been me scratching myself because I chew my nails to the point where there are none. Always have. And it was always 3 scratch marks. The worst one went from my right shoulder across my chest and down my left hip diagonally across my body. The last time that I saw it, I woke up, and it was at the side of my bed. And this time it appeared bigger, taller. It stood there for a second this time, and I physically couldn't move. My legs and arms felt like they were 1,000 pounds apiece. The figure then started to lean over the bed, and it began to disappear into my body. The whole thing took a few seconds and it was all over, and never happened again after that. 8 years later, it's Christmas time, and the whole family is at my sister's house. We all have a few drinks and start talking about old times. The subject comes up about my parents' old house being haunted. Naturally, my parents are poking fun at me and my sister for discussing the different weird things that happened there. Now, like I said, I'd never told anyone about the figure, because who would believe me, right? Then my sister says, "And the figure that would come in the night? The face?" I interrupted her and said, "The one with the blacked out eyes and mouth and no nose?" She looks at me in disbelief and says, "Oh my God, yes, that one." We had discussed it for a little bit, and then moved on. I think the creepiest part is the validation of such a weird childhood memory.
I was about 4 when this happened. I had seen shadows on the wall and stuff like that. I told my parents, and was met with the whole overactive imagination thing. My parents also had their instances with the paranormal, but weren't all that worried about them. That was until one calm night in the summer. My house has the front door leading to a set of stairs that takes you to the living room, with the hallway attached. The hallway first has the bathroom on the right, then the baby room for my soon-arriving little brother, my room at the end to the left, and my parents' room right across from it. I don't remember what time it was, other than it was past midnight on Friday, so actually really early Saturday morning, I wake up to heavy footfalls in the hallway. I mean heavy graveyard boots, and the dude who was wearing them had enough of today's type heavy gear, so after hearing this I booked it to my parents' room. I thought I would have to wake them, but the footsteps were so loud that they were also awoken by them. I jumped on their bed, immediately got under the covers and told them what happened. They were both still groggy from waking up so suddenly and didn't realize if they'd heard the footfalls or not. That was until they sounded like they were right outside my parents' bedroom door. Another thing I should mention is we always left the doors open in our rooms when there wasn't any company in the house, so we saw nothing at the door, but sure as hell heard it. My dad immediately grabbed his 9mm from under his pillow and cleared the entire house. There was nobody else but us 3. Nothing happened for the rest of the night. We couldn't explain what happened the next morning, so we went on with chores we had planned. In the hallway we have 2 small carpets. We picked them up and brought them outside since they needed a legitimate wash, not just to be vacuumed. As my dad and I were hosing the carpets down outside, my mum went back in to do vacuuming. She quickly ran back outside to grab my dad and I. When we walked back into the hallway, we were stunned. There were boot marks on the wood floor under the carpet. Keep in mind the carpets had no imprints or dirt on them. They were just old and dusty. To this day, my family can't explain what happened. We just accept that it did. I was a leasing agent. We deal with a surprisingly high amount of deaths. Brant was my worst suicide and most creepy. I'll never forget him, and he made sure of that. Brant was a weird resident, but nice, always chatted with me, and you could tell he was hurting from his PTSD. Around Christmas, his packages sat too long in the office for pickup, and I figured he was on vacation. Shortly after New Year's, his parents called and asked to speak to me directly. Manager hands me the phone, and they tell me they haven't been able to get a hold of him for weeks, as they live out of state. I tell them to call the police department, as we're not allowed due to privacy laws, and I grab my keys and head for his apartment. His dog, Ricky, was barking. I check the front door and it cracks open, and the smell hit my face like a ton of bricks. He's dead, and had been dead. The police arrive. Turns out Brant shot himself and sat for 10 days. I had to ID him before they called his family. The dog actually started to eat him, due to not going out for so long.
The residents above and on the side and behind noped out, and we let them go. At this point, I think I'm losing my mind, because I keep seeing Brant out of the corner of my eyes at work. Only at work. Sometimes I'd see him walk by the office window, and I would yell for my manager, who believed me, but thankfully she never saw him. After about a month of this, we get his place cleaned up and turned over the apartments to a pair of little Korean sisters who moved in next door. The apartment shares a wall with his bedroom. At this point, no one in the area knows what happened, and because of Brant being a shut-in, no one knew him or who he was. Cookie, one of the sisters, comes in and asks me one day if someone died in their apartment. I tell her no. She says there's a man around her apartment and is distraught about not being able to cross over. At this point, I ask her if she's seen him, and she describes Brant. I tell her about what happened, and she assures me she'll do a crossover ceremony for him that evening, and also gave me a bit of sage later that day. I never saw or felt Brant again after that night. I've had a few spooky ghost stories happen to me, but my two favorites are these. One happened and one started at the same night. When I was a teenager in Riverside, California, my older brother and his friends used to visit the local cemeteries at night to be spooky goth kids, often picking up broken stones and messes made by jerks along the way. This particular night, it was him, my mum and me, and I think two of his friends. There could have been three. I was carrying my flip phone, which had no service, that I used as a clock, but its battery had drained earlier in the day, so it was off and useless. We were walking through an older area with upright gravestones, and I walked over to a grave when my phone rang, and it lit up as though someone was calling. I stopped and pulled it out of my pocket and looked, but there was no caller ID. I walked forward and showed my mum, and it stopped, went black again, and the call died. Okay, that was weird, but whatever. We tried to move a headstone that had been knocked over, but it was far too heavy for the 5 or 6 of us to move. When we started walking back the way we came, at what I think was the same area, it happened a second time. The second time everyone was together and saw it ring twice, light up and then turn off suddenly. That same night, when we were heading to the car, I had an urge to go to the newer side of the cemetery, so I did, as I felt oddly drawn to a specific stone. This area had only flat stones, all neatly lined in rows, and when I got there I realized it was a little boy's grave, maybe 5 years old. There were one of those small oval photos on the stone so that you could see him, and it was odd, because I had bought a Beanie Baby earlier that day and had it in my shirt. I felt drawn to leave it for him, so I did. From then on, occasionally I'd be out at the thrift store or whatever, and I'd occasionally see a toy or trinket and think, I should bring that to him. So I did for years, until I moved in 2009. I would visit the grave of a child I never knew because I saw a toy he might like. Not sure why, but to me that seemed perfectly normal at the time. When I was around 7, I woke up in the middle of the night because I thought I heard a loud noise in the house. I walked out of my room and glanced down the long hallway where I could see the streetlight shining through my window onto the kitchen floor. I rubbed my eyes, and I saw what appeared to be my younger brother standing just beyond the beam of light in the shadow. I walked towards him to see what was going on, and as I grew closer, it became more and more clear that this small boy was not my brother at all. It was super still, with its head tilted, and was just staring at me with these piercing dark eyes that I'll never forget. I ran straight into my parents' room as fast as I could, and slept on their bed that night. I never brought it up with them, and I did my best to try and forget about it. I think I almost convinced myself that I made it up in my head. Fast forward several years later, and I'm a senior in high school, hanging with my then girlfriend, my brother, and a few of his friends at our house. It was dark and storming outside, and our power had gone out. I decided to light a candle, put it in the middle of us, and we were all just laying there, talking out on the floor. Someone randomly suggested that we tell ghost stories, and immediately I thought of my encounter 10 years prior. I said, "Guys, I'm going to tell you something that I've never told a single soul. I saw something many years ago right here in this very house, and I don't care if you believe me or not. I 100% saw something right over there," pointing over to the kitchen. Before I could even start my story, my brother goes, "Wait, are you serious?" I glanced over at him confused as to why he interrupted me. He then looked me dead in the eyes, his face distressed and turning a little white. Did you happen to see a little boy?" My jaw dropped. I was at a complete loss for words. Everyone around us immediately started freaking out too, because they instantly grasped that we had both seen the same thing, and I still get goosebumps just thinking about it. Close to a year ago, a friend and I went to a local cemetery. We hadn't been there in 12 years, and nothing paranormal had ever happened. Well, this time something did. My friend and I decided to go ghost hunting and exploring in a cemetery in a town that I used to live in. We were bored and thought we'd go after midnight, because they say it's the witching hour. We went into the cemetery and fell very heavily in there, but the moon was out and gave illumination since we didn't have flashlights. We started walking on the path, attempting to stay away from the graves as we wanted to be respectful of the dead. It started feeling weird at times, like being watched, also seeing shadows moving and getting feelings of goosebumps. My friend said he saw what looked like a winged, shadowy thing descend into the sky, and we kept hearing the crunching of leaves and unintelligible talking or whispering. We tried walking into one area but got this weird feeling of dread or something lurking that wanted to be ambushed. So we noped out of there and went into a different path in the cemetery. But then the mood vanished behind the clouds, and it got darker. We'd been there for maybe 45 minutes, and then this feeling of dread crept up on us, and we slowly made our way towards the exit. Mind you, my friend was walking much faster than me, and was slightly ahead, and I was maybe halfway near the exit when I felt something hit me on the left, near the back of the ear. It felt like a round object. When it happened, I yelled at my friend. I explained that as a kid I hated when some kid in class would hit me in the back of the head with objects, and it used to really get on my nerves. At first I thought he threw something at me, to be funny, even though why he would do it wasn't exactly very justifiable. He said he hadn't, plus he was ahead of me, so it wouldn't have been possible. We ran out into the car and drove somewhere where we could discuss what happened and what we saw in the cemetery. To this day, we're not entirely sure what occurred. We've tried to debunk it, but cannot find any rational logic for what happened to me. For like a month, I felt like a totally different person and didn't have any paranormal things happen to me at all. My bedroom is on the second story. The stairs are to the right of my bedroom and bathroom door. It started out like a normal dream. At the time, I thought the whole ordeal was real. I came downstairs when I heard my mum come home from work. She set a cute-looking porcelain doll with wavy brown hair and a frilly white dress on the counter, and said she went by the thrift store to pick it up. "Oh, sweet," I say, and I inspected it. Mum walked down the hallway to her room, and I carried the doll back upstairs with me. I set the doll on my nightstand, and as I'm just getting laid down under the covers, I hear my mum screaming, "No, don't take it upstairs." Then there's banging on the walls. At that moment, I'm rigid, staring at the ceiling. Nausea sets in, blackness, and a woman with black eyes and rotting flesh appears above me, hands gripping and pushing my shoulders down, and I can taste salt and blood. Her open, screaming mouth is dripping cold splashes on my face. My ears are assaulted with the worst scream I've ever heard, just blood-curdling sobs. It was so anguished, I just can't move, staring up at this woman who's still just grasping at my neck. I soon realize it's a dream, and honest to God, all I can think about is, I can't believe my brain is doing this. Her image becomes hazy, and I start to come to. It's only about 5 a.m. when I wake up. I expect it to be 3 a.m. I'm surprised it didn't terrify me as much as it should have. I'm just a really jumpy person. So a couple of minutes after reviewing this, and I get sick. I've seen this woman before. I certainly believe in the paranormal, but I'm not horrified by ghosts. My experience has taught me that whatever you're dealing with is dead and gone, and simply doesn't have the willpower to hurt you. In the aforementioned hallway downstairs, there's a bathroom on the right. There's a curtain that blocks the rest of the continuing hallway. I must have been about 13 to 14, but I was really into the paranormal. The hallway and bathroom lights were off, and the atmosphere felt right enough to do a little Bloody Mary game. My parents were right outside on the porch, so I felt ballsy enough to try it. I leaned into the bathroom and said the chant and ran out of the bathroom, past the curtain and into the continuing hallway. Now, I can't explain this, but I've mentally checked it over and over. The curtain seemed to lift away from the ground, and a woman with long greasy hair, empty eye sockets and a lipless grin slowly leaned out the bathroom door. And I kid you not, I kicked her, but heard nothing. I can't describe how the thing vanished, and I booked it past the hallway outside my parents' room. I was getting chills, and I never told anyone about what I saw. I just didn't want to think about it this time. I've since been baptized, and I'm hoping that no more spooky ghosts will choose to attach themselves to me. Over 10 years ago, my boyfriend and I were driving around in the country, over an hour from our house. We were just driving for the hell of it, but we were also half-heartedly looking for this little waterfall we'd heard about in the area. So we left the main highway and took this side road which wound up and down a big hill, and eventually we found ourselves down in a little hollow, which slowly opened up into a big valley. Everything seemed normal, until we passed these stone gate posts, which then led us to this crazy little split road which had an avenue of carefully planted trees running down the median. We were seriously out in the middle of nowhere, and there was no reason that we could fathom for this fancy road out here to exist. We passed a few big abandoned buildings and grand steps which led to empty concrete foundations. But other than that, there were just a few scattered regular lived-in homes. After finding the waterfall's location, we turned around and headed back home the way we came, and finally saw a historical marker. Turns out this was one of only a handful of ghost towns in our state, and the name immediately rang bells, as a co-worker who was into the supernatural had just told me about this place, and that it was seriously haunted. It had been the site of a big printing press in the early 1900s, and an entire nearly self-sufficient town had grown up around it. It was apparently quite fancy in its heyday, with a big hotel, a trade school, and several health spas, as doctors used to send people to the area to recover from tuberculosis. When the press closed, the town quickly went downhill, and the buildings mostly either fell or burnt down except for the few that we'd seen. I think the official year of its demise was 1976, when the post office closed. We drove home that day without incident, but a few weeks later my boyfriend's younger sister was staying the night at our place, and we began telling ghost stories. The two of us looked at each other like, "You thinking what I'm thinking?" and asked if she wanted to see a ghost town right now. She was game, and we hopped in the car a little after 1 a.m. and drove to this place. We were all excited and found ourselves going down that hill into the valley in no time. It was 2 a.m. at this point, and we thought we would just do a quick circuit down the avenue of trees and turn around. Half the fun was just being out at this hour and having the freedom to go wherever we wanted, whenever, as we were only 18 at the time and had just gotten our own place. We reached the end of the avenue and turned around. No sign of any ghosts, but my boyfriend said something I will never forget. Maybe we'll see a Bigfoot instead. The three of us got a hearty laugh out of that, as we believed in ghosts, but Bigfoot seemed silly. We passed the stone gate posts, and a little ways up on the left we began to see a few lived-in houses, signaling the end of the ghost town. And this is where it hit the fan. As our car crept up the road, our headlights hit this thing. It was standing in a ditch on the left side of the road on 2 legs, and was using its hands or forepaws like it was looking for something on the embankment it was facing. It was kind of hunched over, but if it stood straight up it would have been around 5 feet tall, covered in brownish, matted hair and fur. The body just looked like a big, shapeless mass of hair with arms and legs that seemed relatively skinny compared to the body. And when it turned its head to stare at us, we realized it didn't have a muzzle, but instead a flat face like an ape. Even with our bright lights on, we couldn't see a mouth or nose, just the eyes. And they were the cliché glowing red eyes like 2 pinpricks in this awful featureless face. It wasn't simple eye shine from our headlights. It was like they glowed from their own accord. We saw the damn thing and simultaneously yelled and asked if it was a bear. We were all very confused. All the while it just stood there staring. It wasn't scared and didn't move a muscle other than straighten up and turn its head to look at us when our lights first hit it. All these thoughts were racing through our heads, and we all sensed that something was very off about this encounter. Honestly, we were all afraid of it. It didn't give off a warm nor fuzzy feeling, and I wanted to get the hell out of that valley ASAP. We had slowed the car down to a crawl to get a good look at it, but when our brains tried to process it and came up with unidentified, we stepped on it and flew out of there. On the way we passed a huge number of deer on the road, and I swear I felt like they were aware of this thing and may have just been running from it or avoiding it. I remember feeling worried for them, having to share the woods with this being. And at that point, just before topping the hill, a huge white owl swooped out of the trees and flew over our car. We all took that as a sign that we were safe, and out of this thing's dominion. To this day I've never seen another white owl. The whole way home we were stunned, and were trying our best to debunk this encounter and identify the creature as a regular animal. When we got back to the house, I pulled out this book I have on animals in our parts of the world, and it listed the color of their eyes when they shone into. The only animal that has a red eye shine is a night heron, and that thing sure as hell wasn't a bird. The next day, I even called the Historical Society of the nearest actual town and asked about the ghost town. The woman literally says, it has a golf course. Why wouldn't she tell me anything about this place? It did indeed have a history worth mentioning, and she knew that I was asking about it because she pointed out the golf course, which is just a few miles down the road. I later found out that, like most others, this abandoned town had attracted vandals and morons who had done all sorts of damage in the past, but most people looking to piss around and tear things up don't call historical societies beforehand, so that quite didn't explain her reluctance to tell me anything. After the encounter, we of course told our friends and family, hoping that someone would say, "Oh, it's just probably a blah blah blah," and identify it for us, but no one ever could. The only thing this did was convince some of our friends to go investigate for themselves, and they would come back telling wild stories of being chased off by military people. I don't know what happened to our friends, but part of me thinks they were being stupid lurking around the buildings, and had to be scared off like the idiot young'uns there were, especially considering all the vandalism which has occurred within the ghost town itself. But the odd thing is that I've read local forums about the ghost towns, and many people do indeed believe that there is some weird military business going on there. Maybe they're using it as a covert training facility, I don't know. This is just one of those places which becomes weirder and weirder the more you investigate. This past year I found a video online of some EVP sessions a local paranormal group captured in a nearby house. There are multiple voices, and one is a young girl who recited a rhyme which you can hear clear as day. Then you hear someone shush her, and we continue the rhyme in a whisper. The rhyme is from Genie on Pee Wee Herman, and on another site I found a very unsettling account of a group of kids being led into the woods by people they thought were their family members. and it wasn't. I just know that this place is freaky, and that the three of us saw something there that doesn't exist in any natural history book. I was even trying to blame it on an animal that is said to be extinct. To this day, I can see that creature in my mind, standing there staring at us, its flat face and glowing red eyes. We only went back to that valley once after that, at 2:30 in the morning. We didn't see the creature, but there was a large fire burning in an open field not far from there. But there was no one to be found. No people, no cars, nothing. And we certainly weren't going to go out and investigate ourselves.
This happened in 2011. Me and my older brother were playing hide and seek, and my old house had a very long hallway that had rooms to a laundry room, a bathroom, and me and my brother's bedrooms. Anyway, we were playing and I looked into the hallway, and all the way back into the laundry room I saw half of a dark figure, with long black hair and face paint. And as soon as it turned to look at me, it slowly went back into the laundry room, and so I investigated and saw nothing in there. My dad believes our house was haunted by Native Americans because the land we live on was close to a reservation. Plus, my dad and older brother also experienced paranormal stuff as well. Like one time, my grandma was sleeping in our house when she woke up and saw a hand floating, reaching for her, and she yelled out, "El Diablo!" or something like that. But my uncle told me that she believed that she was connected to the other world. My uncle also told me that our old house gave him a weird feeling. Also, we moved from that house in 2014. But in June of 2021, I went to the bathroom to wash my hands, and right when I was about to put soap on my arm, I looked as I felt a burning sensation, and I saw 3 scratch marks that were red slowly appear from nothing. I freaked out and told my sister. The first story takes place a few months ago, when I was playing with my Oculus Quest 2. I live in a 2-story house, and when you come up the stairs, you enter into the main room. Next to the stairs is a wall with a door into the bathroom. The rest of the rooms are on different walls, and are bedrooms and a closet. As the main room is wide open space, it was the perfect place for me to play Quest 2. I was positioned in the center of the room, and the bathroom was to my left. Any Quest 2 owners will be familiar with the pass-through feature. For anyone unfamiliar with this feature, it basically lets you see into reality with the camera of the front of the headset. The cameras aren't in color, and the quality is a bit grainy. So I was playing Quest 2 with my stepbrother when he goes downstairs to do something. My sister is in her room and I'm completely alone in the main room. My Quest Hub virtual environment is set to pass through so that I can see the room I'm in. I was about to open a game, when out of my peripheral vision I see what appears to be a head peeking at me from around the bathroom doorway. The head appears to be white with no facial features, although I couldn't tell its color, as pass-through doesn't show color. I turned my head towards it to get a better view out of my head, but it slipped back into the bathroom. I couldn't play Quest 2 again that night. The next story is when my family was getting ready for our camping trip, and I was grabbing my bag which was next to the bathroom door. The door was to my right, and again out of my peripheral vision I saw movement in the bathroom. I turned to look at whatever created this movement, but there was nothing there. It couldn't have been a family member because they were all downstairs. So far I've seen this bathroom dweller a number of times. My only theory is that it's a ghost. My house is very old, and it would make sense if a previous resident of the house passed away and their spirit lingers for whatever reason. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, though. I'm a skeptic paranormal investigator, and I've had a lot of experiences, most which can be rationally explained away. However, I've had 2 outstanding experiences, about 14 years apart. The first was in the year 2000. I lived in a house that was, for lack of a better term, haunted. Lots of things went on there, but it was the night I saw and heard a full-bodied apparition walk down the stairs in front of me and a friend.
It got to the bathroom, turned, walked right past us and disappeared as it went into our living room. I've never seen anything like that before. It was one of those things where you have plenty of time to say to yourself, is this really happening? And in that moment, all the stories I heard seemed to culminate in this reality. I thought, oh my God, this is what they were talking about. The second was in 2014. I was at one of our regular stops called the Shanley Hotel. I've stayed there with the investigation team several times, but on Halloween night I woke up to the sound of a woman positively sobbing on the other side of my bedroom wall. It was coming from an area that used to be a catwalk that was now sealed. It was 3:35 in the morning, and it went on for 4 minutes but felt like an eternity. Of course I couldn't sleep after that, and it wasn't over. About 45 minutes later the activity continued, when I clearly heard a man and woman talking right in my room, followed by the sound of various people stopping and running around outside my bedroom door and saying, "Hey." I checked out the entire area, and there was no evidence of trickery. We knew the place inside and out, but had access to the entire building. I considered every possible way it could have been a trick, but it just didn't make sense. I think a lot of people get carried away and blow their experiences out of proportion. I've had plenty of my own that I couldn't really make a big deal about, but those two experiences have always been with me, and I think about them often. My whole town is haunted. So haunted that Town Hall hired an investigation crew to come live here, and then dedicated an entire section in our library to the town's paranormal activity. My favorite and most terrifying story is about the fog monsters. We get this Silent Hill-esque fog every now and then, and according to local legend, the silhouettes of figures can be seen while peering into the fog. Most people recount seeing the silhouettes of children and young adults, believed to be the settlers from the 1700s. There are 2 figures in particular, though, that earn their own stories. One of them is a quadrupedal hound. They're massive, easily 6 foot tall, standing on all fours. The other seems to be a small girl, but what's noticeable about her is that only her dress really seems visible. Like you can make out her shape and outline just fine by looking directly at her limbs or face, seemingly makes them disappear while the floating dress stays. Although these figures seem dangerous, there hasn't been any reports of them actually hurting people. In my experience, they actually led me home when I was lost one day. I wasn't near them, but there was a wave of fear that comes over you when you see them. It just screams go the other way. While I was lost, they seemed to group and completely block off the roads, standing still just staring at me. I got home by just going down whichever roads they weren't on, so in a sense they were pretty benevolent, but they might have just had a strong sense of community, as I do live where they did. Back to the 2 special figures though. There's a legend of the girl visiting you in your dreams, mostly appearing in the dreams of children. She beckons you into the woods to play with her. When you wake up, you get a strong urge to go back to the place she takes you in your dream, but apparently no one who's returned to the woods while awake has returned. A lot of people who dreamed of her reported that they've seen her commune with animals, and has sometimes been seen with the quadruped. That leads me to believe that the quadruped is actually this lady's pet. Maybe not, but in my head it's canon for these guys. But these aren't what all the stories here are about. An example is that we have trails out in our woods for 4-wheeling and dirt bikes. Sometimes while walking alone down one, the path straightens where it shouldn't and eventually leads to an opening in the woods. In the opening is a small cabin and a garden, sort of like a berry farm, like the kind in a dugout pit that gets filled with water for an easy harvest. Legend says that a witch lives in the cabin, but the place is very difficult to find. As a child, I tried mapping out all the woods here to find it, but have only ever been there twice, and both times were by accident. If anyone is from the town of Chester, New Hampshire, I can't say for certain that you'll encounter anything if you come here, but almost all of the residents have. Check the library sometime if you're in the neighborhood. When I was a toddler, I got slapped on the back by something. I've never screamed so loud. My parents looked back, and there was a big red handprint on my back. They think it was something that my aunt saw, which appeared, allegedly, like an old woman wearing a cloak, but had a tail dragging behind her, walking from their room to the bathroom. I'll never know for sure, but it definitely freaked the family out. This happened back in 2007. We were both women in our early 20s and sharing an apartment in a major metro area, not a small town but not a big city either. Through the short stretch of wood behind our apartment complex, there was a neighborhood of single-family homes. Typical suburban cul-de-sac American middle-class neighborhood. Except that this neighborhood was completely unoccupied. Like I said, it was around 2007, so the effects of the American recession were still in full swing. A developer had brought the neighborhood and all the houses to tear down. They had built a nice shiny new street from the main road to the neighborhood, but money probably ran out before the homes could be bulldozed. At least, that's my best guess, as there were several stalled construction projects in the area that had met the same fate. There was nothing in the immediate area in the way of shops, stores, or gas stations, just empty, residential homes. A bit eerie, but nothing overtly creepy. Being young, adventurous, and having some daytime hours free due to our retail jobs, my bestie and I liked to go on walks in this abandoned neighborhood. There was a short path through some woods, and then you came out into the main neighborhood street, which started out gravel and turned into asphalt towards the nicer end of the neighborhood with the bigger, newer houses. We'd walk up and down, chatting and maybe surreptitiously hitting a joint, just being young and carefree. One of the homes looked to have a few acres of land, and there was a big field where we'd take blankets and go lay in sometimes. So, on the day that this encounter took place, the sun was shining, and there was a brilliant blue sky. It was probably late summer or early fall. I can't remember which exactly. AKA broad daylight. Like I said earlier, the neighborhood was a bit eerie, but on that day we felt pretty safe. We were on one of our midday abandoned neighborhood strolls when we see a car on the street heading in our direction. This wasn't the first time we'd seen a vehicle there. It was a small blue hatchback. I don't know cars very well, so that was the most specific description I could come up with. Neither of us got a good look at the driver's face, but we see that there are two people in the car. All I can make out is that the driver is male, white, and has brown hair, wearing a blue and white raglan t-shirt. The car rumbles past us on the gravel road and out of sight, and we continue on, thinking it was odd, but not that odd. A few minutes later, the car comes back from the direction it came, passing us from behind. It dries out of sight over this little hill, and we figure maybe they got turned around since there's obviously nothing of interest on this road except this abandoned subdivision. We continue walking for a few minutes until we reach a little hill, and as we get to the top we see the car that just drove past us. The car was stopped on the road a little way ahead of us, just sitting there with its brake lights on. That's when I notice the person in the passenger seat is gone, and I find this odd and start internally questioning whether I even saw the passenger at all, until my friend says, "Wasn't there another person?" My hackles start to go up, and I'm creeped out at this point. Something about the way that car was just sitting there idling, like they were waiting for us. There's nothing of interest behind us where they could have dropped the passenger off, which makes their absence very unsettling. I don't know how long we were standing there staring at this car, possibly with the driver's accomplice having been dropped off behind us and the car in front of us lying in wait, but it felt like forever. I had a cold, heavy feeling in my stomach. My friend and I are both frozen to the spot, hair on the back of our necks standing up, mental alarm bells ringing. It's dawning on me that no one knows where I am. While I'm standing there, frozen in fear, brain frantically trying to figure out how long it will be until my boyfriend would get off work and discover us missing. The car started backing up towards us fast. As it accelerates backwards towards us, my friend and I come to our senses and tear off towards the woods, cutting through the backyard of one of the abandoned houses. We frantically bushwhack our way through the short stretch of wood and come out on the opposite side of our apartment complex and run like hell until we reach our building. I have no idea what that driver was doing, what their intentions were, or where his passenger disappeared to. But either way, creepy driver, let's not meet. My oldest could talk before she could walk. As a toddler, she always got excited when we invited people over for a party. One particular 4th of July gathering, when her godfather made his usual appearance, she was so excited to see him that she ran to him yelling, "Uncle Tony, Uncle Tony!" Her loud screeches of delight caught my attention, but I wondered who she was yelling for. I saw my brother-in-law scoop her up in his arms, and saw the whole exchange. But who was Uncle Tony? When I caught my husband's attention, I asked, "Who's Uncle Tony?" He answered in a flat tone, "Chucky." I must have had quite a confused look on my face because he quickly explained that his brother, who we've always called Chucky, Rachel's uncle, who was holding her now, had the name the family never used. His name is Anthony, he said, and was named after his own father. He's the only one who called him Tony. Now at this point I had known my brother-in-law for more than 10 years. I even worked with him a few years in the same office and never once heard Chucky called Anthony, or Tony for that matter. I walked over to Rachel and Chucky and asked if he had told her his real name. He answered, "No, why would I?" To this day she still calls him Uncle Tony. She's the only one in the family that does. Her grandfather must have told her this well-kept family secret. After all, he was the one who had given his first son his name. But there's just one problem with this idea. Granddad has been dead for over 40 years. I was at my girlfriend's parents' place with her. They live in a small town in Iceland, in the old doctor's house. It was the middle of the night and I had to get up to pee. And I had this really uncomfortable / bad feeling when from the corner of my eye I noticed a woman stare at me, wearing an old-timey dress. I turned to look in her direction, and there's nothing there, not even an old oil lamp or something. It sent chills down my spine, so I hurried back to our bedroom and asked my girlfriend, "Do you guys have any ghosts?" "Oh, yeah, my brother refuses to sleep in this room, because one night he couldn't move and when he opened his eyes he saw a face." "Was it a woman's face?" "Yeah, I think so," she replied. Apparently this woman died under the care of the good doctor, and I was not the first nor fourth to see it. She's apparently harmless, but goddamn it freaked me out. And my girlfriend was just sitting there, acting like she's the Pope's pajamas. I also think it's important to note that a number of other people had experiences in the house, including an old psychic / seer who refused to even pass the threshold into the house. My parents had me when they were in their early 20s, and they did not have their own place yet. When I was 4, they got married and we moved into our own house, but before that, I lived with my mum and grandparents at her house. Since I was very young, I used to sleep in the master bedroom, in a big bed sandwich between my mum and grandma. My grandpa used to sleep in the spare room. I'm not sure why grandma slept with us. My grandparents had a great relationship, but anyway. I vividly remember an elderly woman with curly red hair and a green dress talking to me every night. She would appear after my mum turned off all the lights and told me to sleep. This lady used to tell me to be quiet and to not make too much noise because my grandma and mum were very tired and needed their sleep so that they could take care of me tomorrow. She was always nice to me. She kept me in check and made sure I didn't annoy my mum or nan or woke them up. Sometimes she would sing to me. I was always in my own little world when she was talking to me, like she demanded all of my attention. My mum confirms that I used to tell her that I saw the woman with red hair again last night. She was a bit freaked out, but she assumed it was my own imagination, and when I grew up and still visited my grandmother, I stopped seeing her. I lived with my grandma for a few months after my grandpa died, and nothing unusual happened. But at age 16, I was doing my A-levels, and one time my mum came with me to the A-level art to make sure I wouldn't get lost finding the school it was going to be held in. There was this other girl who had been in my secondary school doing the same exam, and her father had driven her there. My mum and her dad recognized each other and were doing small talk. She was asking him where they lived. He told her that he lived in the same village my grandma lives in, and my mum told him the specific block of flats, as he lived nearby. He told her that people say they see a woman with curly red hair there, and paranormal stuff happens frequently. The description matched the one of the lady I used to see as a kid, and that really freaked me out for a long while. Whenever me and my siblings are home alone downstairs, we hear footsteps pacing back and forth up the stairs. Whenever we go on our stairway, the footsteps stop abruptly. Also, sometimes when we get home from vacation to find one or two of our windows open. As we live in a safe neighborhood, this isn't really a problem, but my mum is convinced that it's the work of ghosts, because we would obviously never leave our windows open before going on road trips. Our attic is far too small and dangerous for a stowaway. Plus, the only entrance to it is in my mum's closet, which has boxes and stuff, and is impenetrable to get through without making a ton of noise or being extremely obvious. We also have 4 cats and dogs, so no human or vermin are running around in our house undetected. The footsteps are loud stomps that pace back and forth and aren't human, but stop abruptly when I reach the stairs. It's not like something scuttles away and hides. It simply stops. When me and my sister used to share a bunk bed, we both saw dark figures looking at us through a window on the 2nd floor of the house. And unless some guy had a ladder and was trying to break into our house, I'm convinced it was a ghost. Whenever I'd walk or drive past a cemetery, weird stuff would happen to me later that day. It was almost as if something followed me home. And my basement had a door in it with glass panels that led to nowhere. It used to lead to an underground tunnel that connected the house across the alley, but it was filled in years ago. One time I abruptly woke up and saw a face looking at me through one of the glass panels, and sometimes I see weird lights coming through, and there are no lights. Recently I was sleeping down there due to hot weather and having no AC in my room, and I dreamt that I was in there being watched in my sleep. I used to see ghosts outside my apartment complex all the time. To give you a bit of context, they would be outside dressed in 50s style clothing. They would be driving up in old cars, go through gates and then vanish into thin air. There were also 2 guys packing up old pickup with camping gear. They would just be outside and suddenly disappear. I wanted to record it once, but when I got my phone out, they were already gone. I know this is a very convenient thing to say, but it's honestly the true account of what happened. My Chow Chow passed away in December 1999. She was almost 14 years old. One evening in the late spring of 2000, I got an unusual urge to go out onto the front porch. The porch and front of the house were brightly lit by a streetlight across the street. While standing outside, I hear a chuff 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 noise coming from the left and getting closer. This sounded exactly like the sound my Chow Chow would make when doing a fast walk. The sound continued approaching from the left. By now I'm looking up and down the street, in yards and over railings, trying to ascertain where the noise was coming from. There was no one in the street, no one in my yard, and no one else outside. I looked and looked but couldn't find a source, and the noise kept coming. When the sound was right in front of me, it stopped, as I felt the sudden presence of my Chow Chow. I broke into happy tears and enjoyed her presence and thought how much I loved her and missed her. I thought how it would be to have her back with me all the time. Something inside me told me that having a ghost, albeit a dog ghost, with me all the time may not be the best thing. So I told her I loved her but that she needed to go on with her journey, and that we would be together again. The chuff 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 noise started again, moving to the right, away from the porch, and continued for a short while, getting continually fainter. I never heard the noise again, but I do believe we will be reunited one day. Jerome, Arizona. Have any of you ever been there? I've been to many tacky and purely touristy ghost towns and tours, but when I arrived in Jerome, it felt different from the start. It's a quaint little mountaintop town in Arizona, partially isolated from a fair amount of the area, and is part of an odd amount of tragedies ranging from mine cave-ins and massive tuberculosis outbreaks. I'd heard about this place by a friend who lives in the area, and eventually planned to stay via Airbnb with a nice old couple during my visit, to visit the friend that told me about this place. When I arrived, I was surprised at just how quiet the town actually was. Beside the bar, everyone just seemed in harmony with the history of the town. Beforehand, I had made arrangements to go on a ghost tour with a pair of old local guides, father and son, who just happened to live in an old cathedral, to show me around some of the more popular haunted spots. We began the tour with myself and a young couple also staying in the town for the night. As I started to talk to the guides, I learned much about the town and their personal experiences through the years. Stories told to me of homeless men who had been dead for decades, and nuns who pushed the older men of the guides down a set of stairs when he first moved into the church. We visited the usual spots: old mines, abandoned hospitals turned into stores, and finally, an old coffee shop that used to be a very popular bar and eventually speakeasy. This was the place that changed my view on the paranormal. As we walked in, I immediately felt different. It was said that some man still resided there that died during the Prohibition era, and he would sometimes interact with people if he found them worthy of his time. In the shop, there was also a single couch that remained there from the era that was said he would sometimes sit and relax upon with others. Anyway, as I said, I felt different. I could tell the guides could too at this point. So we got settled in and started asking some simple questions. After a while, we started to get a response. Slight knocks on the door to the bathroom and the walls. We all thought it may have been a coincidence or just a hoax pulled by the guides that we were going, and knows we could be getting louder. This is when we saw the apparition of the lower part of a man's legs. Let's just say the young couple were terrified and immediately left with the older guide, leaving me and the younger one alone in the room. He sat on the chair across from me while I sat on the couch and asked questions. It wasn't truly that I had my experience until I ended up asking the ghost if he remained here waiting for a woman, but there was no response. Knowing that in the past, Jerome was a gay haven back in the early 1900s. Then I asked, "Are you still waiting for a man?" I then felt the couch creak, as if someone else had sat down and felt a pressure on the back of my neck. This was all accompanied by a loud knock on the wall behind me. We promptly left after that, but making sure we thanked the ghost for his time at the door. Even if it wasn't that terrifying, it will always live in my mind as what convinced me of the paranormal. This is one of my buddy's stories. We were at a brewery with some friends and our spouses, and I asked him a question about his ex. Someone made a joke because I dated his ex at one point in high school. I don't regret it really, but it was a dumb decision because it did hurt our friendship at the time. Anyway, I remember sitting in the couch with her, and she told me that when she was a kid she had an imaginary friend she could legitimately see. Her name was Emily, and she had very long black hair. She told me she had a friend over who claimed to be able to see paranormal things and claimed to see Emily. So while we were talking about that, I asked him if he'd ever seen Emily or heard her being spoken about. I mean, him and his ex dated for years. He took a big gulp of his sour drink. Yeah, man. I know you remember how her room was laid out and all. Well, I was staying the night at her house and I woke up, and she was sitting there in the mirror brushing her hair. I'm thinking, damn, it's awfully late to be brushing your hair, but I just rolled over into the bed, and as I looked, she was there sleeping next to me. I rolled back over, and no one was in the mirror. That's when I realized it was Emily. We joke about the little girl that lives in our house. My wife insists that she was a victim of a fire in the schoolhouse in the 1870s that was on our property before the house was built. We've never seen her, but there is the occasional door locked or unlocked, or the errant attic light on and off and so forth. Not a presence that's very strong nor overbearing. This was one time though, when my wife was in the kitchen, and I was coming down the stairs and we both heard, "You're a good little girl, Dottie," coming from the living room. Dottie is our dog. Trouble, but a good girl to be sure. Apparently there's one more person in the house besides my wife and I who agrees. For context, we live in an ancient coastal New England town, halfway between the sites of the massacre of the Nagargarsets and the site of the Pequots. So although there are probably countless ghosts of native folks throughout our land, we are not apt to listen to them. The girl in our house is probably just one of the settlers in our town, of one of their descendants. My mum thought she saw a ghost. She went outside around 10 p.m. for a cig years ago and saw a very elderly woman walking up to our neighbour's back stairs to their veranda. Mum says she wanted to ask if she was alright, as it was very rare for our neighbours to have visitors that late. They were also elderly, but Mum said she completely lost her voice and felt stunned, though she couldn't look away. She ended up getting out a "hello," and the woman just disappeared. The next morning, Mum made a joke to our neighbours asking why she wasn't invited over for their nightcap with their visitor, and they very casually replied, "Oh, so you've seen our ghost too?" They were excited over it and not remotely scared. Barry, the neighbour, says an elderly lady follows his wife, Elwyn, everywhere, and they feel pure comfort around her, but their own children and grandchildren are frightened by the lady on the stairs when they stay. I bought a B&B built in 1850, and after we had moved in, people began to tell us it was haunted. Seems the home used to belong to a local doctor, and it was not only his home but the local hospital too. From the second night there, we started to have strange things happen. My eldest daughter has health issues, and she said someone was sitting on the edge of her bed at night. On the third night, she was brave enough to look to see who it was. A dark-haired man was sitting there, with his head in his hands. Seems our doctor was still doing rounds and was checking up on her. A few nights later, we heard heavy footsteps coming down the hall. I hid in a room and jumped as the sound was right outside the door. And while the sound continued down the hall, there was no one there. My husband left for a few months for work, and we wouldn't tell him the stories of our doctor's visits, and he was polite, but you could tell he really didn't believe us. When he returned for a visit, he was asking about the doc, and if he had really been active recently. We were walking through the halls at the time, and when we reached for a doorknob, the door slammed shut. His hand just froze mid-air, and after a few moments it swung back open until the door handle was in his palm. All the time, I let him know with a smile. The doc also loved to change the radio station and change the clocks, which was a bit of a pain, but it was his house too. One night he set off the smoke detectors in my daughter's bedroom. I went in and took it down. The alarm was still screaming in my hand and we removed the batteries and it kept on ringing. That event was like a blur, very surreal, and I had to beat the smoke detector to 1,000 pieces before it got quiet. But the best one was to come about 6 months later. We had opened to the public and hosted a very small wedding with less than 30 people in the B&B. The reception was a success and people began to say their goodbyes while I began to clear up. I took a bunch of dishes back to the kitchen and quickly returned as none of the guests had left, and I saw a man in the adjacent room admiring a print I had hanging over the fireplace mantel, one that looked incredibly similar to the B&B with a fantastic garden. I smiled at him and told him it was one of my favorite paintings, and he returned the smile, going back to look at it. I should have known something was off. Firstly, he was wearing a very old-fashioned brown suit that was in style maybe 100 years ago but not today, right down to the pocket watch and chain and his shoes. I walked from the room past the front door into the reception, all of 15 feet. Then I turned to ask if he had enjoyed the wedding, and he was gone. The door was still locked. No footsteps were heard on the wooden floor. He had simply vanished. Our family believes in ghosts, and every time he made an appearance we would just acknowledge his visit, thank him for caring for us, etc. I still think he was just lonely, and was so happy that the house was being used and cared for again. I was very young, probably only 4 at the time. My family were visiting relatives in a house they were staying in temporarily. My mother tells me the whole thing seemed very off from the get-go. The house was pretty old, though I'm not sure how old, and my grandparents must have been sensing something there from the start based on their reactions, but I'll get to that in a while. Anyway, my brothers and I were playing in the living room of the house, and apparently both my brother and I separately went to my mother and asked her about the man in the window. I vaguely remember seeing the outline of a man's shadow against the window, but I don't remember any details. I wish my memory were better, but hey, I was 4. My brother was asking, why aren't we talking to him? To give a bit of context, our family is massive. We have tons of extended family, cousins, aunts, uncles, etc. So it was not uncommon for us kids to meet complete strangers at family gatherings, which is why my brothers and I were not terrified of said strange man. My mother looked in the living room and saw no one and asked my brother where the man was. Over there against the wall by the window, he replied, and pointed to an area where the man was. At this point my mother was confused and my grandmother overheard the conversation and came over to us. What is it? She asked, and my mother explained what we were saying about the man. She immediately got a bottle of anointing oil and went through the entire house praying and putting oil above every doorway. My grandfather was previously the pastor of a Methodist church, so it was a reflex action that anything even remotely like a ghost or demon had to go. I should mention here that supposedly, and I say this because I don't know if I believe it or not, the bottle of oil my grandmother has is special because, get this, it's empty. Yes, she keeps a small empty glass bottle in her purse, and apparently whenever she needs to anoint something, or someone, there will be oil in it. I don't know if I believe this or not, but I digress. After the house was prayed over by them, I believe we had group prayer and we couldn't see the man anymore. Honestly, I wish my memory from the experience were better, so I could describe him to you all. However, since it was not a traumatic experience or even something my mind could comprehend at the time, I don't remember much at all. Most of the details are from what my mother told me years later. The house I lived in from birth until I was 11 was pretty close to a hospital for the mentally ill. Nothing like an Outlast or House on the Hill, and it's been shut down for a good few years and turned into houses. My parents worked there. My mum is a psychiatric nurse and my dad worked on the wards, where the guys were deviants, so they'd do stuff like eat sheets and play in their own filth, scratch off their lips, stuff like that. We lived in a house about 500 yards away. From an early age, my parents tell me I'd be heard laughing uncontrollably. This lasted until I was 2, when I'd have full-blown conversations, as much as a 2-year-old could, and I vividly remember a kid making shapes with his hand in the light, which would set me off. I used to draw on the walls of my room next to my bed. I seemingly was obsessed with drawing police cars and crowds of people chasing a man. At first, my drawings were unintelligible, but as I approached 4 or 5 they were getting better, and that's when my parents remember me drawing, always police cars chasing a man. I showed no interest in police or playing cops and robbers outside of this. I played with the kids. I believed one of the funniest things that happened was he locked me in a coal shed from the outside. He told me to get inside, so I did, and then ran away. My mum heard me screaming and asked how I got in there, as there was only one way to lock it from the outside, and they did not believe me that it was this kid. This is where it gets freaky. As I aged, I grew out of taking notice of this person who seemed to frequent my room. I awoke one night, I think I was around 6, to a loud bang downstairs. My parents' room was across the landing, so I walked across, looked down at the stairs, and was frozen in terror. We had a draft excluder that was like a snake. It was hanging on the door handle of the front, swinging. There was a man slowly walking up the stairs, and I screamed and the man went away. I heard a voice telling me to come here, and I passed out and woke up in my bed as if it were a dream. I woke up the next day and saw the snake still on the handle, and it freaked me right out. My parents didn't tell me until I was much older, before we'd lived there, that a man had escaped from the hospital, come to the house, stolen a kid, took him back, and hidden him in a shed on the hospital site for 2 days before he was found. I was living with a family I was close to after leaving my bad home at 18. They always joked about one specific hallway being haunted by a ghost they affectionately called Jerry. One day I had to go down the hall and felt something from behind. Ran and looked back when I got to the end of the hall and said, "Go away, Jerry." A few days later I come out of my bedroom that's at the top of a 13-step hardwood flight of stairs. I'm not wearing socks. I'm not dizzy and I feel fine. All of a sudden something pushes my back hard, and I don't just fall down the stairs, I fly down them, flip over the side railing, crash full force to the ground and slide on my back and hit my head on the bedroom door that's at the bottom right of the stairs. It gave me a slight concussion, and everyone in the house emerged and asked what happened, and how did it happen, because the only way I could have fallen the way I did is if I was shoved from behind, and there was no one upstairs with me at the time. Back in 2001, I left for college and my family moved into a house on a lake. My younger siblings were kids at the time and claimed they would see handprints appear along the wall in the downstairs hallway, so they generally avoided hanging out there. Since I never really lived in the house after college, I completely forgot about it. Fast forward to this past November. COVID-19 is raging, so I flew back home to be with my parents since the bi-level house allowed me to quarantine for 2 weeks downstairs. During my isolation, I started to feel a really deep gratitude that we had this house right now, that allowed me to be with my family safely. I would periodically walk up and down the hallway, placing my hand along the walls and saying a little thank you prayer. It was maybe the 3rd or 4th time I did this, when I suddenly remembered the story of the handprints from years ago. Pretty interstellar, if you ask me. I was at my grandpa's house in southern Indiana at the time. He had a really long driveway, so I drove a golf cart to get the mail. As I was coming up, I swear I saw my great-grandpa, who had been dead for a few years by then. I looked over at the passenger side and saw him smiling at me. It scared me so much I slammed on the brakes and looked back, but he was gone. Then I saw something running into the woods that looked like a human. I tried to drive away but was stuck in mud, so I got out and ran the west of the way. I told everyone, and they ran down to check. As they were going, my aunt told me that ever since we got their grandpa's dog, he'd been acting crazy, so we think someone was out there. There was also a short story where on the 4th of July my sister saw a toddler roll down the hill and hit her head. She panicked, told my mum, and by the time they looked back, the girl was gone. Judging by how scared my sister was, she couldn't have faked it either. My family has experienced a lot of things just like that. This happened to my ex-stepbrother, 16 or more years ago. When I was around 13, my dad had taken a job in another state about 4 hours away. He would stay in an apartment during the week and would come home on his weekends off. A few years later, my older stepbrother, around 17 at the time, began seeing what he claimed was an old woman around our local home. She would never do anything malicious, but she only presented herself to him. It would often be times when he was home alone. This went on for a few months. Nothing more than your typical, "what do you want?" conversations. He said she would speak to him, most times saying that she was getting taller and mundane statements like that. One night, while me, my younger stepbrother, and stepmother were visiting my father, we get a call from my older stepbrother. He was frantically telling my dad that he needed to get his hunting rifles out of his truck and lock them up inside. The odd part here is that my dad never left hunting rifles in his vehicle. At first my dad shrugged it off, thinking maybe he had just mentioned in passing that he had left them in there in that morning. Then he started to wonder why he would be calling so late, and why he sounded so panicky. While my dad went out to recover the guns, my stepmother asked what Brandon, the older stepbrother's problem was. He said that the old lady had woken him, telling him that Randy, my dad, needed to get the guns into the house. She apparently told him that if he didn't, Brian, my younger stepbrother, was going to get hurt. After this, my stepbrother never spoke of the woman again. We assumed she never came back. A more heartwarming tale involves my ex-stepmother's mum. She was dying of lung cancer, and while she was in hospice care, she would stare out the window and watch hummingbirds feed from a dispenser just outside the window. The day of her funeral, a pure white hummingbird hung around the flowers at the head of her casket for the entire service. This first story happened in Mexico, when my parents, sister and nieces and I were finally able to visit our family there about 4 years ago. We were at my great-aunt's house, and her 3 adult children were also there. They have a 2-story home where they run a small mechanical repair shop from the first floor and mainly reside on the second, with the exception of the living room and bathroom being on the first floor with the shop. When you take the stairs onto the floor above, you immediately enter the open area for the kitchen, where they have a small bar seating area at the top of the stairs and landing, and the dining room with a large dining table. I was sitting on the bar stool closest to the stairs. My younger sister was sitting next to me, and my 2 older sisters were standing across the bar from me. My parents, great aunt, and my aunts and uncles were all sitting across the dining room table. My sisters and I were all chatting and laughing, and everyone was having a great time, enjoying good company. When suddenly I feel like someone grabbed me from behind in a bear hug manner, and I felt my body slightly tilt back into the hug. I chuckled and quickly turned around, thinking I must not have heard whoever walked up the stairs and hugged me, only to find there was no one standing behind me. It didn't feel like a threatening presence, but I immediately tried to debunk it by rocking the bar stool, thinking I must have unbalanced on there, or something. But it didn't rock. By this point, my sisters are all looking at me funny and asking what I'm doing, and I just tell them I felt someone hug me from behind and felt myself tilt back into the hug, and they just looked at me like I was weird. I stepped out to their courtyard, which was directly connected to the kitchen and dining room, to get some fresh air, and had only been out there for a minute or 2 when my mum came out and says, "Is it true? You felt someone hug you from behind the top of the stairs?" I told her that that's what it felt like, and that I might need some fresh air. My mum's eyes immediately start to water, and she said, "I think that was your great uncle. He used to do that to everyone who was sitting there whenever he came upstairs from the shop." She then made me come inside, and my great aunt and my aunt and uncles were all starting with tears in their eyes. My great uncle passed away about 10 years ago prior to that happening. I'd only met him once when I was 4, which was 20 years prior to this trip. They said that my great uncle must have wanted to say hi to us and let us know how happy he was to see everyone together. This next story happened about 7 or 8 years ago, when I was spending the night with my boyfriend, now husband. Michael was living with his brother and sister-in-law and their 2 kids to help them out financially, since they were struggling a bit with the expenses of a toddler and a new baby. I would go over to help watch the kids while their parents went to work and try to help them with childcare. This particular night, the kids' parents had to work the late shift, so it was extremely late, around 2 a.m. by the time they got home. By the time they arrived, I was feeling too late to drive the 10 minutes to my parents' house, so I just stayed to spend the night there with Michael. The room was kind of small, and Michael had his bed pushed up against one wall, so the head and one side of the mattress touched the wall. He had a nightstand next to the bed, and also had a small recliner in the corner of the room. That was basically all he could fit in there because of how small the room was. He was sound asleep, and when I came into the room, snoring and all, sleeping on the side nearest the wall was Michael. I have trouble falling asleep to begin with, but that night was extra difficult because I kept feeling very uncomfortable as I felt as if someone was staring at me when I was trying to fall asleep. As much as I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I was beyond exhausted, especially after dealing with a toddler and a newborn, and I just wanted to sleep. But every time I started dozing off, something kept telling me to wake up and remain alert. After about 20 minutes, I finally decided that I absolutely had to fall asleep and pulled the covers up to my face, where only my eyes and upwards were uncovered. Within 30 seconds of me doing that, Michael suddenly sits up and shouts, she's here, get the light," and reached around me to get his phone from the nightstand to illuminate the room. The screen lights up, and he's moving the phone around the room and no one's there. I'm freaking the hell out, asking him, Who's here? He sets the phone back down and tells me, "Nothing. Never mind, go back to sleep," and promptly lays back down and says nothing else after that. I am in full-blown what the hell mode, and turn on the light to reveal the empty bedroom with just me and him and his bedroom furniture in it. I turn the light off and lay there terrified, eventually allowing my exhaustion to knock me out until my alarm rings for me to get up for work a few hours later. Michael goes to work, and I head home to get ready for work, but send him a message that we need to talk about what happened the night before. He tells me he doesn't remember and tried to blow me off. Later that night, we met up for dinner, and I again ask about the night before, when he sighs heavily and says, "I don't know who it was. All I know is that I saw her standing at the foot of the bed, reaching to take the covers off your face to get you." He had been asleep and snoring the whole time, and the room was pitch black. He couldn't have known that I had the covers up to my eyes that night. Needless to say, I never slept in that house again.
At the old house we used to live in, we believed there was a little ghost boy who lived there as well. My family had seen him a few times in the backyard wearing blue mesh shorts, an orange shirt, and the sneaker sandal things with black and green outlines. He would sometimes run around and play, but there was one time that he really scared my mum. She was home alone when my siblings and I were at school, and my dad was at work. It was around 1, so she had about an hour left before she had to pick me and my sister up from school. She finished making the food in the kitchen and made sure to turn off and unplug everything she used. She went to her room to take a shower, and out of nowhere the blender turned on by itself. As you can imagine, she got super scared and went back to the kitchen to turn it off. She scolded the little boy and told him that he was welcome in the house, but he couldn't be scaring her like that. Luckily, that was the first and only incident that he ever pulled. An ex of mine had a young son who had a tendency to sit up at night and talk to his friend. No biggie, kids and their imaginations, right? One day the girlfriend and I ordered a pizza, set up a movie, and the kid gets washed for bed. In his bath, I asked if he was ready to go to sleep, and he said that it would be lonely. I asked why, and he said his friend left. Fast forward 30 minutes, as I kill the lights to his bedroom and say goodnight, he turns to me with the biggest grin on his face and say, "He's here. He's back." That was when the doorbell rang. I about crapped my pants. Turns out it was just the pizza guy.
As a kid, I used to be pretty scared of aliens or ghosts or whatever, but I grew up in San Diego and moved to Las Vegas. I went back to visit, and the job I had at the time was at Starwood Hotels, so they had a lot of super cheap employee rates and around the world, and one of those was for the US Grant in downtown San Diego. And the hotel is super nice for $59 a night. And one morning, very early, I hear a seriously demonic voice, but I'm pretty groggy, my eyes are closed, somewhere between wakey and sleeping, and I kind of ignore it, but then I wake up, and had remembered that voice right away. Then there were some oddities that happened as I awoke, like literally articles of clothing I had just taken off the bedside, and a pillow were miraculously and by themselves in the bathroom. So it's not like, oh, I must have left them there. And how was that pillow there? It was just on the bed. So I sort of dismissed it all, but with the demonic voice in my mind. So then I go to dinner with my friends, and I'm telling them all of this, when we all look up on our phones haunted places in San Diego, and the US Grant shows up and reads, "It's not unusual for housekeeping staff to report their cleaning supplies moved while tending to other things in different guest rooms. Some guests have claimed that they've seen the ghost of a man standing over them while they're in bed. The man is reportedly heavy-set, dons a black suit, and quickly appears and then vanishes. Problems with light flickerings are frequently reported, as well as hearing random footsteps and other obscure noises." Well, maybe it was paranormal after all. My teacher thought it was only appropriate to tell us a story about his paranormal experiences. One of them that really stuck to me was a story he was telling us about his farm his family has always lived on. He said that 8 years ago, after class was over and he'd finished his tales, one of his students came up to him and asked how his grandfather died. He told Becky that it was kidney failure. Becky said that that's what she'd suspected. Then Becky started asking about the grandfather's appearance. Did he wear overalls, have really long grey hair and facial hair, and wear glasses? At this point, the teacher is a bit creeped out and asks why she wants to know. Her response? "Oh, because as you were telling the story about your grandpa, I saw him standing in the corner of the room. He wants you to call your grandma." This story happened to my friend's dad, and he isn't the guy to make stuff up, so I 100% believe him. My friend's dad, Jack, and his brother Tom lived with each other in the 80s. It was just the two of them living in the house and no one else. So this one night, Jack is coming home at night and walks into the living room to see a bunch of old people sitting around talking. As he walks in, they all quiet down and awkwardly look at him as he walks by. He doesn't see Tom anywhere, so he just assumes Tom will be back to tend to his guests. Jack has work the next morning, so he goes into his room to get some sleep, but is kept up from all the people talking. He walks out of the room and is promptly met up with Tom, who was coming out of his room to tell Jack to keep his friends quiet. However, Jack was coming out to tell Tom to keep his friends quiet. They walk out from the hallway into the living room, only to see it's empty, with the leftover smell of musk lingering in the air. I rented what used to be the master bedroom of a house built around 1970. The current owners made it into a studio with an attached bath and mini kitchen. I lived there for a year on my own before my husband moved in once we were married. Nothing ever happened, but on our wedding day when I woke up, I found a plant that I'd had for many years had somehow flown off my bookshelf and apparently committed suicide in the middle of my floor. There were no earthquakes here, nothing had moved, and it was very strange. Okay, so he moves in and weird stuff starts happening, like the TV will begin turning on and off by itself. A strong smell of cigarette smoke starts to appear when I'm alone, despite the windows being closed and fans blowing in my face. My husband made a canvas print of one of our wedding pictures, and it kept flying off the wall. I had a tabletop fan that was sitting 6 feet between both my husband and I. I didn't move or shake it, and it was my husband that turned it around to point it at him, as he was quite hot and I was studying with flashcards and didn't want them blowing away. 30 seconds later, I feel the wind blow on me. So I look up and say, "Babe, I thought you were hot and wanted the fan." "I did." "Well, why is it pointing at me then?" We both got the same wide-eyed look and realized that the fan had spun 180 degrees in less than a minute by itself. It was creepy, but none of this ever felt dangerous. More like it was a man who was annoyed that my husband had moved in. I guess the ghost wanted me all to himself. We lived across the street from one of the oldest cemeteries in Southern California. It was just strange little things. We thought that maybe it was the owner's remote controls turning off our TV at one point, but then we figured out that their TV was in the opposite direction of ours, and a different brand, so yeah. Saturday 8th, 2021, May, 6:45 p.m. I used to work in a large warehouse that didn't have many people in it on Saturdays and Sundays, after the daytime people leave, which happened sometime between 4 and 5. By not many people, I mean none. Well, none in my massive section of the building, since there wasn't a whole lot to do. I hid in the back corner where the cameras couldn't see me and just dicked around until the last half hour of my shift, when I actually had something to do. When it's windy, the walls will sometimes creak and groan against their support. I had been hiding in this corner for quite a number of weekends, so had gotten used to the noises. Then from the back wall that runs perpendicular to the aisle, I heard a loud woman's sigh. Not a lot of women work here, but I brushed it off as being the wind acting funny on the walls. Again, even though I've literally never heard anything like that before, it was 6:45. Then an hour later, I was still there in the corner, reading a creepy Ask Reddit thread, when from a few slots into the aisle directly in front of me came, "Oh, hello," in the exact same voice, but there was no one there. If there was, not only would I have seen them coming from quite a way away, but they would have tripped on the motion sensor light, and everything would have been illuminated around me. My first thought was that it was the wind, but it wasn't windy. Besides, I would have heard the usual creaks and groans in tandem with it. I'm also pretty sure the wall wasn't going to sound like a woman's voice, especially in two separate spots. The thing is, directly in front of me was metal racking. From where I was only likely to be noticed once someone started walking down that aisle and got near the end, which was where the voice came from. She sounded surprised, as though she wasn't expecting anyone to be there, and though she had the warehouse to herself. I tried to gain the courage to say something, but couldn't, because the thought of hearing a response weirded me out too much. I wasn't as scared as I was startled. I wanted to talk to her, but just really wasn't mentally ready for it. What if I tried to say something to her and she responded? Would I be mentally ready to handle that? Then a few minutes later, I heard her further down the aisle. 3 more syllables, but no idea what she said. She was walking away from me. Well, screw you then, I rather humorously thought to myself. I couldn't quite will myself to sit back down and go back to Reddit, so I hung around for a bit and eventually left 20 minutes later. I don't think the warehouse is haunted, though various people have seen and heard various things over time. From their accounts, I'm sure there are different entities, but they wander the area and only show up in the warehouse when it's empty. Most encounters happen near the holidays, so it wasn't unusual in that regard. I continued to sit in that corner every Saturday and Sunday for the remainder of my time I worked there, and I never heard anything again, which was a little bit disappointing. My house has an open kitchen and living room. The front door is facing the kitchen. As I was walking in, I saw what I thought was my roommate's boyfriend ducking down behind the kitchen counter, doing something to spook me that didn't seem too unusual for him, as he's a bit of a prankster. So I laughed and said something like, "Nice try, I saw you duck down." After a moment of silence, a super weird feeling washed over me, and I quickly walked over the kitchen and past the counter to see that no one was there. I walked down into the basement, and him and my roommate were down there watching a movie. The spot I saw this figure duck down was the furthest spot in the room from any door, so it wouldn't have been possible for him to duck down and then sneak out of the room, because he would have to go past the counter right to where I was standing to do so. This isn't the first spooky thing I've experienced in my house. Hearing glass shattering inside with no known source, stuff falling off walls, appliances acting weird. My husband has seen dark figures, but none of this was in our current home. This is the only house I lived in recently that I actually feel not creeped out in. Like I can go out to the kitchen in the middle of the night for water and not even turn lights on. But I still often think of this person I saw ducking down to hide. When I was in college and studying at home, I remember needing to find a particularly old 17th century play called The Alchemist by Ben Jonson. Me being poor and stupid, I didn't buy the class textbook, so I had to find it on my own. I was at my desk, and behind me was a walk-in closet, which I used as a library, as I collected old and rare books. I remember thinking that I saw the play in an old anthology of literature that I owned, and quickly pushed that out of my mind, as I thought it would take too much effort for a text that was surely available on Project Gutenberg online. I hear a loud thump behind me, and turn around in my chair and walk into the closet, and on the floor was a book turned open, with the pages facing up. You have to understand this part for it to truly sink in, that my closet was lined with shelves that extended far enough back that no part of my books were hanging over the edge. I was meticulous and very careful with them, as some were relics. I looked at the book in disbelief, and when I saw that it was the anthology of literature I was thinking of, and not only that, but the header of the page showed it was a page of the play The Alchemist, I knew this was something truly out of the ordinary and unexplainable. I have more experiences in this house, but one thing will remain with me as irrefutable proof that something intelligent understood my inner thoughts and caused that to happen. In the same house, on the day my father died, my grandma also tells a story of how pictures in the house were flying off the walls at her. My dad hated her guts, and she's always been an honest person. I don't know if I'd call what happened to me an experience with a ghost per se, but I thought it would be worth mentioning. My neighbor passed away last week, and since we moved in, we've been friends with him for about 15 years. A few months after he passed away, part of my family visited with their children. Everyone was outside with their kids, when suddenly one of them pointed at the neighbor's property and said, "Where did the old man go? He was just there." My cousin, the father of the kids, just said that nobody was there, and was a little confused, and everyone kind of laughed it off. But I think he was, just looking to check if everything was alright with us. Kinda gave me the creeps a bit, but I hope you rest in peace. A few friends and I share a really big old Victorian-era house. During the first lockdown of the pandemic, I was the only housemate not working from home, meaning that in the mornings I'd be the only person up and about. One morning I walk downstairs and see the back door is wide open, and one of my other housemates is outside tidying up the garden. I saw him from the back, but I could be certain it was Andrew. I thought nothing of it, as he mentioned that he was returning to his office for a few days a week, as restrictions eased, and figured that it was why he was dressed quite smartly. White shirt, black trousers and shoes. Why he'd be tidying up the garden before he left for work I will never know, but my housemates being the people that they are, I was guessing he got drunk and trashed the place the night before and perhaps felt guilty about it. I made myself a tea and turned to leave the kitchen, not really looking up, and noticed in my peripheral vision him pass the kitchen doorway down the hall. When I turned into the hallway, however, a second later, he was nowhere to be seen. A little strange, but it was early, so I thought nothing of it. The day continued and all was well. Later that night, when we were all hanging out, I asked Andrew about why he was tidying up the garden in the morning.
and he hadn't a clue what I was talking about. He said to me that he had been into his office and didn't get up until long after I'd left. Then I mentioned that I saw him wearing a white shirt and smart trousers, and he freaked out a little bit, and confessed to me that he'd been keeping quiet about something he'd seen in the house, as he thought we'd take the piss out of him. According to him, he spotted a man exactly as I described standing in the living room as he passed by the door one night, but when he double-checked to see what he'd seen, the man was gone. Literally nothing else has happened in the house since. So, maybe perhaps a bit of a boring story, but I finally have a ghost story to share, so that's nice. I worked in a 90-year-old bookstore. 2 months into working there, the long-time owners had decided to retire, but soon after, the assistant manager chose to keep the place open despite the long-time owners having sold off 90% of the stock. The assistant manager hired family and friends and kept half of the old staff, including me. A few months in, one of the friends she hired, who ran our computers after we closed at 9 p.m., said a man would appear on the basement stairs at 10 p.m., would walk to the back of the store, climb the stairs into the loft and disappear. The assistant manager took this story with a grain of salt, as she was religious and did not believe in the paranormal. But then family she hired started staying late too, and they began seeing the guy as well. Eventually, the assistant manager stayed there late and claimed to see him as well. 6 months into the assistant manager running the place, a lady showed up with pictures of the store from the 50s, saying she had worked there in the 60s. I asked her if she'd ever seen the ghost. "I worked for him," she told us. She explained that the ghost was the owner within the 60s. In his time, the store closed at 10, and he would go around looking for last-minute customers before heading up to the office. Meanwhile, I always had the morning shift, and I'd start coming in before sunrise because we had someone stealing all our newspapers from the front porch. I would go inside and wait in the nearby dark for the newspaper truck to drop them off. It was a few days after hearing the story about the old manager. I'd just brought the papers in and was hankering for donuts from a nearby shop. As I was about to leave, I turned back towards the darkness and said, "Go to the donut shop, want anything?" I didn't hear a voice, but the words "bear claw" popped into my head. I ran for the door, getting the creepy feeling that if I stuck around for one more second, I really would hear a voice say, "bear claw." Last summer, I was helping my boyfriend clean up his house a bit. At least 2 or 3 times. I swear, I felt him stand right next to me, but he seemed to be across the room. I brushed it off. Then he was running some garbage outside to his dumpster. As I was sweeping, I took a step backwards and felt something brush against my back. So I said, "Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you come back," as I turned around thinking I'd bumped into him. And then my boyfriend walked in through the front door in the other room. After that, he told me that his whole family had had stuff like that happen all the time, and they're pretty sure their house, which is a massive 3-story place, which is over 100 years old, has at least 3 different spiritual inhabitants, and he assumes that one got curious. My dad passed away at the ripe age of 99. My dad had always been a penny guy and would always pick them up. He lived through the Great Depression and his family had always been poor. Anyway, he never believed in wasting money. The day after his funeral, I was in my room with my son looking at some photos. A penny fell off the dresser and rolled across the floor. Not sure what knocked it off, but I jokingly told my son, "Well, I guess your granddaddy's letting us know that he made it." We laughed it off, but after that we began finding pennies every day. Every time one of us would pick it up, laugh and say, "Guess granddaddy was here today." The following year my son turned 21. He was working that day at Six Flags over Texas as a train engineer on their 2 antique steam locomotives. At the end of his shift, he drove home and found me getting ready to go out for his birthday party dinner. He said, "Mum, you know how we always joke about Granddaddy leaving those pennies?" I said, "Sure. I just found one earlier today." He asked me to hold out my hand, and into it, he put a handful of pennies. He then said, "Count them," which I did.
They were exactly 21 pennies. He said, "I found these on the last run I made to the train today. Ghost or odd coincidence? Doesn't really matter to me, but it made my son happy, and that made me feel great. Maybe my dad really was reaching out to say happy birthday to his only grandson." As a kid, I shared a room with my brother. Our room was designed such that our closet was built into a wall that was extended inwards towards the room. Now, the bathroom was on one side of the wall, and the foot of my bed was on the other. I never went to the bathroom at night, because I once saw a woman in white, dirty clothes with a lot of stains and long hair and burnt skin, who did nothing but stand there. Even as a kid, I thought it was just me being afraid of the dark, and my mind playing tricks on me. I could never see the corner where the bathroom was without getting up, because of the wall in between, and I used to stay in my bed and just hold my bladder for years, as I was too scared to get up and peer over the corner. About 10 plus years later, I'm sitting in my new home using my cell phone, and I hear my brother tell my mum, "Mum, as a kid I used to think our house was haunted, because I thought I kept seeing this woman with burnt skin, long hair and white clothes with a lot of stains standing near our bathroom door. Must have just been a recurring nightmare." A few years ago I went to a Christmas party. That night my housemates went home earlier, while I decided to stay and get into the Christmas spirit with a few other friends. I ended up getting pretty hammered and got home around 3 a.m. But instead of going straight to bed, I got another beer inside and went out to the back porch to have a smoke and look at the stars. I was outside a few minutes when I see a light go on in the kitchen. My housemate comes out and looks at me out the back. I wave and generally look like a drunk idiot. I thought he was going to come out and get a debrief on the rest of the evening, as there were some good laughs we had irrelevant to the story. Anyway, he just gets a glass of water and goes to bed. I finish my beer and join him. The next morning we're rehashing the previous night when he mentions getting up and seeing me have a smoke out back. "Who came back from the party with you?" I give him a sideways look and reply, "No one, dude, I was out there alone." He insists, "Nah man, there was someone out there with you, behind you on the porch, when you were looking inside waving. I didn't come out because I thought it was going to be the random friend at the Christmas party I didn't know. I couldn't be bothered to make introductions." To this day he stands by this version of the events. Whoever it was must have been standing nearby, because I saw no one and heard nothing. Gives me the willies each time I think about it. This happened to a friend a few years back. Back then we had a habit of going for walks at night by my dorm school. He didn't live very far, so after walking me back, he walked home through a newly built park connector that took about half hour to get to his area. This was past midnight and I was chilling in my dorm room when he called and sounded really freaked out. He rambled that he'd been walking for close to an hour and hadn't reached any of the landmarks that the signs along the path mentioned. The whole X meters until some road, etc. The whole area was empty, and even the houses lining the park were quiet and dark, and there was no noise, crickets, animals, anything. After a while on the call, he told me he finally exited into a road into a neighborhood he didn't recognize. It was still empty, but there was a taxi at the side of the road. The car was running after peeking in, and there was no one in it. He continued walking, and after a bit, the taxi suddenly slowly drove off. Long story short, he eventually ended at the main road. I didn't think he was making it up, because he's not the sort to do so. He went back to the area again, and actually encountered something. I forgot the details of what happened there, but he managed to take a picture. What it looked like was a shadow figure, human-shaped silhouette melting into the ground. It was certainly very strange. My dad had this habit of knocking his fingers on the wall in our hallway as he walked by, and he had a crackly toe. Together it made a very distinctive sound. We always knew when we were in trouble by the tempo of that sound. My older brother had a kid a few years after my dad died one night. While I'm babysitting, and the kid upstairs is in her crib about 18 months. Over the monitor. I can tell she's not napping anymore, but she seems to be occupying herself. Then I hear that noise that my dad used to make, and she giggled. It took me a minute to recognize that sound, but when I did, I went upstairs. The door to her room had been closed when I put her down, but now it was open, and she was standing at her crib, looking at the far corner, but there was nothing there. When I was in my teens, my family went for a retreat to an old bungalow near the sea. There was a huge mango tree at the side of the garden. I woke up at 3 a.m. due to being in unfamiliar surroundings and noticed my dad outside of the garden staring at the mango tree. I couldn't get back to sleep, so I joined my dad out on the garden. We kept looking at those big, juicy mangoes located very high up the tree, and at the time I thought it would be a great idea to climb up and pluck some at 3 in the morning. I climbed up to about 15 feet, started plucking those mangoes when my dad collected them from down below. While I was trying to reach a particular mango on a faraway branch, I felt like my hair fell down covering half my face, so I absent-mindedly tucked it behind my ears. As I tried to reach it again, it fell down covering part of my face again. Then I froze. Since when did my hair get so long? I didn't dare look up, and kept staring down at my dad, who was busy picking up mangoes and didn't have a clue to what was going on. Slowly I made my way back down, and only plucked up the courage to look up once both my feet were firmly planted on the ground. I didn't manage to see anything. That's when I heard the faint female laughter coming from up the tree. Between June 2010 and July 2011, I attended the Cascade Job Corps program in Cedro Woolley, in a rather quaint, albeit weird mountain town which bled into the neighbouring Burlington and Mount Vernon. I highly recommend that if you're in that part of Northwest Washington, you pay it a visit. The area is absolutely beautiful. Plus, if you're feeling the need to give yourself the creeps, put on the theme to Twin Peaks on your phone and drive around. Trust me, you'll love it. Cascade's Job Corps was a beautiful campus, somewhat isolated from the main body of Cedro Woolley, with only one road to get in and out. The overall area has a sense of being an island surrounded by dense woodland. As you enter, you see to your left, after a short narrow drive, an abandoned 3-story building, covered in creeping vines and other parasitic plants common to the area. To the right, you see the lush green yards dotted with massive trees of varied species, and behind them you see the first of the 4 dorms. By this time I feel I must make it known that the property, as far as I was able to determine, had been a campus for the Job Corps program for less than 20 years at that point. According to the information I gleaned from back when I was a student, the campus had been built as an asylum for the mentally disturbed. The oldest buildings still standing when I was in attendance were originally where the patients were kept, which was made somewhat obvious when you consider the common areas were built with thick observation windows to look in, and all the windows on site were heavily reinforced. Given that this campus has once been a lunatic asylum, naturally many stories and legends cropped up, often being told to the new input groups of fresh students by people who had been there a while. Of those stories, the 2 most common that we were told related to a little girl wearing a red dress said to haunt the halls of 2 of the dorms, and the other one of an angry Native American spirit that stalks the property at night. Additionally, you have stories of students hosting seances, using Ouija boards and summoning nefarious spirits and all other common spooky events that one would expect from an old asylum. What I can say with certainty is that there was something about campus that was supernatural. Myself being a cultist, I've learnt over the years that certain places house a wide variety of very palpable energy, an energy that has a habit of attracting spirits, elemental entities, and negative forces. Why this is, especially for that campus, I can only speculate. My own theory is that because the campus houses several hundred students ranging from ages 16 to 24, many of which come from rather turbulent backgrounds, too long to list here, whose own energies and psychological traumas imprint on the land. This is only amplified when you also consider that many years prior to the school, the area had been home to untold amount of people suffering from insanity, and likely had been subjected to a cornucopia of terrible procedures indicative to the time. Regardless, my years spent on campus had seen me encounter some unusual instances of the paranormal. The first of which happened 1 month after entering the program. I was sitting with my then girlfriend and our mutual friend on a bench which was located outside an old church, which sat behind my dorm and was connected to the cafeteria and one of the storage areas. As we were talking, we heard from the nearby church, which was surrounded by unkept hedges and bush, a very loud and low growl. For the record, all of us were worried a wild animal had wandered onto campus. It had happened before, and signs all over warned students of the possibility of bears and cougars, wild dogs, coyotes, and even porcupines. And it stood to reason that in that moment we were about to come face to face with a predatory animal. As we jumped up, we slowly began to back away. My girlfriend and friend behind me pulled at me, though I kept trying to tell them not to run but move slow in case it was an animal, and I was just about to tell both of them to remain calm when I suddenly felt a hard, forceful push on my chest, which staggered me back a few feet and almost knocked all three of us to the ground. Naturally, I was stunned. Nothing was in front of us, just open air, and yet it had felt as if two large hands had pressed against my chest and pushed me back with full force. And as I stood my ground trying to figure out what the hell had happened, I had been pulled away and forced into a run with my friends. Later that night I would find on my chest where I was pushed 2 large red marks that looked and felt like sunburns. The second incident that happened to me was several months and 2 girlfriends later, around Christmas time. Normally the campus is nearly vacated since most of the students go home for the holiday break. Sadly, my only family was too far away to justify the trip, so I opted to stay. Needless to say, I was the only person in my dorm for that break, which was great. I basically had full reign over the common area. I could watch anything on TV, get first pick of the good snacks, and it was great. Plus, the additional privacy was always a bonus. Halfway through my break, I decided after lunch to take a hot shower and make my way into the stalls. I kicked on the water, let it run so that it could get hot, and jumped in. As I was standing under it, I felt a cold breeze on my feet, which was unusual since there were no windows in the showers. The whole dorm was heated constantly throughout. However, in that instance, I didn't think much of it. The very clear and loud sound of a child's giggle, on the other hand, I did think much of. So here I was standing naked, covered in soap, alone in a dormitory, and I hear what sounds like a small child's giggle right behind the shower curtain, which prompted me to spin on my heel, throw it open and find nothing, save for a very cold blast of air. And naturally, when you have something so random and creepy happen, the best thing I felt to do was to rinse off, put on my robe, and book it down to my bay room and lock the door. Now, had this happened when there were other people on site, I would have thought it was a prank, which was very common. But here's the problem. In my dorm I was alone, save for the RA who was downstairs, who was also a non-nonsense dude. I thought maybe it came from downstairs since the vents did connect, but again no one was there. I even later went back with the stepladder and looked into the vent to see if someone put some kind of speaker or something in there to mess with me. There was not a thing to be found.
When I was a teenager, I had to study weeks before exams, so when I was home alone, I was sitting in my room, door open, so that the cat could come and go as it pleased. I was studying in silence, and after a while I became aware of sounds downstairs, and it sounded like someone was walking around down there. Not footsteps, but the swishing of clothing.
all the windows in the house were shut, so I thought that maybe the maid had popped in for some reason. She had a key and lived across the road, so I went down to investigate, and no one was there, and the noises had stopped. I walked through the entire downstairs of our house as it wasn't very big and it didn't take very long. Eventually, I was standing at the bottom of the stairs about to walk back up to my room when I heard the same swishing sound again, but now it was upstairs. So, repeat, and I looked upstairs and no one. Again I could hear movement downstairs. As I walked up and down all over the house multiple times, I could not find what made the noise. A few years later, my brother was the one studying at home, and the exact same thing happened to him. I was on vacation with my parents, where my brother and I were sleeping in the same room together. It was kind of a rural area, where it gets very dark at night. We went to bed in the evening, and we were still talking in the dark about random things. Suddenly I saw a blindingly bright green flash. My brother stopped talking in the middle of his sentence because he saw it too. Both of us were quite startled and also completely blinded for a few seconds. After confirming that we both saw the same thing, we went to wake up our parents. Unfortunately, there wasn't much to tell them other than there was a weird light. So since we didn't find anything, they just went back to bed, and my brother and I didn't fall asleep too well that night. To this day, I have no explanation for what happened. I thought it could have been the headlight of a car, but we don't remember hearing an engine, and it only happened once over the course of 3 weeks, so that seems unlikely. We still tell this story to people. Sometimes, and usually, they don't believe it, or chalk it up to the wild imagination of children. But we were 15 at the time. It didn't quite make me believe in ghosts, but to us it was a pretty spooky experience. My mum told me this story when I was younger, but now refuses to talk about it. This was before I was born. My sister was a newborn at the time, and my mum stayed home for a while after maternity leave while my dad worked. She was new to Canada and eager to make friends and eventually get to know our neighbours. One had a 7-year-old girl. My mum would often visit and invite her over for ice cream, to the point it became a reoccurring thing after school. Unfortunately, the kid got into an accident and passed away. Time kind of passed until one day my mum heard the door knock. She peeked through the door hole and shockingly saw the little girl. Out of panic, she kind of stumbled backwards with no words coming out of her mouth. Frozen, the little girl asks if she can come in for ice cream. My mum claims she told the little girl to go away, and she wasn't real. The girl persisted, this time knocking harder on the door. The knocks got harder and harder, eventually turning into thundering smashes. The door frame was shaking, and the door itself looked like it was about to split down the middle. Then suddenly everything stopped. It's dead quiet, and everything is calm and motionless. That's when my mum claims she heard the most evil, roaring and terrifying voice belt out from behind the door, "Let me in." I was on my way home from a 12-day vacation, driving a pickup pulling a fifth-wheel RV. It was about 11 p.m. on a Saturday night in late July, and I was about 2 hours from home, trying to make it home yet that night. I was in a very rural area where there was almost no one living on about a 20-mile stretch of road. There was only one combination gas station / tavern / motel, and it's heavily wooded on both sides. It's a county maintained and fenced at the tree line. The shallow ditches had been mowed, and the grass was about 6 inches high. I only saw a couple of cars on this whole stretch. I was going about 50 because it was heavily populated with deer. I saw movement ahead, so I immediately slowed down. As I passed, I saw a young woman. Tall, fit brunette, wearing a cropped top, pleated skirt and stockings, walking with traffic just off the shoulder. I immediately thought she had car trouble, though I had not passed a car that had broken down. Or perhaps it was a fight with her boyfriend. I pulled to the side of the road, hit the emergency flashes and grabbed the flashlight to check on her. When I got to the rear of the camper, no one was there. I looked around for her. There was no way she could have reached the back of the RV before I did. So she could not have been hiding there. She could not have hidden the ditches as the grass was too short, and she could not have made it all over the fence without a light. In the little time it took me to get the rear of the RV, I looked out where she'd been walking and saw no signs that the dew on the grass had been disturbed. I drove the rest of the way home with the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. When I was 12, I can still remember this event vividly. Mum had caught me up playing video games at night for 2 nights before, when the computer was in the kitchen. I was set up so that if you turned to the right you would see the door to the kitchen. I was messaging some friends online when I see someone from the corner of my eye. I scoot back already, prepping to get yelled at to try and explain why I was up at 3 a.m. again, except when I turned, I wasn't looking at my mum. I was looking at a much older woman with soft eyes and short curly hair. I remember freezing, and the chills of fear as I realized what I was looking at. She was white, pure white overall. She looked at me, looked around the kitchen, and then smiled sweetly before turning and sort of dissolving into the air. I stayed in my chair staring slack-jawed for 5 minutes before I worked up the guts to turn on the light. No one was there. All the doors were locked. She hadn't made a noise, and I went back to message my friend that I just saw a ghost, and she went, "Lol, okay, sure." I was wide awake, and I know what I saw, but it still boggles my mind. I used to work in a bar that wasn't exactly a jail, but temporarily held people awaiting court and sentencing. Everyone had a story about that place, who they called Sebastian. Another thing to note is it used to be a holding jail a long time ago too, but had since been converted into a bar. The first time I saw Sebastian, I looked down the stairs while I was opening, and saw some legs in black pants and smart shoes. The ceiling obscured his torso upwards, and when I went downstairs to ask how he got in, he ran down the hall and vanished. A few other members of staff mentioned seeing a man in a black suit who would be in the bar after hours while you'd be cleaning, but when you'd approach to speak to him, he'd turn the corner and disappear. Sometimes after closing, you'd hear someone ringing the bells on staff members' bikes downstairs, or you'd hear a crash and the bikes would be moved to a different place. Other times you'd see a man in black duck into the office, and by the time you'd enter, he'd be gone. The clincher that convinced us all was that it was just a thing we all believed because we all joked about it so often. One day, the new chef came. They didn't speak much English and would leave once dinner service was over, so they never engaged in the Sebastian stories. One day, one of them asked about a man in black who kept leaning on the ordering window while they were cleaning. Sebastian was pretty chill though. He never scared us or did anything mean. I think he just liked hanging out. I was in a minor car accident, T-boned at an intersection. About 100 meters before I hit the intersection, I felt a hand on my shoulder and a male tell me to slow down. I was already a few kilometers under the speed limit, doing 55 in a 60, and I was in the car with my then 3.5-year-old daughter on the passenger side in the rear and would not have been able to touch me through her restraint. The other car hit me at high speed in the front passenger side. If I'd have been going any faster, my daughter would have taken the impact and not survived. A few days later, my very healthy and uninjured daughter was babbling in her bedroom. I went to check on her, and she told me she was just talking to Grandpa K. I asked where he was, and she pointed to the corner of the room. I figured it was just her imagination and walked away. About a week after that, she was at my mum's house and said, "Hey Grandma, Sonny says to say he's sorry he left, but he's looking after Mum for you." Grandpa K is my mum's dad. He died before I was born, and Mum never really mentioned him or her mum, also dead before I was born. When I was growing up, Grandpa K's nickname was Sonny. I didn't even know that. My cousin and I thought it would be a good idea to visit a ghost town that was located nearby. We had heard stories from other relatives saying that they saw a woman and a daughter in a dress standing or walking by the side of a road. Whenever they passed her, their cell phones would either die or completely lose signal, and one of my cousins said his car stopped working as soon as he passed the woman. 7 of us got into a big van and went to the ghost town to see if the paranormal activity was true. We were talking and laughing in the van, making fun of people who get scared of the town, that they were probably just imagining things. None of us had been to a ghost town before, and we didn't know when we would reach it. As we crossed a bridge that led to the ghost town, the scenery completely changed. A huge fog appeared out of nowhere and covered the whole town and the bridge. The laughter in the van died out, and we were all dead quiet because we knew we had entered the ghost town area. We parked the van on a dirt road that was a little further than the entrance to the ghost town, and we turned off the car and closed all the windows and just sat there looking into the dark, empty houses. I felt as if the houses were full of ghosts, just staring at the van, as if we had invaded their space. The atmosphere was so tense, and after 5 minutes of just sitting there in the dark, the driver of the van suddenly turned the car on and drove out of the town. We all wondered why he left so suddenly, and asked him, but he wouldn't answer. He parked at a nearby gas station and his face was extremely pale. He finally started talking and said he saw a little girl walking behind one of the houses coming towards the van. He was so scared. You could see him trembling. He ran inside the gas station and the cashier saw his pale face, and surprisingly he asked the driver if we had just returned from the ghost town. We told the cashier that we did, and that our driver supposedly saw a little girl. The cashier told us that he had passed by the town a few times and saw the same thing. He advised us that if we wanted to experience something paranormal, we should wash the car down with those little window washing things they have at the gas station. We thought this was a good idea, and so we all went outside and washed the car all around. We washed the top of the car, the sides, the doors, all the windows and the mirrors washed. Then we took paper towels and dried it completely. We sat at the parking station for a good 10 minutes to see if we were going to go back to the ghost town or just go home. We agreed to switch drivers and return. We went back on the dirt road and traveled into the center of the town. We sat in the van for 15 minutes just looking out for signs of a girl or signs of activity in the houses. I can't explain how tense the atmosphere was. There were 7 of us, all aged 17 plus, in a van, and we had to hold hands. It was weird, but everyone was so scared we couldn't help it, and after 20 minutes in the center of the town I had begun to see a figure in the distance. It seemed like the girl everyone was talking about, but something was odd. It didn't look like the girl was walking. She was making these odd movements as if she was limping or something. I told everyone to look into the distance and everyone said they saw her also. We watched her and after 3 to 5 seconds the figure looked as if it were getting up. We realized she was crawling and had began to stand up. Right when she stood up it vanished into the blackness and a loud bang hit the driver's side. The gravel beneath the van sounded as if someone was crawling under the car, and 3 very distinct thumping noises came from underneath. The thumping was directly below my feet, and I could feel something hitting the car. Something also stepped onto the back bumper of the car, and a small thump could be heard hitting the back window. I made the decision that we should leave immediately, and so we did. We got to the gas station, everyone got out the car and we all saw it. On the driver's side mirror there was a large, fresh handprint and we were all freaked out. On my way out to the back of the car, there was a little footprint on the back bumper, along with a set of hand and footprints on the back window of the van. We took the paper towel and tried to smear or dry up the handprint, but they wouldn't come off the car. And we sat at the gas station for a good 30 minutes freaking out, and still the prints wouldn't dry. When you touched them, they didn't feel wet or anything, but they looked as if they were. Everyone was scared to get back in the van, but we eventually did, and made sure not to drive the van directly to someone's house because in our culture, something could have clung onto the van and tried to follow us home, so we went to a nearby Walmart instead. We stayed in this store for 3/4 of an hour and came out and the prince was still there. We had to call someone to get us and left the van in the parking lot until the next day. The prince eventually vanished, and we took the van back to my cousin's house. Never going back to that ghost town again.
I never met my grandfather from my mother's side. He died 2 months after my older brother was born. When I was 5 years old, my mother, my brother and I were living at my grandma's house where my grandfather had a small studio. The studio was always locked because when he was young, he hunted deer and his rifles were stored in the studio inside a vault. My grandmother kept the key to the studio at all times. There was this day when my grandpa was away on a trip, and my brother and I were at home with my mum, but she was on the other side of the house while we were playing upstairs. We decided to go to the studio, so we knocked on the door, and an old man opened for us. He was smoking a pipe while writing something, and we talked about the many curious objects in there. My mother went to check on us when she heard noises coming from the studio. The door was locked. She managed to get us out through one of the windows that faced the stairs, and once we were outside, I asked her who was the old man smoking and writing in the studio. Her face turned white, but she was very excited. She answered that he may have been my grandpa. To this day, almost 20 years have passed, and me and my brother vividly remember this moment. Sometimes we talk about it in family reunions. This is particularly special to me, because it was the way I met my grandpa. I was in a burial site on a tour. The area was large and empty in a field. I was standing quietly looking around when I heard something whispering in my ear. Then it moved to my other ear. I wish I could tell you what. It was a set of breathy whispered syllables that rushed back and forth with a staticky element between my ears. Being that this was a potter's field of mental institution patients from the 1800s, it makes me wonder what the spirit was trying to convey. The whispering swiped back and forth almost like a train barreling down the tracks, but just between my ears. It was definitely a woman. I seriously couldn't make out the words, and I tried to shake my head of it until I noticed that the person near me had a look on their face that made me realize he heard exactly what I had too. We looked at one another wide-eyed and exchanged the exact same account of what had happened. Maybe if I'd have experienced this by myself, I would have come up with an excuse. But as it was also confirmed by another person, I knew it was real. My biological dad lives in a creepy old farmhouse he renovated. I was helping him build out the office late one night. He went to the bathroom and I kept plunking away. I was on the floor and set my hammer down, and I felt something, a presence, and looked to where I thought someone would be. But there was nothing. I reached back down for my hammer, and it's out of arm's reach, maybe 5 feet further than where I had set it down. I hadn't moved it at all. He comes back after he's finished, and I tell him what just happened. He laughs and says, "Ha, the little girl must be playing with you." Little girl, what? He tells me every now and then he hears a little girl laughing and has even seen her. She's always wearing the same pair of overalls, and she just kind of wanders around upstairs. I'm not one to believe in the paranormal, but I have no explanation other than a little ghost girl just wanted to play. Every month, on the 5th, since I moved into this house, I always hear someone screaming, "Let me in a distorted voice outside my door. I've lived here for 5 years. I know these patterns. It manifests every 5th of the month. When it appears, you can smell it before you hear it, since it smells like smoke, garlic, and at first, I thought the stove was on, and it was burning. But in my exhaustion, told myself it was a fire, and I bought my deer killer just in case. And when I was about to open the door, I hear banging and screaming and a man saying, "Let me in." And that's when I
jumped to my senses, and found my compact ladder and hopped out the window. This persisted for a while, and it always stays in the range of 11-12 p.m. to 4 a.m. This happened for 3 months, and I thought a psycho was in my house, and I had it searched multiple times by the police. Me and my boys, the police, found nothing. So I installed a security system, and once again, when I reviewed the footage, it had been like it had never been recorded. It skipped the second it started. I wish I knew what was going on here. My boyfriend and I were in our house eating dinner. Our front door was open and the screen door was closed. We heard the screen door open and slam shut. We both went to the living room and out onto the front porch. As soon as we went out, we were hit by a thick, cloying, floral sweet smell. It smelled like funeral flowers, if you've ever smelled that scent before, just overwhelmingly strong and concentrated right in front of our house. We both felt kind of creeped out, so we went back into the house and into our bedroom. I sat on the edge of our bed, which faced the hallway, and one of our dogs came and hopped onto my lap. My boyfriend and I were speculating about what the door slamming and the smell was all about. I was looking straight ahead into the hall during a lull in the conversation, and I saw a dark shadow pass down the hall, go past our bedroom door, and into another room at the end of the hall. It was just tall, vaguely human-shaped and solid black, like the area it was in, just had all the light sucked from it, and you couldn't see through it. Our dog saw it too. He went nuts, barking and growling and whining. For some reason, that scared me more than anything, that he saw it too. I started crying and said I wanted to leave the house, so we got our dogs into our car and left. We were having plumbing problems anyway, so we ended up just staying in a hotel room that night. When we came back the next day, things seemed totally normal, and nothing like that happened since. It's definitely been one of the spookiest things I've ever experienced. My mother opened a clothing store, and the building she and her partner rented was, at one time, a popular brothel. It's a beautiful building, but very haunted. One night, she had closed up for the night, locked the doors, set the alarm, and went home in the evening. Then around 3 or 4 a.m., the police department called her and told her someone was in her store and had turned all the lights on, and it looked like end caps and things were turned over and items were all over the floor. The police told her that they didn't suspect anyone was in the building, and the doors were still locked. They also said, by the looks of things, it was extremely unnerving, and that it would be better if she went to check on things. So she did. When she got to the store, she went into the basement where handbags and merchandise were kept in storage. She said the door, which was locked by deadbolt, was wide open. The handbags were thrown around, and clothes were scattered all over the place. Fast forward a few months. Both my parents decided to open up a restaurant, and things get weirder. No one who owned the building prior ever mentioned any paranormal activity. But after working in the kitchen for almost 3 years, I've got a few stories that are unexplainable. On a busy Friday night in the summer last year, a stack of pizza trays flew off a rack and almost hit me in the face. I've had water pitchers thrown at me by this ghost as well, and I think that same week the fridge door opened up and a box of pork flew out maybe 4 or 5 feet onto the ground. My head chef saw this and we freaked out together. More recently, this ghost has become a fan of turning on mixing bowls and moving plates around. It hasn't thrown anything at me recently, but the one time it threw a pitcher at me, it did hit my hand. My head chef said he'd seen the ghost, and it's a woman wearing a red dress and looked like she's from the early 1900s. Sometimes at night, we will hear someone walking around after everything and everyone has left the building. At this point, it's not really scary, just a regular thing. It doesn't like women though, and it's actually pushed my general manager up against a window and held her face against it. She no longer goes into the kitchen at night. We believe this ghost is connected to the clothing store ghost and that my mother carries her spirit around. It's very odd and sometimes scary, because the ghost isn't always peaceful. Sometimes new hires get excited and agitated, in which case I get very serious and tell them to knock that out and that it's not funny. When I was about 12 during a summer, my sister, who's 5 years older than me, was out with friends at work. We shared a bedroom. I was up late doodling in a notebook in bed and had an older glass TV next to my bed that was turned off. At one point I looked up and saw in the reflection of the TV screen my sister walk out of the bedroom doorway and into the stairwell. When I turned to greet her, she wasn't there. I get up and walked into the stairwell, and all of the lights are still off downstairs and in the bathroom next to our bedroom. So I think she must have ran downstairs really fast and head down myself to find no one. At this point I'm getting a little spooked and wanted to prove myself wrong, so I went outside and her car was still gone. I sprint back inside and run back upstairs to my parents' room and wake my mom to tell her I was pretty sure I had just seen a ghost. She was too tired to do much for it, so I went back to my bedroom petrified. When I thought back on it, I realized the girl I saw was wearing a long-sleeved dress that looked somewhat vintage, and my sister was very much a tomboy in those days, but she had blonde hair like my sister and was looking towards me while walking out of the room. I stayed awake with my light on until my actual sister got home, and I felt safe to fall asleep. It still creeps me out, but I do think about it from time to time. I don't really believe much in an afterlife, but I know I saw a young girl walking out the door. I wasn't tired. I hadn't been watching anything earlier in the evening to scare me, and even further wasn't scared when I first saw her because I thought it was just my sister. I can't explain it though, and I never saw her or anything like it again. My grandmother passed away from cancer 2 years before I was born, and my grandfather had a room where he kept all her things such as jewellery, pictures, her china and crystal collections, etc. I moved abroad at quite a young age, but would stay with my grandfather when he visited, and my brother and I would often be given her room to sleep in during our visit. It's hard to explain really, but I always felt there was something lightly off in that room. I didn't mind sleeping there, but I also didn't hang out in the room much during the day, even when I was much younger. Before we moved abroad, the room wasn't one I would play in. I always played in the room directly next to it. Fast forward to when I was 10 years old and visiting my grandpa, staying in the room as normal. The room was super dark at night, and my grandpa had these super blackout blinds to let no light in. I woke up in the middle of the night, and I could see this floating figure at the end of my bed. What I saw I can only describe as this very white glowing thing. As I said, there was no light in this room at night, but this thing was bright white. It looked like it was draped in this white see-through stuff, which floated as if in the wind, blowing inside the room. It stood there for a moment. It wasn't terrifying at all. The thing is, it was almost calming for a 10-year-old to see something like that. But it did freak me out, and I hid under the covers until I passed out from exhaustion. I still think about it from time to time. Like I said, I don't know what I saw. I like to think it was my grandmother since it was her room, but who knows? I've never really been able to rationalize what I saw. But I haven't slept or spent more than 5 minutes in that room since, and it has been 17 years. In my current home, the common one thing we would hear is random footsteps and the sound of our upstairs hall switches flicking on and off. But the lights wouldn't turn on or off, only the sound of switches, which are unmistakable. The one that scared the living hell out of me was hearing someone upstairs banging on my door desperately at 3 a.m. I used to think my parents were the ones making the switch noises and the footsteps. My parents assumed it was either me or my sister rushing to turn off the lights to act asleep when we heard them coming upstairs. So my dad did some sneaking around when he was positive he could hear a switch sound. He came into our rooms and noticed we were snoring. I did my fair share of investigation too, and found out it wasn't by any of us. Now onto the door banging situation. It was a Friday night, and I was super tired. I slept at probably 9 or 10 p.m. and woke up briefly at 3 a.m. to check on my phone. Then I heard it. a loud, bang-like thing on my door for about 3 seconds. I felt the vibration on my bed. I tried to make sense of it. My dad has a habit of banging doors when we lock them, but I flashed my phone light at it and it was unlocked. Plus, my dad would yell our names, and I didn't hear anything. I was 20 and scared to death, and hid under my blanket and slept after some time. At lunch, I asked if anyone did that/heard anything, to which everyone denied. It's definitely not wind, since we closed our windows, and it wasn't a windy day to begin with. Plus, I experienced what wind can do, and this was different. Other than that, it's just the sound switch, and maybe the laundry basket moving a few times, but nothing physical happened, and I'm not particularly bothered by it. One of the popular means of transportation in my city is the subway, but the stations are quite old, so many of them don't have escalators or elevators. Because of this, often enough, I help old people with their groceries or parents with their strollers climbing up and down the stairs. One of these times I was helping an old lady carry her stroller down the train platform, and there was this clerk cleaning the platform with one of those big sweeper things that you push around. You know, they're slow and heavy. He was short and about 60, with hair missing from the top of his head, wearing big glasses. After I helped the lady, I leaned against the wall and started scrolling through my phone. The man reaches my position on the platform, and from where he was, he said, "Thank you for helping that woman." I raised my head from my phone and we both smile. Then he says, "You're an angel." And I smile back, not really knowing what to say. Kind of embarrassed, I looked back at my phone and immediately get the idea to thank him and tell him that what he did made me feel good. However, when I looked up moments later, there was no one to be found, nor the machine he was operating. The doors where the subway clerks store their equipment at the end of the platform, and we were nowhere close to them, as we were in the middle. I have no idea where he could have gone. No more than 3 to 4 seconds had passed between our exchange and me looking up. I never told anyone this story because it's kind of self-centered and hard to believe. People can dismiss it and say that I just wasn't paying enough attention, but there was legitimately nowhere for him to go without making a sound like that. I've always thought ghosts were fake. My mum always got aggressively religious when I'd say something about ghosts in the house, but one time in the summer she went to visit Mexico with her family, and my brother and father were the only ones left at home. I made some macaroni and served my dad a plate, as he asked. I sat on the couch with my brother and watched him play Call of Duty. When my dad came home, he sat down to eat. He said the plate was moving by itself. Of course, me and my brother didn't believe him, as he often exaggerates situations, but he claimed more than once that the plate was moving. Me and my brother denied this, but curiously, after a while, my brother got up to see what he was talking about, and he jumped back and told me that the plate did in fact move. When I got up and saw it moving back and forth along the round table edges, I immediately started praying. My dad called out the names of my brother and uncle, Pat and Reuben, who have passed away recently, and had told us afterwards that, like him, Reuben loved mac and cheese. When the plate stopped moving, I grabbed a knife and started circling the plate. There were no strings attached. I had lifted the plate and there was no water under it either. It couldn't have slipped or had a pressure change that would have moved the plate. I've always doubted religion, but whatever it was moving that plate absolutely dipped after praying. I still don't have enough faith in religion now, but everyone always requests more information whenever I tell them the story that the ghost tried to steal my dad's macaroni. This story happened to me at the time when my best friend and I were volunteering to clean up a cemetery after a big storm my senior year. We were walking along, talking, picking up branches and stuff from the storm, tidying up stuff left on graves, just making an afternoon of it. And suddenly at the exact same time we both froze and turned to look at the same spot behind us. After asking each other what we heard, we confirmed that we both heard a woman's voice go, "Shh," right behind us. It wasn't like the wind in the trees. It was almost like the sound a librarian would make when you're talking 5 decibels too loud. And we both looked at the exact same spot from where it came from. There was no one there. The closest person to us was a good 50 feet away, and they'd have to yell just for us to hear them. Curious, my friend took a look at the headstone right there, and then looked at the one next to that. It was a mother, buried with her infant. We were disturbing the baby. We even apologized for being too noisy after that, and went on our way, not wanting to offend the spirits. This happened back in middle school. I received violin lessons from one of my teacher's old students. My teacher always told us to be careful and very respectful in the practice room. It was a soundproof room that we had in the band building, because that was the most haunted room. My teacher said that you didn't want to anger anything or anyone in there. While I was waiting for my violin teacher to come into the practice room, I set up a chair for me and a chair for my violin teacher and placed it side by side. I ended up practicing for a few minutes by myself, and that's when it happened. As I was playing music, the chair next to me looked as if it was being grabbed by someone, and it spun around and faced me. The chair even slid back a bit, as if someone had sat on it. Not gonna lie, I freaked out, and was screaming internally, but decided to keep on playing because whatever it was wanted to watch me play. As I continued to play, my violin teacher walked in, saw my freaked out face and saw the chair facing me. He kind of smiled and said, "Oh, so it happened to you too, huh?" He just shrugged it off, grabbed a different chair and sat next to me, and we proceeded with the lesson, with the chair still facing me. I have never been so freaked out in all my life. My Uncle Bill died when I was 4. He and I were incredibly close. He was my favorite, and I was his. I lived in Colorado, but we went down to Alabama for his funeral. I'm 31 now, so I don't remember him actually visiting me. But I do remember telling my mum, "Mum, Uncle Bill says it's gonna snow." My mum kindly reminded me that Uncle Bill was gone, and we were in Alabama in 1995. It doesn't snow here. Uncle Bill and I got the last laugh when we woke up the next day and it was snowing in Alabama. Very lightly, but it was there. Around 1 p.m., my brother and I were at a grocery store, and we bumped into one of his friends from high school. They greeted each other and made some small talk. I said hi since we were schoolmates. That night, around 8 p.m., my brother received a call that his friend, who was in a coma for 12 hours, just died. He thought he was receiving a prank call, since we had just met about 7 hours earlier. What's even creepier is that 2 of my brother's friends interacted with him on the same day. Maybe he was trying to say farewell to his friends. This happened to me about 4 months back. My family decided to visit some relatives in the city. During our stay there, my brother and I played card games and stayed up late watching movies with our cousins. One night we went to grab some snacks, so me and 2 other cousins went to the kitchen while the rest stayed in the living room. While there, we heard a scream. I heard the scream of another cousin who went to sleep early, but my 2 other cousins heard the scream of a different cousin who also went to sleep early. There are 8 cousins in the house, including my brother and I, and we immediately went to the living room to see the problem. But my brother, who stayed in the living room, didn't hear anything. Even 2 of our other cousins who stayed outside didn't hear a thing. For the rest of the night we talked about ghost stories, and it turns out the house was actually haunted. In one of the rooms, if you sleep alone, you will wake up at 3 a.m. and won't be able to sleep till 4. The kitchen and balcony are allegedly the 2 ghost hotspots in this house. When my wife was 1, she gently touched a picture of her deceased grandfather, who she would not have known anything about at that point, as no one had explained death to her yet, and they didn't talk about death and deceased family members in the family. And she said that she'd met him before she was born, and that he was nice to her. He is the person she was named for, and that incident made me feel really happy. Whenever anyone asks what happens to you when you die, my answer is now, I have no idea. But it's the same place you were in before you were born. When she was 2, she was talking to someone, apparently a little boy that wasn't there. When I asked her about her imaginary friend, she solemnly told me that he lived in our house a long time ago. I asked no further questions, but about a year later, after we had moved out, our neighbor caught his kid talking to an imaginary friend. When we asked him, he was told that the boy she was playing with was my daughter's friend. At least, if it was, the ghost was friendly. Coweta, Oklahoma, a small, quaint and haunted town. It was Indian territory, and I lived in 3 different houses there in different parts of town as a little girl, and experienced many supernatural things. There is a lot of history and a lot of old buildings and homes in Coweta. The first house I lived in was right across from some woods. My 3 siblings and I used to play there, and one day we decided to go in further than we had before. I was about 4 years old, and we found an old dilapidated shack. As we got closer to it, the leaves to my left flew up, and almost in a straight line like they would for a sudden gust of wind. But there was no wind. It stopped right in front of me. And then there was a very loud and deep man's voice all around us that just screamed, "Get out." Needless to say, we ran like hell. I was the youngest and smallest and the first one out of there. After this, I would see an old man at the edge of the woods. He would stay there like he was guarding them. My mother asked me one day why I was afraid of the woods, and I told her it was because of the bad man. She inquired further. I told her that there was a bad man that didn't want us on the woods anymore, but she brushed it off, and life went on. We moved away for a couple of years until my parents divorced. My mother moved us into a small 2-bedroom house that was closer to our school. She was sleeping on the fold-out couch, and us kids had the 2 bedrooms. It was also right next to a cemetery, and we would play there too, as curious children often do. There was always a man, probably in his early 30s, that would visit his mother's grave often. He was there every time we went, no matter what time it was. He'd pack food and camp out, talking away at the grave all day. We were intrigued. We would hide behind the gravestones and try to hear what he was saying. I don't remember being able to make anything out, but his facial expressions and body movements were so casual, like there was something sitting in front of him keeping up the banter. One day, my oldest brother and I managed to get really close. We thought we were slick. All of a sudden, the man stood up, turned around, looked right at us and said, "What are you looking at, kid?" And then started speaking in different voices in a language we didn't understand. It sounded like gibberish. It is possible he was messing with us, but it was certainly creepy, and I stopped going to the area after that. After another short time, we ended up moving into downtown Coweta. It was literally one street with a small building neatly aligned on either side. We lived on a side street that was once a cemetery back when the town was first settled in 1840. When they decided to build houses, they moved all the graves. Well, I found out through my lack of supervision in 1990 and constant curiousness that they built houses on top of graves. There were gravestones in the crawl space of at least 3 homes. There was a very old white 2-storied house that sat 1 block from our house. We saw multiple families move in and out only a few months later. The house was empty almost most of the time, and my oldest brother and myself and cat climbed into the crawl space. My cat was awesome, and we attempted to turn a stone over so we could try and read it with our flashlight. As we did, something hissed. And this wasn't a normal animal sound, it was like 100 voices all hissing at once at different frequencies. The hair all over my body stood up and we freaked out. My brother was out first, my cat second. As I got to the sidewalk, I saw my cat get picked up and thrown. Someone grabbed my cat and pulled me to the ground. I was so scared I started crying, and my cat hid in my mum's closet and wouldn't come out until the next day. I ended up having a giant bruise on my right butt cheek, and it was hard for me to even walk past the house after that. In this same house with the graves and the crawl space, I would often see an old woman. I wasn't the only one that saw her, but I did see her more than others. I mostly saw her at night, but there would even be times during the day she'd be there too. At night I'd often wake up to her standing by my dresser, which was just in front of the door. She was illuminated by the hall light my mum would leave on for us, and would just stare and move her mouth, but I couldn't hear her. On 3 or 4 occasions, she would put her hands on my crayons that were on the dresser. The next day they'd be moldy and dried up. I have no idea why she would do that, but she did. And my mum just kept replacing them, but still never believed me. Also, things would turn on and off by themselves. There'd be footsteps, whispers, doorknobs rattling. All in all, I had a terrifying childhood in Coweta, Oklahoma.
I was only 6 to 8 years old, and I was on my way home after having lunch with my grandparents and mother. We share half of the same house, so I asked my mum if I could go back home. So I left and went inside my house, opened the door and walked a bit. When I reached the diner/living room, I saw a child about my size and same age, but looked completely different. White, like the old pictures that were in black and white. She used some kind of really old-looking dress, almost Victorian children's style. Her hair looked really curly in pigtails. I stared at the kid, feeling like I was watching something that really shouldn't or wasn't there. After I saw her, I took off running to the other side of the house where my grandparents and mother were. I remember that I was crying to them about some random kid in the house, and the kid looked like she had some old and glowing white skin complexion. My mum never really believed me, until she recalled that when we moved into the house, I told her that some kid always looked at me from under my bedroom door. So she said to just ask what she wants, and I told her that the kid told me that she wanted to protect me. There's always the explanation of an overactive imagination, but I don't recall that ever happening, and remember these events quite vividly. My office was in the basement of a building next to an 150-year-old cemetery. The job involved handling old historic materials. On several occasions, my co-workers and I experienced unexplainable phenomena. Co-workers saw the air rippling behind my desk. Another co-worker quit after seeing a shadowy figure stalk them at night when nobody else should have been in the building. Objects have moved on their own. And once, 2 people swear they saw a pen levitating in the air for a split second. I was skeptical until late one night. I was leaving, and just a step behind the other person who was in the office. Suddenly I see a foggy apparition about 5 or 6 feet, standing about 30 to 40 feet in front of me. It had a rough outline of a human. The air had turned unbearably cold, and the hair on my neck went straight up, and just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. Later that night, several terrible events happened around me and to loved ones, and I knew, whatever it was not happy that I saw it. I encountered the ghost of a little girl once. She was in my parents' old house, which is where I grew up as a teenager. I heard a clear voice wake me up from my sleep a few times saying, "Hello?" I was never afraid, and I've never thought much about it until it happened a few times. Then one night, she laughed 2 distinct syllables. Heh. I felt bad for her, honestly. Both my ghost and yours. Imagine being a kid, trapped on the other side of a place you know, unable to do anything about it. You're alone. No one can meaningfully interact with you. And worst of all, are all the other things that occasionally wander this side of reality with you. It's got to be terrifying. I know exactly who in my family is walking around based on their footsteps. But one night, pretty late, I heard someone walking down the hallway outside my bedroom
with slow, heavy footsteps that definitely didn't belong to anyone in my household. Of course, no one was there. I heard this for the next few nights, and there was a couple of months break before I heard it again, and then nothing for ages. Myself and my younger brother were the only ones who had heard creepy footsteps. Recently, everyone but my dad went away for the weekend, and the first night he had to get up with a baseball bat because he thought someone had broken into the house and was creeping down the hallway, but once again no one was there. It only happened in the hallway for some reason. Starts at the end of the hall and stops at the end. I was around 15 to 16 in the middle of the day, and I saw a guy crossing the street in a sprint, and a school bus ran him over and never stopped. It was like I was the only one who says the bus ran over the man, and when I looked back, to my horror, there was nothing on the floor. The bus driver didn't even attempt to stop as the man sprinting across the street for the bus ran him over, like there was nothing on the road, and kept on going. I was in the back seat behind my mum. While she was driving, I asked her if she saw the bus run over the man, and she said she didn't see any man. I'm 18 now, and still can't explain what I saw that day, and it was then that I began to believe in ghosts. When I was living in college, my roommate and I started hearing tapping coming from inside the walls behind our closet in our dorms. It was always around 3 a.m, and it got worse, and hangers in the closet began to move. The worst was when we thought inviting a friend to sleep with us in the room would make it stop. That night, with 3 people in the room, a book literally fell off the shelf. A hat also fell off the desk with no wind. You'd think it stopped with someone random in the room, but it actually got worse. Supposedly 20 years earlier, someone hung themselves in the closet in the same dorm we were living in. I had never experienced anything paranormal to that extent, but it was all the proof I needed that there was indeed something out there. Myself and a few friends went for a drive at night and parked on a country road just outside of town, right near a small bridge. We were just chatting away and hanging out in the car looking at the window, and I remember one of us pointing and saying, "Shh, be quiet. Do you hear that?" We all went silent and immediately heard what sounded like a crying woman. This freaked me out, and of course everyone was freaking out too in the car. I remember we were just looking everywhere outside the car to try and see something, but none of us could see anything. Then we all heard and felt what seemed like the bottom of the car being scratched. That combined with the crying. Yeah, panic ensued. True story. Also, fun note, that car was probably the fastest a car has ever gone in reverse. My friend has insisted that his parents' house was haunted for years while we were growing up. His sister told stories about a ghost that would turn her TV on at nighttime or do something like shake her bed while she was in it, but I never really believed them. One day they asked me if I would house sit for them while they were all on vacation. It's where my drum kit lived at the time, so I was always there anyway, as my friend and I were in a band together, so I didn't think anything of it and said yes. And that was when my first and only paranormal experience happened. I'll never forget it. I had slept in on a sunny day. It was around 11 in the morning, and I had nowhere to go. I was laying awake in bed in the spare bedroom upstairs, knowing full well that I was alone in there, when all of a sudden the sound of an adult man singing opera filled the entire house for about 30 seconds. It was extremely loud and unignorable, and I will never forget how scared I was. And after the singing stopped, my heart was absolutely beating out of my chest. I got dressed and sprinted out of the house as fast as I could, and didn't go back to finish my house-sitting duties after that. I figured the ghost had it handled. This occurred when I was around 2 years old. I personally have no memories of the experience, and this is mostly based on what others have told me. I was staying with my paternal grandparents, and I described to my grandmother about how an old lady with a dog sat down and read to me in her backyard. She asked what the name of the dog was, and I told her that the name was Bo. My grandmother called my mum and told her what I had said. And my mum told her that my maternal grandmother, who passed away a few years before I was born, had a dog named Bo for a while. There was absolutely no way I could have known that prior to telling my grandma, so I 100% believe that the ghost of my maternal grandmother decided to pay me a visit that day. The house I grew up in as a kid. The previous owners that died were an older woman with a piano. There were several times I'd wake up to a piano playing. I'd walk around the house and everything would be off and everyone asleep. She seemed to really like playing Moonlight Sonata. When I was 15, in honors chorus, I was about to go on stage and sing in front of an auditorium full of people. We were all backstage warming up, and another teenager starts playing Moonlight Sonata on piano. It's at that point I almost crapped myself. I still did my solo, but hearing that really unnerved me for days. At that point it had been a 10-year gap since hearing the song. My parents were not into classical piano, so an auditory hallucination would have been almost impossible. It happened on and off for almost a year, and it was different songs, but Moonlight Sonata was certainly the most frequently played. I'm 18 years old. 3 years ago I went down to an abandoned town for work during the summer, where I would meet friends and stay for the next 3 months. I soon learned that this town was very haunted. This town is called Hiawatha in Utah. You can find it on Google Maps if you like. We had a daily routine of driving in a 13-passenger van to the work site, where we would build fences. All day, every day. When it was time to go, we got in the van and turned on the radio. Almost every day. We usually fell asleep on the way back to camp, or at least I did, and everything seemed okay. But one day when we entered the town gates, there was an abandoned white house that no one dared go into. We were listening to the radio, when as soon as we passed the house, it turned to static. At first I thought it was just a glitched radio, but every single day after we passed the house, the radio just turned to static. After a few days of this, my friends and I decided to explore the house and buildings which were abandoned, and decided to first explore the church. We didn't see anything but were still on edge, and we all walked outside, walking along the side of the church, when we heard heavy footsteps coming from the stage of the church. We all stopped talking and listened. For a few seconds there were footsteps and then nothing. We waited, but nothing. So we went back inside and couldn't find anything. We decided to explore some other buildings to see if we could see anything, and I personally didn't see a thing. But my friends claim that when we went down the mechanical elevator shaft, they could see a figure. They even pointed at it for me so that I could see it, but didn't see a thing. We all had an incredibly eerie feeling the time that we were inside those buildings. We got the courage to do Charlie Charlie in the elevator shaft, but when we tried to ask it questions, the pencil just fell off the other. And when we went down the elevator shaft, usually it would go down slowly to the basement, but this time it flew down and smashed something under us. We could tell there was something under us because it couldn't go all the way down. It was a very creepy place. I don't know who or what haunts the town, but it gives me chills thinking about it to this day. My partner and I were sitting in bed. The room is dim but not pitch, and there's a mirror hanging on the closet door to our right. Like if I turn my head, I see myself. We were watching TV when I see something huge and black glide by the mirror, kind of like No-Face from Spirited Away but without the adorable mask. I thought to myself, as paranormal things aren't uncommon for me, okay, just gonna let that one go. Did I even really see that? Am I hallucinating? I didn't say anything out loud, but my partner says, "Did you just see something weird go by the mirror?" And they described exactly what I saw. We have a ghost at work. We've never named him, but my co-workers and I all agree he's an older guy between the age of 60 to 70. He does things like move small items the kids wouldn't be able to reach, like on a waist-high counter. Call your name quietly, and a few times we've heard a cry or seen a child-sized figure run past when everyone is in the garden asleep or in their eyesight. I say hello in the morning when I get in. He seems pretty harmless and kind of protective over the children. Can't hurt to be polite though, right? I had a few strange things happen at a house I lived in when I was a teenager. Stuff would fly off my desk when I was in bed. When getting stuff from the basement, I would almost always get physically ill stepping in one hallway on the basement, and then when moving out, my family was in another room. A painting flew across the room and landed in the middle of it. After moving out, I brought it up with my mum, that I also used to see dark figures dart around the corners. She gasped and mentioned to me that my dad had told her that he had seen dark figures too. I was visiting a friend in Chicago, and she told me under no uncertain terms the ghost of a woman who lived there wasn't really fond of men staying there. I was told that I needed to make sure I closed the door behind me, lest she slam the door behind me. Sure as hell, the first night I'm there, I get up to pee in the middle of the night. I didn't close the bathroom door when I came back from the bathroom, and the door slammed so hard it knocked a piece of art off the damn wall. I found an old headstone on our property as a kid. That same night, I saw two ladies watching me through our family room window. We locked eyes, and as we did so, they turned into mist and were gone. I wasn't immediately scared either, like they were good spirits and I knew it, but it still creeps me out to this day though. As an adult, I haven't been the type to hype into all the woo spooky ghost stuff. That being said, my friend's mother passed away, and we were at his family's place, doing what we could, being there however we could, friend stuff. He goes on talking about how he can feel her in the house. Sometimes he can hear or smell her. We just took it as intense grieving and denial, and decided to go along with it to help him cope. During the trip down the hallway, I caught the faintest whiff of a scent. It smelled familiar to what he described his mother wearing, but we brush it off. Hours later, after some drinking, I decide to tell him, since he was getting the feeling none of us were taking what he said seriously. He pulls me aside into a hallway and says she only shows up for family blah 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 and she trusts you. I trust you. We hug it out, he gets out some more crying and starts saying to her to leave a sign and to let me know he's serious. If the rest of the group can't take him seriously, at least I'm willing to. So give a sign. And nothing happens. Well, everyone did drink a lot, which meant, eventually, a lot of peeing. I go through the same hallway, and I feel and smell the same scent again, with a slight chill. The usual paranormal activity trope. In the restroom, I begin to take the world's best piss. Decorations you'd expect to find in the bathroom of family homes, towels, tiny soaps, a mirror, and a picture frame here and there. There's one of these oversized candles in front of me on top of the toilet tray thing. Well, that big fat candle decided to slide all the way from the center part of the toilet, all the way off and land perfectly upright in the mini wastebasket next to the toilet. I did not finish my piss. Later my friend told me, as he just had a knowing look, not even an "I told you so" look, but just like, yep, that's right, it was her. I used to work at a casino to set up for big dinner events and exclusive parties. One night it was just me and my supervisor working that night, and I head up to the second top floor, which is a pretty nice bar area of the casino/hotel, and everyone thinks it's haunted for some reason. Naturally, I thought they were just full of crap. So I'm up there setting cocktail tables and stuff, and about halfway through I hear my supervisor's voice come from the kitchen area from behind some doors, just making casual conversation. We were pretty good friends, so he was asking me about a girl I told him I'd met the night before. We were talking for maybe 3 minutes before he suddenly stops and doesn't answer. When I ask if something happens or if he's alright, after getting no replies, I start to walk from the front of the room next to an elevator to the floor and make my way to the kitchen to see if he's alright. Once I made it to the middle of the room, I hear the elevator. There isn't supposed to be anyone else in our department working right now, and we're the only ones allowed on the floor. When the elevator stops and the doors open, my supervisor walks out and apologizes for taking so long to come up and help. I'm shocked and confused. I don't really know what to say. After a minute or two of being confused as hell, he asks me if I'm alright, and then I tell him what happened. I'm a pretty big skeptic, but he's a fully fledged believer and I'm terrified. He rushes to finish setting up for the party, and then instead of finishing the rest of the work we were supposed to that night, he tells me to go home and he left shortly after. We're still unsure what happened, or what to make of it. I still live in the neighborhood, but me and my cousin used to live in a place that's known for being haunted. The house was featured on many different ghost hunting shows. Me and my cousin, who we will call Kyle, both had encounters with ghosts there. The ghost was always a man dressed in all black. Black fedora, suit, pants, black shoes, black suitcase. Kyle was with his parents at the time when he saw him. He was sitting on a cardboard box at the end of the second-story hallway. Note that you had to walk this way to get to where he was living. While he was walking with his parents down the hall, he asked them, "Who's that man?" pointing at him. His parents were confused as they couldn't see who he was pointing to. They had asked him, "What are you talking about?" Kyle kept pointing to the man. His parents just shrugged it off and said, "Honey, no one's there." My encounter with him was a bit different. We had these washer-dryers that were next to the stairs. Now, if someone was standing there, you could only really see half of their body. I was by myself at the time, but I was going down the stairs, and I could see a man standing at the washers. I could only recall seeing him from the corner of my eye, but once I blinked he was gone. I was really confused because I swore I saw someone there. A few years later I heard that Kyle saw the same man, told his parents about my encounter, and that's when I learnt that the town had to burn many dead bodies because of a plague that had rolled into town many years ago, and many of the houses, including mine, were used for burning bodies. My town is a little bit messed up. My sister and I were sharing a room. She is about a year and a half younger than me. We would watch TV from our bunk beds every night. I had the top, she the bottom. My sister would also steal the remote and put on YouTube, and as some may know, YouTube stops playing after a while of inactivity. Well, one night I woke up to a voice saying, "Help me," very quietly. It was close to me, but I could tell that it was saying it to my sister below me. I always had a blanket over my head and have a little hole to breathe, so I opened my eyes under the blanket and listened. It said these words twice before it came up to my ear and whispered the same thing. I curled into the fetal position and tried to calm myself, but it got worse. For some reason that I still don't know to this day, I uncovered my head. Big mistake. The end of my bed was against the wall, which is important. Something was sitting there with long black hair, nothing but a grey face and a long white dress. I ducked my head back under the covers and cried. I tried to call out to my mum, but my voice wouldn't make a noise. I later cried myself to sleep. What's worse than that? I thought it was a nightmare. I told my mum in the morning what happened and drew a picture of her. A few years after, the topic popped up again. Somehow, something my mum never told me was that the same night she actually did hear her call out for her. When she checked, I was already asleep. I'll never forget that night. It was horrible. This happened when I was little, the summer before first grade. A few months after moving into our new house, I would complain to my parents daily about a scratching noise coming from the closet. Every night I'd hear it, and every day I would tell my parents. My mum slept with me one night and heard the scratching too. She told me years later that the night she spent in my room with me, she felt something grab at her leg, almost as if it was trying to pull her off the bed. I remember the night after she slept in my room, we had a living room slumber party. My mum attempted keeping me out of the room, so we all slept in the living room for a few days. I started to hear the scratching in the bathroom as I was brushing my teeth a few days later, and I called out to my mum that I was hearing the scratching again. She came into the room to comfort me, and we all left. We both noticed a cut on each of our feet, in the exact same position that had not been there the day before. We stayed with our grandma after that day, and moved into a new house after that, and never went back to that house. I was so young at the time I didn't really understand what was happening, but now I get it. If my mum hadn't have stayed with me in the room that night, who knows how long we would have lived there. I worked in a care home, middle of the night shift. Room 24's buzzer goes off, which is weird because it was on the middle floor, and the home hadn't got enough residents at this point to fill that floor. The ground was nursing and the top was dementia, so I get sent upstairs to investigate, and I find the door locked and the alarm still ringing. So I phoned the nurse on duty and she comes up with the key, unlocked the door, and we found the room to contain the belongings of a man who died several months before, and management was storing it until the family decided to do something with it, as they were from Australia. As I went to hit the alarm button to turn it off, the nurse said loudly, "Alright Barry, we'll get you a pint, hold on." She opened a can of beer that we have for residents and left it open in the room. Didn't hear anything else from that room the rest of the time I worked there. Years ago when I was a kid, my next door neighbor Lila, a sweet old lady who loved doing crosswalks for kids going to school, came over one morning and asked my mum if everything was okay and if she wanted to talk. My mum was confused and asked why she would randomly assume something was wrong. Apparently Leela had been looking out of her back window pretty late into the night and saw my mum leaning on the fence in an old-looking white dress just staring into the darkness of the woods behind our house for a good while. Only my mum didn't own any white dresses, and she wasn't outside the night before. Still creeps me out to this day.